Minutes past the hour. Welcome in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour. We're fired up, ready to have you with us. Another day has begun. Come on with it. We got to get going. We got a lot to do today. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. You could call. It'd be unscreened phone calls, but you can always chime in if you'd like. Let's go. Eddie Van Adler, he's got TV rolling in there. He's fired up, ready to go for another day, getting things dialed in, and we'll just kind of get things started ourselves. There's a lot out in the news. Some things we won't even touch till the main show. Let me tell you something. If it's not a couple of topics, it's hard to find some things out there, but we'll find it. Don't you worry, and we'll update you as we start the day together. Today, in the last hour, matter of fact, the last half hour, we'll have Las Vegas Raiders quarterback Derek Carr with us on Zoom. We'll talk to you about why he's going to be on with us today and the conference that you could participate in. A lot happening with old Derek Carr, and so we'll catch up with him and meet him for the first time today on the Rick and Bubba Show. The wheel of meat could spin. Greg's been talking to me prior to the show, begging for it to happen today. We'll see if that does play out or not, but that's on the table, as it always is. You never know. Well, let's bring him in. I mentioned Adler, and to my left is Greg Burgess, and to my right it's Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Yo.
I can still not get used to Las Vegas Raiders.
Do you know I had to
doesn't
purposely – I had to make sure I said that right.
When you
flow.
said it, I thought, is he right? I mean, I still cannot get in it. I mean, is it not
Right.
2 seasons yet? Is it been 2 seasons?
Yeah.
And I still can't.
I know.
Hey,
it's
Helms,
tough.
it's the Las Vegas Raiders.
Isn't it funny,
That's
too,
their name.
for the
Get
young
used to
kids coming up?
Yeah.
That'll be all they know.
They won't know.
And we'll say, no, they were, the Oakland Raiders. Huh? What are you talking
LA
about?
Raiders. and
Yeah,
then
LA
back to
Raiders.
Oakland
Oh,
Raiders.
yeah. But he's got a men's conference that it's really he created it. It was his vision. Talked to Thomas with the Altar Men's Conference presented by Derek Carr yesterday. It's going to be in Las Vegas, April 8th and 9th. We'll tell you a little bit more about that, but they're calling around 15,000 men to stand together for the glory of God and to restore the family in America. And it is a much-needed conversation, and we'll talk to him late in the show today about that. I was looking around today for some different topics. I found one. I got a piece of audio that I'm definitely going to have to play you guys to see if y'all can guess what's going on, and you won't believe it. But first, let me say I had to go to the post office yesterday. And have you guys, even though mandates are winding down, COVID seems to be, in the rearview mirror, do you guys ever go into pockets of society where it's like they hadn't gotten the news yet and COVID is still the high priority for them? And it's like you have to act like it's 2020 or 2021.
Yes, and I've also been on the other end of the spectrum where I never thought COVID was going on at all.
Well, I'll give you that.
So there is still pockets of both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah, and I know it's a federal building.
You didn't go right over here, did you?
I did.
Really?
And it was a very strange moment. I don't know if the worker was just in a bad mood, because you got to be careful there. There's lots of jokes, but I won't use them. But I go in, and they still have the 6 feet apart little stickers.
I did see that. I know exactly. I had to go 2 weeks ago right here.
Okay, and I felt like everyone, and I do think that one thing that we've taken from COVID that I think will probably stay with us is that people aren't going to be on top of each other anymore. You're going to always give each other a little bit of space. So I felt like everybody was respecting each other's space. We weren't on top of each other, but we weren't on the little stickers. And let me tell you something, we got a talking to.
Oh,
hey,
really? You got
hey, do you see
Really?
those? Do y'all see those stickers? We're
Oh, wow.
stand on the stickers, and if you can't stand on stickers, get out.
Wow.
Oh, to that point?
Yeah, and I'm like,
Must
You
not
feel
been
like
that
you were
same.
a kid again?
Must not been the same lady that was
Yeah.
in there when I was in there.
And it's-
Because she was sweet as can be, and I could never see her doing that.
Yeah,
and
and
there
it's-
was even a guy all up in my grill, and she didn't say a
And
word.
then they cussed
So it's a different guy.
Speedy out.
well, there was 2 of them. One seemed to be very, energetic.
Both ladies?
Yes.
Okay.
And seemed to be very cordial. The other one, just.
Huh.
and she was the drill sergeant. But I tell you what we did. We opened that little glass door, and some of us stood outside.
You got your hiney on a circle.
But it was funny because to see all us grown adults looking around at each other, and we became 12 again.
Sure.
Like we were in trouble.
And look,
you got cold.
And there's nothing they can really do other than throw you out.
I
almost
really needed to mail something too.
I treat them like I would a
stamped.
police officer sometimes in there, the way they talk to you. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And-
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Again,
Speedy.
there's hills to die on, and I wasn't going to die on that hill. There was no reason for it. I just wanted to mail something.
You were
know?
hoping somebody else in the group would get out of hand.
I need
better.
to get something in the mail for my dad.
That's all I gotta
need to
do.
make it first priority, and that's what I'm there for. You know.
You were a little out of control.
But I just it was strange. But and I try to give this person the benefit of the doubt that I bet you she deals with good ones all day.
Yeah, she
I
does.
bet, and so
Yes,
she
she
has to be
does.
that way. Maybe I don't know.
Well,
And then
she took it out
the
on
other
you
part
like she
was it
did.
was a federal building, and so maybe there's mandates and things they got to go by. So is there a camera in there and they get reprimanded if they don't abide? But I don't know. I was just. You know what I did?
You're trying
though?
to look at every angle and give them the benefit of the doubt, and good for you.
Yeah, and then there's that person, God love them, bless them, that they've been standing there for 30 minutes, it seems like, and they get up to the window and they don't know what they want to do.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, what have
I
you
don't
been
get that
doing
either.
for 20 minutes?
Yeah.
They hadn't filled nothing out. Okay. I mean, there's
Don't have the address. Not sure which city it's supposed to go to.
But I wasn't in a hurry. I just sat back and was a little bit entertained by it.
I've told myself, because I'm like that, I want the line moving. Greg, where you going?
Right.
I mean, unless you have somewhere to be, just calm down.
And I had to say that. You're right.
Other day, and I'm not being mean here, and I was at Dollar General getting
This ought to be good
I was
then.
getting dog food.
Okay.
Okay. Had a bag on my shoulder, started getting heavy.
Uh-huh.
And bless her heart, she was paying with rolled coins. And she had to figure out to get the total right. Wait a minute now, this is this is that. And I started to go. Then I thought, okay, you ain't getting nowhere. Now this bag of dog food is getting kind of heavy on you.
Yeah, and you're not sure what to do
There's
with
a
it.
part of you said, ma'am, I've got whatever it is you're trying to buy. I got it.
I almost
Put
did
that in
that.
your bag. We're on both get out of here in 2 minutes.
But it wasn't so bad that I'm paying with rolled coins, but I'm not sure. Now this one here, now wait a minute, that's $1 worth? Now this one here, wait a minute, now you got to put this one here. And I was going,
Yeah.
you know what she was buying?
What?
Soap.
You should have bought
Greg.
soap
Well,
for
she
her, Greg.
needed soap, Greg.
Well, that might offend her.
Yeah.
How would that have offended
Because
her?
I basically was going, will you please get your A out of the way so I can leave?
I tell you, should have walked out with some free soap
Well, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and a big heart Greg.
If back to the post office, if each of us were stickers, all right, you see this? You see how we're spread out
6
here?
feet apart.
Yeah. We were only just a few feet from where we needed to be.
Yeah.
And when she yelled at us from behind the counter, I don't know if yelling is being mean, just yelling so we could hear, because she had a mask
Raised
on.
her voice.
So we had
Amanda
to hear through
thinks
that.
I yell every time I open my mouth.
Yeah. We all looked at each
Do y'all
other.
ever get that, by the way?
I get
Yeah,
that
a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why are you yelling? I'm not.
Right.
I'm not yelling at all.
Actually,
I can
she's
yell.
actually
Yeah.
yelling at
Hey,
me.
I
Quit
can
yelling.
yell if you'd like me to, but I'm not yelling at this.
Right. My hearing's going, and so I'm not yelling, but if I am, I'm sorry. But to me, I'm not.
Yeah.
But we all looked at each other like, okay, because at first we didn't know. She kind of joking,
Yeah.
and we all looked at each other, and she kind of repeated it. And
She said, hey, bald man.
yeah.
You're
and
the
so-
worst one.
And so the
Quit
last
greeting
Hey,
everybody.
go T. Get in line.
Get in line. Quit talking. Everybody walks in.
So the
like
last,
you know them.
So the last three had to go back outside the glass door and stand outside.
Oh, wow.
And then
She
So
cleaned
y'all had
house.
y'all had a crowd there.
Oh yeah, and bad timing on my part. And then there was a guy that came in and didn't see the others that he
walked right in?
He walked in and he passed them all, and then the lady knocked on the door like, "Hey, I'm out here," and he went, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry," and he went back out and he went outside to the steps. I mean, it's it was spread out, and then there was, cash only line that kind of brought everything to a standstill, but. I got through it, and I was telling myself, this is the toughest thing I got to do today, then I got a pretty good day. It was just weird, though.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here's the secret to staying on track with your goals. HelloFresh, their delicious recipes and doorstep delivery take the hassle out of mealtime. Their calorie smart and carb smart options make eating well easier than ever. Pick from 50 menu and market items each week, even customize the box by swapping in proteins and sides for meals that work for you. Right now, getting
10 times to begin with, and we're going to call it the Bill of Rights. And these are absolutes.
Right.
You cannot trample on these. They're so important, you have to amend the Constitution before we'll ever sign it.
So I met with some guys yesterday. By the way, we did the Bible study. If you didn't get that when it went out yesterday, it's on Facebook and it's in show notes today. You can go there and go back and listen to it. Well, there were some guys that came to the Bible study yesterday and said, "Hey, I want to talk to you about something after we're done." And I knew about it, so we'd planned to do that. So I sat down with them, and I remember you saying this on the show. You remember when we started on the show saying, "How does Colorado and Washington get to declare that marijuana use there is legal when it's federally controlled and the federal government says it's not?"
Right.
You remember, we've talked about that a lot.
And then there's other things where, say, our state might not want to have this or that, but it's mandated by the federal government, so we have to have it.
Then you had, the sanctuary cities, another example.
Right.
Well, the federal government is supposed to remove illegal aliens, and then under an administration, they said, "Nah, we're not going to do that."
Right.
So the states said defiantly, "We got sanctuary cities," which violates federal law. But the federal government said, "We're not going to bother you about that."
Right.
Okay, but
We're not going to enforce
that
it.
administration. Now, a new administration may say, "We're sending the people and have the right, and we're sending them back."
Right.
Everybody with me so far?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm not. I don't want to get complicated with this, but I thought this was a great point. So, and there's a word for it that I can't remember or pronounce, but there was a word for it when this movement started on Roe v. Wade. That somehow the Constitution gave the right for a woman to have access to abortion. And they made a quote when they were making the case, well, it's in the shadows of the Constitution.
Right. It's implied.
It's not really there, but if you look in the shadows of the Constitution, we found it.
We interpret it that way.
But it's not
And
really
boy, it's
there.
a stretch.
It's
It's
a
a stretch, yeah.
Listen to this. There's a group called Proposal16.com. And we're putting that in show notes today. You go research it for yourself. Now, this is applying to our home state, and the only reason why I'm bringing it up to the whole country is this could be a framework, if it works, for other states who want to do the same thing. They're taking what we just talked about marijuana, what we just talked about with sanctuary cities, and they're saying, couldn't we do the same thing as a state if you had the right governor, and you had the right administration in Washington to say, as Colorado and Washington said, we're for the pot smokers. Mm-hmm. And in our state, we don't think you have the right to tell us what we can and can't do. And the government says, let it go. Because we all know what happened with the Department of Education. We know what happened with the drinking age and all this stuff. Louisiana said, we're not going to 21. You can't make us go to 21. It's not the Constitution. So then what did the federal government do? Hey, you need some money for some roads, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
All right, you come on to 21 with the rest of us, and we'll give you some money. We know the Department of Education, if you say you can't dictate curriculum, they say, well, then we'll take your money away. So there's two ways that the government can make a state do something that the state really doesn't have to do, according to the Constitution. That is, pay them off. Yeah. Okay, that's the carrot. Or send in the forces and enforce it. Mm-hmm. That's the two ways.
Right.
Okay? Well, the government had just decides from time to time they're not going to do it, and they just let the state go. So what these men are saying, if we truly believe, as if you have a view that you believe that life begins at conception and that no one has the right to take someone else's innocent life. Let's say, now I know a lot of people talk about it, but what these are people saying, are we ever going to do anything about it? Think about it. If you really think that's going on, that should be a really big deal to you. I say the same thing. We say the same thing about environmentalists. If they really believe that the world's going to end if we don't cap emissions, why do they let people buy their way out of the cap and emit whatever they want? So you start saying, well, they don't really believe it. So it's starting to look like that we say that we think that innocent lives are being taken, but we don't really act like we really believe it because all we do is put signs up and do stuff. So these people are saying, what about some action? And do it, instead of trying to do it as a whole country, do it one state at a time. So at least, remember the famous analogy you've heard many times of the little boy that was throwing the starfish back into the water, and there were thousands of them all over the beach, and the old man said, you're not making a difference. And he picked up one and threw, and he said, I did for that one. Mm-hmm. And so what if, like in our state, they said there's, even after all the attempts to kind of slow this down through, requiring a sonogram, or you can't have that clinic here in our town or whatever, or in our state, and that has helped, but still in our state.
Minutes past the Hour live. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. Derek Carr later in the show with us today. Las Vegas Raiders quarterback. We'll talk to you about a big conference that he's got going on in April as he makes his debut here on the Rick and Bubba show. Looking forward to talking to Derek Carr. That'll be on Zoom for about the last 30 minutes of the show today. Will and Meat could spin. A lot happening. Go to rickandbubba.com for all the information about the show. O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events are there. A lot of dates. So check all of that out at rickandbubba.com.
Something happened yesterday that I'm excited about.
Okay.
For like 3 months, I lost my Apple Watch.
Okay.
Could not find it. Didn't know where it was, and really enjoyed it. Really liked having my Apple Watch. And I mean, guys, I tore the house apart just trying to find it. You know how we do, like when we look for our keys or our wallet or something like that. That's the kind of approach I had.
I spent a lot of time doing that.
I finally just gave up after a couple of days. I'm like, I'm done. I'm done looking for it. Well, then the last few days, I don't know what's got me on it, but I thought, man, I'd like to have my Apple Watch back. And does that mean I'm gonna get one? I don't know. I may go out and buy a new one. Well, then I noticed Amanda was not wearing hers, and I thought, I'm going to find out if I can just have Amanda's and just redo it and repair it to my phone, reset it, And I asked her, and she said, I still wear it a good bit. I said, okay, no big deal. So yesterday, I go on this big hunt for like an hour.
A futile hunt.
And I found it.
You did?
And I am so frustrated because I found it in a place that I should have looked the first few minutes.
Really? Do you think you looked and grazed by and didn't see it, maybe?
No, I don't
know.
know.
You ruled out area
I have
out?
a little drawer in the living room that has I keep things that, and this should have been stop number 1 months ago. There is, and I will say this, it was up under some things in there. So I evidently didn't look hard enough, but there's like chargers and things that I honestly like, remotes and stuff that I will hide from them, from the kids and all that. Like there's one Roku remote in there that I keep in there because I know at some point we're going to take, what is it with taking backs off remotes? Can we not just leave them on there? So I know that those are going to get tore up. And so I want at least one in the house that works. There's an iPad in there. There's a bunch of chargers, but there was a couple of pieces of paper in the very back of this drawer, and it was up under that the whole time. I should have looked there. I don't know why it was back there.
Did you get excited when you found it?
I did. I really did.
After you were mad at yourself?
Happy Helms was certainly
hopping around.
So I got it on, and then I remembered that I had kind of scratched the face a little bit. So I was like, well, okay, but still, it's working fine, and I charged her up, and so I'm wearing it again today. And it's a little, I got used to not having something on my wrist for a couple months, and now here I am with something else on there. And, so I got to get used to that, but had a little
But
tight.
you found it.
I did. I found it. I was excited. Y'all should have seen me. I was like a little kid. Wallaby dog. There it is. Got excited, sat back, kind of looked at it a minute, and I thought, well, it is mine. It's there. It's actually there. Amanda, you can keep yours.
Speaking of Apple, today they have Greg. They're going to host a product event today with Apple and introduce some things. So I know all the little minions, the Apple minions that you make fun of. They'll be
Do they have
excited.
to line up outside like early in the morning?
No, this is
like
more
that?
of an event, just
Stupid.
debuting some items, but they'll be excited about it and they'll count it down so they can get it. Huh? Yep.
Oh boy!
I know you make fun
Helms
of people.
did yesterday. He found his watch.
Yeah,
I did. I did. I was fired up.
Well, look, hey, when you lose something and you can't find it, and you find it, there's some excitement there.
I'd given up.
It's been so long you forgot about it, and then all of a sudden you come across it. But at least you found it. The other day, I had an embarrassing moment. I was, and we've talked about this. You're looking for your glasses when they're on your head. You're looking for your keys and they're in your pocket. Weird moments. For just about 10 seconds, I was looking at my phone. I don't know if I need to say this because y'all might think I actually have a mental problem.
Well,
I was looking at my phone while holding my phone in my left hand, looking for my phone.
Yeah.
And it's in my left hand. I looked.
I don't know if I've done that.
I did. I did. There it is. And I had to have a conversation. I almost walked to the mirror and looked at myself and said, "Hey, buddy, you all right?"
Yeah.
I'm starting to do this.
Where's my phone?
Yeah.
And I picked up on it this weekend. And you're out at these kids tournaments, whatever, and you see people that you hadn't seen in a while. I hadn't anyway, and so I start they'd ask me a question, I'd answer it. Well, then I'd get to like the third person that asked me the same question, and I actually said this out loud one time. Have I already told you this? Because I couldn't remember, have I told this person this or not? Because I don't want to be that guy that repeats. You know those guys.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't want to be those guys. And so I actually called myself. I think I am too, Greg. I think I am too. Because I actually called myself out. And luckily, both people that I were talking to when I asked that question said, no, I haven't heard this from you. I was like, okay, good.
You're like, well, I told somebody.
Do you ever sit through being told a story for the second time just to be polite
do.
and,
All the time.
not stop them and go, hey,
I
you
never
told
stop
me?
them.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Unless they ask me,
Yes.
have I told you? I will tell them then. Yeah, you told me that already.
Yeah, that's a good.
Sometimes I'll tell them they told me just because I don't want to hear it again.
That's a good
Or
point.
hear it for the first time.
point. Yeah, it's
Okay.
not very interesting.
Right.
Yeah, you told me that. Remember?
Yeah, 2 days ago when I saw you. You told me that.
You good?
No, but I just go with it.
See, I'm turning into, to your point, I'm turning into that guy.
Yeah.
And then I try to give the same response I did the first time. Oh, wow, really? And try to just a little game myself. See if I can repeat it.
Caroline called me out the other day. She goes, "You've told me that one thing 3 times now," and I'm like,
Oh, no.
Yeah, my
"Golly."
wife.
So I'm
I interrupted a guy one time, and I think I hurt his feelings, so I don't do it anymore.
Oh, no.
Yeah. You know, that wrecked me.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
16 babies a day is the average. So what if you could say, well, on one move, there's 16 people that won't be killed in our state. So what they're saying is, and it may have to be the next election because I don't know that they could get the current governor to do it. They're looking to try to say, and they're having a big rally on April the 1st, and all that's in show notes at rickandbubba.com, and other states can look at this. They also have a Facebook page. They are looking to try to convince a true governor who really believes that this shouldn't be going on to simply say in the state of Alabama, we're not doing it. It's over. And then with Mike Pence, the first vice president we've ever had that have attended pro-life rallies and seems to be a true evangelical when it comes to this, and Trump, someone who may not be all the way on board but seems to have changed his view on it, is it possible that if under this administration, if you can get a governor who's got the courage to do it, who really believes this, doesn't just say it, but actually wants to do some action, in this state, abortion's over. It will not be done here. And then see what the federal government will do. They let marijuana go. You mean they wouldn't? You don't think you got a chance to say, you know what? If we believe that's murder, maybe this in that state it's over. And they'll do one or two things. They'll either come try to pay you off, or they may come in and try to force the issue. But if there's an opportunity under this administration that the states could say, we don't think the federal government has jurisdiction on this, you can't make us do that in our state, and we're not going to. Then you start saving lives one state at a time, as opposed to trying to do it all over the whole country in one big swoop.
Let me ask you this.
I think it's a brilliant strategy.
It's a very intriguing idea.
Yeah.
What happens though when they take it to a federal court and the court rules against the state? What happens then?
Well, that goes again. What he's saying is you have to look the federal government in the eye,
right,
and see if you don't have an administration. See, the same thing could happen with Colorado and Washington on marijuana.
Right.
The federal government just said, yeah. So yeah, they could do that.
So you think with the current Justice Department,
that's right,
they would acknowledge the state's right to decide that at home.
Right. They completely understand that could happen. What they're saying is, would this be an administration, they just wouldn't do it.
Right.
Because they agree with them.
And if you are a state, you would fall under the jurisdiction of your circuit court. You couldn't have, say, in our state, Washington deciding it.
Correct.
Right.
And even though Washington may claim they could decide it, maybe they won't. Because they go,
they could decide it for their district, but they couldn't for ours.
But the point was made, I thought was great. He goes, the federal government said, we don't want to come down on pot smokers. Surely we can get a federal government that says, I think I want to save some lives.
Right. Interesting.
Interesting concept. Anyway, so it's in show notes. It's called Proposal 16. And you can go to proposal16.com. And also they have a Facebook page. And they're going to have a rally to try to convince the current governor or the next governor to come on April 1st to consider and hear their voices that a governor in a state has the authority to stand up and stop this, just looking for one that will.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, the NFL has got a couple things going on. Now, Bubba and I have been talking for years about trying to figure out where they're coming from on end zone celebrations, and now that it's gotten so complicated that they're trying to put together a training video, which is a story today.
Good gosh.
And I guess they're going to do a video that says bad dance, good dance.
Yeah, oh yeah, it'll have
good celebration,
examples
bad celebration.
of inappropriate and appropriate. They're calling it, Rick.
Okay.
Excessive celebration penalties were up by 1 in 2016 season. There were 30. In 2014, 2015, there were 29. And they're saying the duration of the celebration and what type will be outlined in this video. Now, you know, the Bennett brothers, you know, they've come out and said, well, you can tell us, you know, you can talk to us about how to talk now and what we can and can't say.
Yeah.
And then, you know, the NFL stood for no fun league. You're not letting us have fun and express ourselves and our individuality all that.
Yeah.
So that's coming from some of the players. But the,
what about Antonio Brown? Can he do his hip thrust?
I think he's a bad one because I saw he got penalized.
He did. He did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My favorite is when he's doing the dance and you see the referee and the screen throwing the flag and he is just going to town.
It was a very that one, you know,
Rated R.
boy. Yeah, they said they actually
Well, it
said
looked
that.
like a yoga workout.
Well, sort of.
Yeah, back to my point.
Yeah, they said they thought actually somebody on the second row actually conceived, but it was a little over the top there, but so trying my goodness, my gosh. Well, to me,
who are some of your favorites? Do you have particulars you remember? Great dances.
you know, I'm.
This is for nobody but Bubba right now in his office. We are back. It is the kickoff hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick and Bubba join us in 30 minutes. As we get on back, Derek Carr later in the show today. Also, Willa Meat Could Spin and a whole lot more. We thank you for being with us. This is kind of a funny story behind this. If you can't hear us, all YouTubers, I am playing Don't Stop the Rock by Freestyle. And have y'all ever heard a commercial or something? Maybe it's a movie or a show, and it's got like some old songs in it, and you're like, oh my gosh, I hadn't heard that in forever. We were watching something last night, and they had some old 90s hip hop, you know, in it, and that spun us off into laughing and giggling about old songs, and that was one of them.
It's funny you bring that up. I was flipping channels last night, and Roadhouse was on.
Oh, it's a classic.
Watch out.
And I just stayed with it for a minute, and Amanda came in there and she said,
Oh, I watch it.
"What are you watching?" I said, "This is Roadhouse."
What do you mean? What
and
am
it
I
was
watching?
that moment where Patrick Swayze was talking to Sam Elliott. By the way, completely forgot he was in this movie.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Completely forgot.
That's right.
And so, so I was like, "Hey, you know who that is right there?" And she's like, "No." And I said, "He was on something you've recently got into." And she's like, "What are you talking about?" And I said, "That's 1883. That's Sam Elliott."
Yeah.
And she goes, "No, it's not." I said, "Yes, it is." and anyway, it was just funny to hear to see. And hey, of course, I'm like, Patrick Swayze's dead. I mean, he's been dead. He was dead in his 50s.
Yeah.
I didn't stay with it long, but it was cheesy too. That was another thing that I was loving about
I watch it every time.
Yeah, but they had a couple of songs and music going on that I thought, okay, here we go. This is a little nostalgia.
Do you want to know, Greg, what we were doing when we were listening to that?
What?
Making breakfast for dinner.
Oh God.
He hates that.
And I know you hate it.
I don't
And I
hate it.
told
I'll
Terry.
eat it.
I told
It's just
Terry.
not
Greg,
my
every time it
favorite.
comes up, you talk bad about
Well,
it.
it's not my.
Yeah.
I don't get excited when I hear that.
Right,
Now,
but-
if I'm there, I'm gonna eat it.
Right. I know you.
But I don't get excited about
We did get excited about it
Okay.
last night. So Terry comes in from work. I'm coming in, and we're just all kind of settling in, and dinner came up, and normally, you know, we got us a little plan, but we really didn't last night. So I was like, hey, I'll go get some carry out, or you know, what do you want me to do? And she said, you know what? I got you. And I was like, what are you talking about? And she said, I got a plan. And I was like, what are you talking about? And all of a sudden, she started getting all the breakfast stuff out. She said, let's have breakfast for dinner. And I said, are you kidding me? It's not my birthday. I don't deserve this.
You act like it's something special.
It is. I love breakfast for dinner.
I kinda, like it's unattainable.
See what I mean, Greg?
I kind of got excited. I was like, this is going to be awesome. Huh?
Like it's some big event.
I had a little bit of over easy, some grits, bacon. Hey, she even made biscuits.
How about that?
You don't kid. I mean, look, and I told her, I said, Greg wouldn't be happy.
No,
right now.
I wouldn't be sad.
Well,
I just go,
well,
okay, yeah.
the next time you want to have breakfast for dinner. And
See
if
what
you don't
Amanda
get
threw
excited.
together last night, and I don't know if it just worked out or what, but the kids they wanted to go hit a little extra, so we went at 5:30 to run through some drills and whatever. Got home at 6:30. There was a big thing of rice, and I love rice.
Oh, who
I
doesn't
like
love rice?
But then right next to it was meatballs. She'd cooked a bunch of meatballs, and I thought, okay, spaghetti. It's gonna be some kind of. And I saw some noodles too, and I thought, wait a minute, is this for the noodles and meatballs, and then what's this rice for? That was kind of my first thought. Well, then she had made the noodles for Braden. He was just going to have some spaghetti and meatballs. She had made this meatballs and rice, but it had the Asian Zing Buffalo Wild White Wing sauce on it. Now you're talking about good.
Yeah.
So you mix the meatballs and rice and the Zing all together. Hey, good stuff.
Yes, sir.
So I had Asian Zing meatballs with rice. And it was fantastic.
I bet you it was.
And I thought, what is it? Like, I kind of had a face about it. But like, so what are we tampering with here?
Right.
Like, goodness gracious.
Rice makes
Hey,
everything
delicious. It was delicious.
Number
I
one.
had
Hold up your one.
The rice, I had all that sauce just in the rice and in the meat. Oh, good. Golly, wish I had something right now. That's what we had.
Okay. Well, I'm starving now.
Greg, what'd y'all do? Go to Mata's again?
No, Lisa, she got home a lot later than me, so we just make herself something.
Yeah. Was it a cereal night?
No,
I'll have a cereal night.
Oh, yeah,
sandwich,
you will.
I'll have a cereal night. Yeah.
bacon. Lisa had some eggs, and
What?
it
wait a
was
minute.
it was like egg sandwich. It wasn't breakfast.
What? That is.
An egg sandwich.
Isn't it?
You
Not
do
really.
eat breakfast egg sandwiches.
Greg, I know
really.
you're trying to
Look,
deny it.
look,
I didn't have
look.
You look
No,
at him
you
grinning over there.
do grin then, by the way.
I mean,
like,
eggs.
It's like it's just hit
No,
you.
eggs are not just for breakfast.
I'll give. Were they scrambled?
I don't remember.
If she made scrambled eggs,
No, they were just cooked egg.
What does that mean?
Huh?
Cooked eggs? Is that
Fried
scrambled?
egg. Fried egg.
Well, that's
okay,
still.
okay.
I,
If she's
look,
made-
I didn't eat it.
I think if
Don't
she's
get on to
made,
me
if she's
about it.
right, but
I didn't eat it.
You allowed it to happen in your house.
Cannot believe
that
I
against
can't
it.
believe that happened.
I'm just kidding.
My
All right,
goodness.
I got a little audio for y'all. Y'all tell me what y'all think has happened here. Take a listen.
The level of anger and violence and rage and intensity that has happened to this teacher is not the norm. She was caught where he actually ran and attacked and jumped on her with his whole body weight, and she fell and hit her head, which caused a severe injury and other bodily injuries where she's going to need surgery.
What y'all think happened?
I don't even know where to start. So we got a
Somebody
teacher.
had
We got
accident.
a teacher.
Mm-hmm.
Did a student or another teacher
Mm-hmm.
jumped on this person,
Mm-hmm.
and it looks like she's got some injuries. Did this happen at
Greg?
school?
What do you think?
It's a
Or is it
teacher
a
who
dog?
was
Is it a
injured.
dog
Now
that
she's got to
jumped
have. Now she's got to have surgery.
Yeah.
Y'all ready?
I know that.
Oh goodness.
Do you want to know how old the student was?
So it was a student.
Student beat the teacher up.
5-year-old.
5-year-old beat the teacher up.
5-year-old student attacked his teacher
That's a mean 5-year-old.
and put her in the hospital
That's crazy.
on a ventilator.
No.
Luckily, she's back home
What did he
now,
do?
but needs surgery. This is the third time she's had to leave the school in an ambulance because of the same student.
Timeout. The third time. How is he still in school?
Sorry.
That was the
How
teachers
is he
union
still
president
there?
talking about her and explaining
I got
that
news.
he
That
beat
kid
her up.
wouldn't be at my school.
No.
Hey, reckon we're going to have to deal with him the rest of his life? He's got this going at 5.
Right, 5. That's what jumped out to me.
Goodness
a 5-year-old.
gracious.
According to the report, the incident began when 2 students, ages 4 and 5, started throwing things around the pre-K classroom
That is crazy.
and at the teachers, then started flipping over chairs. One of the teachers took the 5-year-old to a smaller cool-down room, and that's where the student
Cool-down
attacked her.
room.
The teacher got on the school radio as she
She should have took him to a light that A up room.
Yeah.
Is where she should have took him, not a cool down room.
Can take me.
Right.
You know.
She said
Well, they can't do anything
She
now.
said she got on the school radio and started
Don't
screaming
think
for
5
help.
Somebody help me!
And that's when an officer responded and found her sitting against a wall, appearing to be in a faint state.
My gracious.
The teacher needed help getting up and was clearly weak and dazed and began coughing and dry heaving. The officer requested a rescue unit respond to the school as the teacher continued to blink and breathe regularly, but was at no point was able to vocally respond and showed signs of slow response. So they took her on in, and apparently she's got issues. And I think it looks like maybe she fell over on something and hit her head on the floor, and that's what really got her. But it was because of this kid. How about that? 5-year-old.
That doesn't even.
I'd send him off somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna be dealing with this kid.
Yeah.
And it says some other things down into the story. It's obvious, I believe, this kid has got maybe some issues
You
here.
think?
Got
in there.
And trying to deal with the aggressive behavior is becoming a handle. But how about
what
the
if you get
5-year-old?
that call about your 5-year-old? Well, he's injured a teacher, and she's in the hospital.
Had to put the teacher on a stretcher.
Yeah.
Take her to the hospital.
And this is
Kindergarten class. I do realize
not the
that.
first time it's happened. That's what's more amazing.
This kid must be something.
But teachers
yeah,
can't. I mean, they can't do. They're in an impossible situation. They
Yeah.
can't do anything.
Looking into the story here, it does confirm that what we thought. The 5-year-old does have special needs and continued to attack the teacher even after she was on the floor and unresponsive.
Yeah.
So that's a sad
Dang.
situation. Terrible.
Crazy.
But 5 years old.
Let's get him out of that school. How
That's
about
what.
that? Let's get him away from others.
He needs to be. Yeah. He doesn't play well.
He needs to have special attention and in an environment that is probably not going to cause this. And I think it just jumped out to me that a 5-year-old put a teacher on a stretcher and in the hospital where she was on a ventilator and needs surgery, and this is the 3rd time it's happened.
Golly. How about that?
That was heartwarming.
Well, y'all couldn't guess it. Well, y'all did guess school and student. Would y'all have ever thought 5-year-old?
No.
No, I did not. That was not on the radar.
We'll take a break. We'll come
Wow.
back. 866 We Be Big is our number. A lot to discuss today. Rick and Bubba join us after top of the hour. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
More, the dancing is okay, and if it's not, like I say, vulgar, but
fans
if
love
it's
it.
fun,
Yeah.
I used to like when what was the receiver for the Giants that would do the Latino dance every time he would score?
Victor Cruz.
Victor
Yeah.
Cruz.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty cool.
See, to me, one of the great, early frontier guys in this that helped to pave the way was Billy White Shoes Johnson.
Oh yeah, he was fantastic.
And it wasn't vulgar, but it was extreme.
Yeah.
And he was creative. Elmo Wright was the first one I ever saw do a dance at all for Kansas City. He would just do like you're doing a high stepping real quick.
Oh, I remember thinking when we were growing up that a guy jumping up, I think it was Dupree for the Cowboys, when he would just do the double pump and go behind, and I thought, well, that's really something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dion had a good one.
Yeah,
And
Dion was good.
Yeah, I'll tell you, the NFL, one of the reasons why they're doing this is they said the referees, we need to take some pressure off them because
They don't know what to
they
call.
need to know what's excessive and what's not, and they feel like actually if they can lay out some rules, then the penalties will actually go down because the referees have a clear line.
I think some of the rule changes is what made these celebrations get a little more R anyway because they can't do groups. Remember when they did groups? It was somewhat creative. You remember the first time you saw them doing campfire? I mean, I thought that was great.
Yeah, I like anything like that.
Or the guy would blow the whole audience sound like a Benny Hinn scene.
Yeah.
They'd line up and he'd give them that.
Yeah, I like too if they do something that's topical, like something that's going on
in
right
the
now.
news.
Yeah. Something in the news.
Yes.
Yeah, that's always good.
Sean Alexander, when he took it to a new intellectual level with the shopping cart, which by the way he was told to do right here on the show by Casio.
I mean, if you push the shopping
Water
cart,
sprinkler.
yeah, any of those are good.
Yeah.
But I think if it's fun, it's fine. If it's vulgar,
Where
it's
were
not.
y'all at with the icky shuffle? Back
It was
in the
good.
day?
I liked it. It was innovative at the time.
I just didn't. I'm not saying I was against it. I just didn't think it was a very good dance.
Yeah.
I didn't.
What would be y'all's celebration? I mean, like if y'all scored, and I'm not going back to when we all played ball. I'm talking about right now. What would your celebration be?
Can I mention just a few
would
more
yours
before
be
we
the,
do that?
The hop and shuffle that you do, Bubba?
The running back for the Cowboys this year,
Ezekiel.
Did you? And they showed it this morning. He runs into the end zone and he sees the giant pot that the Salvation Army has as a promo, and he just jumps in it and hides.
Donation,
you know, stuff like that. I like. I mean, I hate to say it, but I like when they had the T.O. had the pen hid in
Sharpie.
and did an autograph. Just any rocking the baby, all that stuff's funny.
I love the Lambeau
leaps.
Yeah,
fantastic.
Oh yeah, things like that are good.
Yeah, so
See,
stuff that's
and
fun.
the crowd loves that.
But
That's why I think they're hurting. You got to remember entertainment. I don't think it's bad sportsmanship to celebrate a touchdown. That's what we all want.
That's fun. Well, you don't have, as long as you don't have to get vulgar with it. But when you go back to, this is what I don't like, and I hope they resolve this. It's truly the game's on the line. The play is huge, whatever it is, and there's an eruption by the players on the reaction of we just made a play.
Yeah.
And to penalize people that sometimes a game they just won by making a play, and it's clearly spontaneous. It's clearly just a reaction that, hey, we just made the play that's going to win the game. And a referee takes that moment and penalizes somebody. I've just always thought now you're becoming part of the outcome of the game. I mean, they made the play. They're excited about it. It'll settle here in a minute. Calm down.
And I'll say this: I'm not like Speedy asked the question. I probably wouldn't celebrate. I'm not a celebrate guy. But if you're going to let the offense celebrate, dadgummit, you better let the defense. On a sack, I want to see them dancing. Well, I want to see the defense be able to celebrate.
I agree.
Too.
We're really
you got to be consistent.
Just don't stomp the guy on the ground.
Right. You got to be
away
consistent
from him and then celebrate.
Well, I'll say this: defense really is a more emotional side of the ball.
I agree,
anyway.
100% with that.
It is. I mean, because that's all just you're reacting to everything.
Yeah.
So I hope they don't get silly with it.
Yeah.
You know Bubba's little hop and dance he does?
Oh, yeah.
Where he hops it and then he rotates his hip and he hops it.
Oh, yeah.
I got all kinds.
And he bites his tongue or something when he does it. I just wonder if he'll do that.
I got one.
You do?
I got several.
I thought he was going to come up with one, but they're already using it.
You've never seen me do snow angels, have you?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, from the email bag, we got a little.
Well, Rick, we love feedback about the show.
Oh, we love feedback.
This email comes from Chris Martinez. He says, I called to make a comment while you were talking about Joel Doe around 7:20 a.m. For some reason, I got cut off, and I called back. As I was waiting, I got cut off again right before you went to the troll.
Right.
I called back, and the guy who answered the phone was extremely rude. Oh, no. And began to raise his voice, trying to get me to say my comment. Mm-hmm.
9 minutes until top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour. Thank you for tuning in. This portion of the show brought to you by carshield.com/Bubba. You know, nothing worse than that check engine light coming on or knowing you got car issues and you're like, oh boy, how are we going to afford this? We encourage you to have a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba. Whether your car is 5,000 or 150,000 miles, they have monthly coverage options for all your budgets. And they make it easy, too, to get whatever you drive fixed. If you need covered repair of any type, you get to choose the mechanic you trust. Their administrators take care of the rest. Plans even provide rental car options as well as roadside assistance and trip reimbursement, all at no extra cost. Okay, it's pretty simple, folks. They have helped a million drivers, and they're ready to help you. That's why they're America's #1 auto protection company. And getting covered is as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1, just contact carshield.com/Bubba for your free quote. 2, tell them about your vehicle. And then 3, choose the type of protection you need. It's that simple. Go to carshield.com/Bubba. That's carshield.com/Bubba. Join and get covered today at carshield.com/Bubba. If you'd like to call 1-800-391-8888, you can do that. It's going to save you 10% on your plan. So to save 10%, go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 800-391-8888 and that's to save 10%. carshield.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. You can find a link under sponsors. All right. I know that there's not many places worse than a porta potty. When you find yourself in a handle and you're looking around and you find a porta potty and you're like, you open that door and you're like, what am I going to find?
Quite a little world you step in.
What am I going to find? And I understand you got
a bad porta potty story here.
Oh boy!
And it also starts off as Florida man.
It does. Okay.
A Florida man was crushed to death by a bulldozer while he was using a porta potty.
Well, good night. I wasn't expecting that.
Aaron Henderson, 40, was killed Friday evening when he was working as a traffic control contractor at a landfill where they were bringing in a bunch of dirt and stuff. He was working as a spotter on the site. Anyways, at the end of the day, they were putting the equipment up to park it, and the operator said he came up an embankment and the blade was slightly up and it blocked his view, and he turned and ran right over it. Of course, he got out to check, and don't you know that was quite a scene.
Oh my goodness!
But wow, what a way to go! You're in a porta potty,
and you don't want to be in there, and then you get crushed to death.
You get crushed by a bulldozer. That's terrible. How about the bulldozer guy? I reckon that.
Oh, well, he got out and ran to the potty, and
he said he ran. He didn't realize he'd hit it till he ran over it.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, wow.
He opened the door and saw he was unresponsive.
Oh my goodness!
Horrible.
That's quite a story.
You know that you just pray that
you
pray the good Lord takes you just instantly.
Yeah,
you don't want to suffer in there.
You already think you're having a bad day because you're in a porta potty.
Yeah, they're not. Mm-hmm. That's not a
good place.
Experience.
Yeah. Not a good
Especially
place.
if it's been there a minute.
I've been working all morning. Now I'm in a porta potty, and I'm dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, how about that?
From a bulldozer.
Yeah,
ran over me.
I wonder, did he never see it coming and it just
right? Because you would.
That's what I want to think.
You would hear a bulldozer getting close.
You would.
I mean,
but
he's
probably
have
around
headphones.
it.
What if he's in the headphones in? He's singing his favorite song or something, listening to it, and things change.
Good night.
You know,
Speedy really took me there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, think about your
what was
favorite
the last
song
thing he was listening to or heard.
And I know I'm not going to ask the question. We're wondering.
Number 2 or number 1? Yeah. I was wondering that too.
Yeah. Well, what if he's having to hold an air squat because he's doing 2? Man, that's tough. Because I would think if he's doing 1, he might have a chance. He hears it and he can jump out.
Yeah,
real
but he
quick.
probably don't think it's going to run over him.
Maybe he just. I don't know.
It's a tough situation.
Does it say, Greg? Help me out here. It's obviously a construction site or something.
Yes.
It was at a
Yeah. So there's
industrial.
So the loud noise maybe is just part of his day. So he didn't think anything about it.
In fact, the day was over and they were all parking the equipment when it happened.
Oh.
So
wow. So you sound like you were there. But.
Yeah, I've read up on it.
Let me ask you a question. How long can you hold your breath, do you think?
Not as long as I
don't think
used
that
to
would
be
help
able to.
in this situation.
Well, the last time I was in a porta potty, I tried to hold my breath, and I didn't make it as long as I wanted to.
If you're lucky and you get one, and they're still gross even when they hadn't been used.
Right.
But boy, you get one that's been on site for a few days.
Yeah.
And it's time to be cleaned.
Oh yeah.
If there's ever
to you.
a time where I have to clean up, and this could be kids or dog.
And don't look off.
Don't look. I looked.
If I have to clean up, let's just say it, vomit.
Stop.
I have to hold.
Greg,
Well, you ask
Helmsley.
how long. You ask the question, how long can I hold my breath?
Right. Yeah.
So I'm trying to think of the moments over the last few years. I've not gotten a pool and went, "Hey kids, watch this," and held my breath.
Yeah.
So it's got to be in these moments where I don't want to smell something or I feel like I'm going to gag, and it would be kids vomiting or maybe dog pooping or something like that in the house I got to clean up. And
like
I will say this, I can't hold my breath near as long as I used to.
Yeah.
I feel like I have to bail out and come back in again for a second.
Do y'all think
I
like
used to hold my
currently?
breath a long time.
I did too.
Swimming pool.
Let's start low. Do y'all think y'all could hold yourself?
Hold yourself.
Do y'all think you could
Speedy, you could do that all day.
Speedy, you've got the world record on that one.
Do y'all think you could hold your breath for 30 seconds?
Yes.
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see.
I might pass out, but yeah.
All right. Here we go.
30
You
seconds.
get 30 seconds is nothing.
All right. Well, I said let's start low.
Are we doing this?
Yeah.
No, you
ready?
actually said hold yourself.
Right. Well,
Yeah, that's true.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Hold your breath. All right. See what y'all can do here. Don't you breathe. So you hold your nose like a little girl? Okay. I'm sorry. So sorry for all you girls that hold your breath. Don't y'all? I'm looking to see if you go. You're at 10 seconds. Hold it. Don't you breathe. 20 seconds. 22. 25. Hold it. Don't you breathe. 8. 9, Mark 30.
It's a little tougher than I wanted to be.
He's continuing.
Well, I didn't know we were doing that.
Greg's showing out.
And by the way,
35. Good job, buddy.
Yeah, I think I could probably I could go a minute and that's it.
I didn't enjoy it.
I was holding my nose
Do you hold your
because I
nose
didn't
when
want
you
my
jump in the water too?
No,
what about that move?
So I didn't realize we could actually breathe. If we could breathe out of our nose, I'm going a lot longer than we just did.
Well, no, you can't breathe out of your nose.
Breathing.
You have to hold your nose. I mean, you can't.
If you take a breath.
Mm-hmm. Right.
No.
That's why I was holding my nose because it's normal
you must
for
have
me.
Something loose in
it's
there.
normal. Now, what the heck are you talking about? So when you're
Mine doesn't do that.
when you're underwater,
I don't blow bubbles out.
that's how you stay longer,
No,
Greg.
No, I just.
What are you talking about? So you don't release any of the
You're
air?
not holding your breath if you're blowing bubbles.
That's why I was holding my nose.
Well, that's what I'm saying though. When you go into the water,
yes,
I just
did.
hold my breath. I don't blow bubbles out of my nose.
Greg, you're missing the point of this whole thing.
You're
But
not holding
blow-
your breath if air's coming out.
Correct. That's why I was
but you
holding
have to
my
hold
nose.
your nose to keep air from coming out.
Yes.
I don't.
I think I do.
I would tell you this. I was shocked when I looked over and you were holding your nose.
Well, I wanted to do it right.
Right. I just.
No, I don't have to hold my nose to hold my breath.
I think I do because the air releases them through my nose.
What about when you do
But
what
if
I
you're
said?
underwater,
do?
you don't get to stay long because you're blowing it all out. So
Well,
I can stay in the water for like
gently
10
release
days.
it. I guess I can control it.
Right. I was shocked when I looked over and saw you.
I
holding your
pictured you
nose.
coming off the diving board holding his nose.
He does. And he probably crosses his legs and.
Y'all don't know about me at the Glencoe pool.
What about them?
Mr. Gaynor.
He wears that clip on his nose.
Yeah.
He had hairy legs.
Once you get back to holding yourself.
Well, I can't believe I said that.
You
do that.
Rick and Bubba.
Say it. I told him, never mind.
Say it.
I understand that
Say
this
it.
is a high-paced environment, and I'm not a sensitive, emotional baby. But I'd prefer not to be yelled at by your interns or whoever is screening calls. Just thought you and Rick would want to know.
Say it. Say it.
This was going to be my first time calling, but
Doggone
after waiting for an hour, being cut off twice, and then treated rudely,
Oh,
it will most likely be my last.
Say it.
Love you guys. The show is great, but I'm not calling anymore.
wow. Who's the male? Oh, there he is.
This is from Chris, who is a retired U.S. Army.
I didn't think we had. I didn't know who the male call screener was, and then all of a sudden it dawned on me it was Adler.
That would be me.
You
guys.
scream and say it at people.
Yeah. So the guy's like, I've got a comment for the guys. I'm like, cool. What is it? He's like,
former Army.
I wanted to tell him something about something. I'm like, what is it that you're gonna say? He's like, well, I mean, I heard them talking about. I'm just like, just say what you're gonna say, man.
Did you
That's
scream
what
at
I'm
him?
here for.
At that
Say
point,
what
you're
gonna
screaming, say it.
Say it.
I go, say what you're gonna say. Say it.
That's my sign. How about that?
It's a high-paced environment, buddy. Is it snowing in the room you are? You snowflake? how's the weather where you're at? Looks like it's snowing.
This is U.S. Army retired, Adler.
Look, I'm
That doesn't
sorry,
give him a
sir,
pass
that-
to be a DA.
Look, I'm just real. I apologize that I seemed like mean or gruff. It's nothing personal at all. You just needed to say what you're going
Well,
to
he's never
say.
call him back.
Well, you know how when like
may
you're
not
listening
be.
to the show and the people don't pick up or people don't answer. You know how frustrating that is.
Oh, yeah.
We're trying to avoid that. So I'm sorry, man, but I am gonna be
scream?
rough. I'm gonna be rough. If you're just like, I wanted to say something to the guys. Cool. What is it?
Catch me outside. How about that?
You
Also-
seem a little tense about it all.
Yeah,
I mean-
easy. I mean, wait a minute. I just want to see if I have this right. So,
You rough talk a former
yeah.
military man on
Right.
the phone?
we just have a guy that said he didn't want to be screamed at by Adler.
Yeah.
And
I'm
Rick,
rough
hey,
and
never
tough
call
on
him
phones.
back. He's never calling
Yeah.
back.
I'm rough and tough on the phones.
You know,
That's
we
just the
need
deal.
listeners, Adler. We don't
Right,
want to
right.
run them off.
Right.
And guys, you can't call in and be like, yeah, I wanted to talk about the NFL. You can't do that. I'm like, cool, good. What are you going to say? I got a joke about the NFL.
Yeah.
Awesome, great. What is that joke? That's the whole point of the whole thing. We're all trying to get out there, and we need to know what you're going to say. You got to be specific. It's not like you're going to ruin the
Screening.
joke to me.
Yeah.
You're not going to ruin the joke for me. That's fine. I just need to know what the joke is so I can know that it's safe to put you up on the air and to give you a chance to maybe have a practice run on that joke as well. I mean,
Yeah,
maybe to give you a practice run to say your
you're big
comment
hearted.
as well.
Can I ask a question? Maybe I've missed it here in this, but why are you screening phone calls? I thought you did TV.
Well, sometimes you got to do. Sometimes you got to carry a lot.
I told you why he's doing it.
Sometimes you got to wear a lot of hats. I
Right.
wear a lot of hats around here. That's fine.
I think it's awesome what you're doing.
TV producer, call screener, punching bag. I wear a lot of hats around here.
Oh, so you're letting some of the interns practice switching.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Lots
Training
of that.
them for TV.
That's
There
right.
it is.
There you go.
So sorry if I yelled at you on the phone. It truly is not personal. You just got to be ready. You got to be ready.
So what you're saying is you went in to be a call screener, not a call taker.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Which we need.
There's a difference. But you have to be nice, though.
Well,
Were
there's
you
no
shouting,
time.
say it?
Yeah, say what you're gonna say. Say it.
So did you? I know that little frustrated voice you get in. Did you get in that one?
I did. Y'all.
It's the one like when you get mad at Greg.
We get calls all the time. It's
Right.
like, hey, let me talk to Rick.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
he's doing a radio show right now.
No, that explains what my cousin said I hi-hatted him other day.
We've had some great phone screening examples. At least
So
you
sorry
didn't
if
screen
I'm-
out Sean Hannity. You wouldn't let him through.
Well,
Yeah, that happened one time.
Sorry if I'm rough and
When-
tough, but I'm a rough and tough guy.
When he
So,
came up to us and
That's
said,
you.
"Hey, I've been trying to call you guys, but some girl named Peaches won't let me through."
Yeah, then one of them made, what is it, Montgomery Gentry?
Oh,
the band,
yeah.
one of them.
It cost us that relationship.
Yeah. Hung up.
Yeah.
He hung
Of
up.
course, he was a little oversensitive.
He was. You don't know who I am or what I sound like?
Well, if you don't know, boom, I'm out.
Yeah, that was that relationship was never the same.
No,
Well,
right.
of all
Well, it was a
that's
little thrown
really
together.
Pretty
of
much
all-
ended.
Of all that was not our fault. That's one of them. I mean, that was bizarre.
Well, when you go to an event and like Montgomery Gentry guy says, I'm going to call the show tomorrow, you don't think it's going to happen.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And then it happens, and the call screener doesn't know. He didn't know who it is, or she, or whatever it was. And Ada would have probably screamed at him.
Yeah.
What band? What band are you in?
What band?
Are you Montgomery or Gentry?
So I just screened a call just now. Just ran in there, screened another one, and it was an inappropriate joke. So I'm glad I screened that out.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to do that.
You do.
That's good. Yeah, are you giving him
Did Bama
motivation?
Mark, did Bama Mark call again?
He gave us some political talk this morning.
Did he really? Yeah.
Christmas time.
So,
There's nothing better than talking to him before he really gets awake and going. Because
Ricky got talking about
Is that different than what we usually
I was
do?
about to say.
yeah, believe
he
it or
was
not.
talking about the nominee for the Supreme Court. He was all defending him. I said, "What's his name?" I don't know his name. And I said, "You don't even know who he is."
I just want to be sure.
Even if you know it, ain't easy to say.
I want to be sure I have this right. Did we just have a military man saying, I'm really upset about Eddie Van Adler hollering at me?
Yeah,
He did.
I'm afraid Eddie Van Adler rough talked a retired military.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba,
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba,
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
It's 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. A brand new hour has begun. Thank you for being with us. This hour starts with our national anthem. is 8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Excited about going forward and chatting with you. We got a lot of updates today. A lot of updates on questions that were out before us yesterday. And we'll answer some of those today. Wheel of Meat still in play. Derek Carr will be our guest today. We'll chat with him about a lot of things, including a potential opportunity if you wanted to go to a men's conference in Sin City, Las Vegas. Derek Carr has put that together since he's playing there now. We'll tell you about that and interview Derek about all things Derek Carr today on the program. The gang's all here. Hope you enjoyed the kickoff hour. And now we bring in the other half of the two sexiest fat men alive, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as a Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into another edition of Rick and Bubba.
Full of deals here. She got... You can lay down and get run over.
Life hit you like a truck.
Yeah, you gotta rise up,
like
baby. Gotta rise up. All right, so, Bub, I know you have mounds of updates today.
Well, we covered a lot of topics yesterday,
we did.
And that usually continues post show.
Yeah.
Some form, and this audience is amazing.
Love
I mean, they're
Love
a well of information.
Yep.
And always learning a lot from them, and appreciate that. And
there's very few of them that I'd trade to another show. Very few.
Yeah,
right.
I guess I was taken back a little bit. I know people are rude, and I've seen rude people, and we've all dealt with rude people,
right.
And we've probably been the rude people.
Yeah,
right
of course. I have definitely been rude from time to time.
But I had no idea that it was so widespread with our service industry that's one reason people don't want to be in it. They're just sick of people that they have to deal with.
Yeah, well, human beings, it's like, I don't know if a generation of parents just got lazy with it, but there's some basic social skills that we just stopped passing on. I mean, the way you heard me say, I've had children, and they don't say it to me like they're trying to be defiant. They say it to me like nobody ever taught them any better. They don't know how to be appropriate. They don't understand the way you treat someone that's waiting on you. They don't understand the way you treat somebody in authority. They don't understand the way you treat an adult, the elderly.
They didn't have my mom. I know that.
Well, I know, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
My hiney tore up.
Children don't know these things on their own. They naturally will not do it. So that's the reason why they have to be taught to do it.
What did your parents? We'll cover it in detail. We've got a lot of those to talk about. Also, we've got a product that's becoming. I keep seeing it being advertised. I want to ask anybody if they've used it yet, and it's a hot topic that everybody loves to cover: earwax.
Nice.
And
That's a fun one. By the way, and I'll save it for that conversation because one of the things on that topic, which I can't believe you said that, I thought about the other day. I thought, you know how sometimes we come to a conclusion on something and it seems like everybody just ignores it. We came to that conclusion, kind of like masks. But one thing I'm interested in too with the new move to the studio. We're now in month 3 of being here, and is that I've noticed that unlike the 14 years we spent at the Broadcast Plaza, and I'd like to ask everybody, I've noticed nobody has settled into their parking spot. Everybody keeps moving around. And there's plenty available. When we get here, we don't have any problem. Have y'all not found one you like yet? Is nobody?
Are you in the same one and we're moving around?
No, I find myself doing the same thing, and I'm like, are we just? We haven't settled in, Like now, I will tell you this: I've decided in the big truck that I will not back out. I will back in to a spot where I come out
Rick,
forward.
that's standard big truck.
But then the other day, you pulled up. You were sitting up here by the sidewalk, and I thought, well, Bubba's all over the road. He's not he's not settled.
Yeah, well, I'm not.
And today you're in a different spot. Today, sometimes you'll be far down. Sometimes you'll be up this way. What's going on with us?
Well, I can
want
tell
you to guess what you think I'm doing. By the way,
I know when they have any rain in the forecast, these two right here, for some reason, want to get close to the door because they don't want to get wet.
Well, not only that, but if you'll notice, I have parked strategically where I don't have to get on the grass.
Right.
I can walk on the sidewalk, get in my car, and never have to get the wet grass.
Are you staying in the same spot every day?
So I'm pretty much the same.
I am too.
There's two rain.
You'll move around though.
Hey, there's two rain spots
on where you are back there.
Rare.
Yeah.
There's two rain spots. One of them's right here.
If I leave during the show,
sidewalk goes right there, and then there's one on this side, and I'm in one of those two. If there's rain,
so
in the
you've
forecast.
narrowed it down to how many?
About 10.
Greg, you think you found your spot?
Well, I don't know if it's the exact one, but there's a little area, one of those three, but they're the same area.
I am to the left of the light pole out there. I'm in the same.
I pulled
Did
down.
you found your spot?
Let me tell you what I do every morning.
Bubba, you have not found your spot because I've noticed.
Yeah.
Well, I have two areas that I park in. I have the normal area, which is what I'm in now, and it can shift 3 or 4 spots either way. Yeah. And then I have, it looks like it's going to pour cats and dogs area, and I park kind of like Helms, close as I can. If you're on the pavement or sidewalk, fine. I don't always make that a prerequisite, but I do try to get closer to the door.
Adler, have you found your spot?
Yes, I found my spot because, one, the sidewalk thing. I've got a path all the way to my passenger door on this far spot. And then also I'm parking right here because I noticed if somebody else parks here, I make eye contact with them when they pull in, and because it's right outside the window. And I kept making eye contact with people.
You take it so they can't.
I've kept making eye contact with people. They pull in, I'd be like, hey, good morning. We're both puffy-faced, tired people. Hey. And I was like, I can't do this anymore, so I park right there.
All right, so we're finding our spots.
I go, I get here, and I usually get here first, I take the nose of the truck and pull up at the front door and then back straight up into whatever space is behind
you've got yours down.
Yeah.
And
if I leave during the show, like if I got a long day and come back, I end up in a different space a lot of times.
Now, if it's not raining, I will back in between Speedy and Greg.
Yeah.
Okay. Because it's throwing me off a little bit because I'm the last one that gets here. So what y'all do affects what I do.
Right.
You know, and so
I
look at the design and I go, okay, I guess these are my options.
I love the fact that
Rick, really, for me, it's so wide open when I get here, I can't remember what spot I parked in.
Yeah.
It's almost like we're overwhelmed by so many spots.
Yeah. I'm intrigued that y'all would park closer when it's raining when really if you park, it's not that far away.
Yeah, it is for me.
Yeah.
That's a lot of more water on me.
You realize the slow as he walks, how wet he can get.
Rick and Bubba, Rick
That's
and
it.
Bubba.
Adler will save that.
You would think all that guy's probably been through that Adler wouldn't have been a difficult mountain to climb. But I mean, but you mean about on the phones though? Maybe he comes because you don't know. I mean,
well, he's feisty
behind that phone, behind that handset.
It can be
He's a big
frustrating
man.
over there behind that wall.
Oh, I know.
It can.
I know.
It'd be real frustrating.
That's why
I normally just hang up if they're not getting to. I don't holler. I just hang up on them because here's the deal. If I have to hang up on you, probably not going to go to you anyway.
Probably
you know
not.
what I mean?
Well,
so that's just what I do.
Everybody does it a little bit different, but we've listened to people who phone screen on other national shows, and I think ours are the most understanding of any of them.
Oh, look,
they'll slam you down in a minute on hand.
Oh, I thought I was going to be sharp and call Rush one day.
Yeah.
I really thought I was something. Next thing I knew, I was completely hung up on it. They'd moved on.
You had a dial tone in you.
No, I don't think so. Boom, went to the next one.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now, are we going to let people call in if they want to be rough talked by Adler?
I got a text here. I got a text from one of our friends. Did you get it? About concerning Adler?
Well, I did get an email back from the gentleman involved. He said, I had to step into a meeting, but something must have happened because my phone's blowing up.
Oh,
with
really?
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what it is Adler's challenged you to the step out challenge.
He wants you to call back.
No.
He said, if you're a man, call back.
Challenge me?
No, Adler. I was telling that guy that Adler's challenged him.
I wouldn't challenge him.
No.
I don't think.
Yeah, Adler, I wouldn't either. He's like a wiry little animal.
No, I mean
he's
the
like a
military
woodland
guy.
creature.
I know. All right, here it is. This is the text, and Adler, you really need to ponder this, fellas. I think it's sad. Adler has become the one thing he hates. Greg.
He has. Gosh, I forgot about that.
I guess you're right.
You know what? He is somebody else's Greg.
That's excellent.
Hey, I will tell you this,
Chris, I'm sorry.
Rick. I don't know.
Chris
if
on
you'll-
Chris crime. No, we can't have it.
And we can't.
I don't know if you'll grant
A
this.
Chris
or not.
divided can't stand.
No, we
Rick.
cannot.
But if he could come into that microphone right over to my left, okay, guest two over there, and screen live, and y'all just sit here and be quiet, and let him screen live, and let us all experience what he goes through in there.
Oh, I like this.
That's pretty good.
How can
then
you
he-
screen live
he
from
can-
right there?
You can take
He's
them.
you're gonna take
Well,
the
you
call.
take
You're
the
gonna
call.
go, hey,
Well,
Rick and Bubba show, and then if he agrees, then he passes him
What
right
if
over to you.
What if you just
This is
take the
excellent.
wireless mic and set it up in there, and anytime you want to, you pot up to hear what he's saying in there? That would be better.
Yeah,
see.
but we
Yeah, but you
couldn't
can't hear what they're saying.
I know that might be better. You could just hear what he's saying.
So we can we can have him screen here on the air if we want to
I
and
like
see how
that,
he's doing.
Speedy. That's
and,
excellent.
And let him
That's
come
SAR likes what it is.
in. It is.
If he would just do it through a bullhorn.
Oh, the whole time, never come out of
So
it.
how do you take
coulda
the
had
calls?
mine.
How do you start out? Do you do Hello Rick and Bubba show? We had a complaint.
waste time
You
on
can't
that.
waste time, Rick.
Can't waste on no. We can't waste on. Okay, here's how. I'm sorry, intern. I'm gonna throw you under the bus hard. I'm gonna throw you under the bus.
He has
real hard
become
right
Greg.
Yeah, look, he is.
Yes. Good morning, Rick and Bubba show.
Yeah.
No wasted words.
What
It is.
Let's all just punch ourselves in the face while we're at it.
What are you talking about?
Here's the thing, too, and when you do that, when you do what he just said, it establishes that you actually want to have a long conversation with him.
It does.
So you got to say, Rick and Bubba show, name and where you calling from.
Right off the
out
bat.
gate.
Right off the bat.
All right.
Rick and Bubba, what's your name? Where you calling from? That's how I answer the phones. Rick and Bubba, what's your name? Where you calling from? That's it.
And
if
then
you
when they answer, then you say,
What do you want to talk about?
Topic?
Yeah, if they start like talking too, like
What's
saying
your comment?
the other day you guys were, I'm like, no, stop.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter anything. Even if you're having like a technical problem, it really doesn't matter. Rick and Bubba, what's your name? Where you're calling from? That way I can get that info up
Why
on the
you ever
board.
such a jerk about
Well, you got to be a jerk, Greg. You know, you of all people should know this, Greg.
I get
Sometimes
it.
you got to be
I
a
get
jerk.
it.
But
101 over
Adler,
here.
you realize you've turned into Greg
You're
to
Greg.
other people.
Hey, the call screening room is not a place to make friends.
It's
right,
not.
Adler?
Thank you. Thank you. It's not.
All right. You
We
want to
ain't building
do you want
bridges
to take
in
one?
there.
Sure,
If
sure.
you want Adler to screen your call right now, 866 We Be Big, and we'll let you screen some live. You want to?
Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
All right. You ready? Here we
Yeah,
go. When I can you tell that I'm answering it?
Sure, sure.
All right, and go.
Rick and Bubba, what's your name? Where you calling from? Go. Rick and Bubba, what's your name? Where you calling from?
I'm all in, Jack. I'm all in.
It's this guy. It's this guy.
The guy referred to as this guy.
Okay. What's your name? What's your name?
Hey,
What's your name? Where you're calling from?
Got a
What's
few problems. This is Roy from Missouri. You got a few problems at home, Adler? She won't let you say anything? What's the problem?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us today. All right. So we do have some updates on stuff from yesterday. Bubba, do you want to dive into any of those?
Rick, let's start with the where have all the workers gone?
All right. Is that your first update you got? Where
have
all the workers gone?
You know, we had a couple of very lively segments on that were eye-opening in a lot of ways.
Yeah, sure.
And that that's why I love our audience. They can they can bring a lot of information to the table,
Yeah, they
and
can.
it continued even after the show with a ton of emails about it.
Yep.
But I was shocked at how many people gave the primary reason that they did not want to work in the service industry anymore was the rudeness of the customers.
Is that also? I mean, it certainly people have lost social skills. We talked about that too. But have we gotten softer too? We can't handle.
Well,
it?
I was wondering that
because
too.
I had people be mean to me my whole life, but I learned to deal with it.
It's both sides of the equation. That's what I was.
It's a perfect
wondering.
storm, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I like to be nice to people who are handling my food.
Yeah, I do too. It's kind of a
right.
rule
But what
I
I'm talking
have.
about is, did you ever go through your life never encountering rude, mean people?
I know what you're saying. You're saying are people look too sensitive because you got a rude customer?
People have lost basic kindness and social skills. That's one end of the spectrum. But on the other end, we also are we're much softer people.
I agree with that.
And we like to be a victim, and we like to get our feelings hurt.
Oh, really?
Well, I can't.
Yes.
So
I
that
can't.
combination may be, and I'm not saying it's okay to be rude, but I just don't know that I can create an environment where nobody's ever mean to you.
That's right. And and there's no law against being a jerk.
You have to kind of take these things
Thank goodness.
line by line. Let's start with the rude customers.
All
Okay,
right.
We will assume there's some of that of what you're talking about, but let's focus on the customer end. Hey, people, why y'all being so rude out there? Come on. Don't make me give the speech like at the end of Scrooge. Come on, we're all in this together here.
But is
Your reference Scrooged a lot. I mean,
it's a great movie.
It's a lot
It's a
there.
great
There's a
movie.
lot of life lessons.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just don't know why everybody is. I mean, I know that people think, well, this is hard-earned money and it costs more than ever, so I deserve a certain level of competence in it. I got that, but there's also the part of you being rude is not probably going to help the situation out. I mean, I thought people understood basic psychology that most people are going to try to help you if they like you as opposed to if they don't like you, right? I mean, am I wrong in that?
Right.
I mean, you want to be, there's situations, obviously, you can't please everybody. But, I mean, I just don't know why so many people want to be so rude now. Even on our worst day, we're way ahead of the game here in the old USA. So, why the sour grapes on everybody, What's the deal?
Well, it's
we talking about manners too a minute ago. What did your parents tell you when you answered and you didn't use the proper sir or ma'am or all of that?
That was not good.
No,
But
we were corrected
I
very
remember my
much.
folks, I think they would say, you want to put a handle on that? And I go, yes, sir, instead of just yes.
Right, yeah.
I think that was the term they used, put a handle on it. Did
Yeah.
y'all ever get that?
I don't remember that one. Mine was
You want to put a handle on that? Yes, sir,
Yes.
I do.
Our
Yes,
response,
I do.
our response would always be if what we would hear if we did say like yeah, we'd hear back yeah, and we knew immediately we need to correct this.
That would be
Need to correct
yes.
Who you
sir,
talking to?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, who you think you're talking to?
Yeah.
That was a big one.
What'd you say?
And let me tell you, it was.
Yeah.
Let
You
me
put
tell
a
you.
handle on that?
Well, it goes back to what you're saying, Bubba.
Yes, sir.
It was worse. It was bad to not do it to your own parents. It was worse if you said something like that to another adult.
Yeah,
it was
because-
even worse.
because my parents felt like it was reflection on them that I was not trained properly, and they didn't appreciate that at all.
I might have yelled one other adult, I guess, at one time, but I think it was so severe I never did it again.
And did y'all ever do this? It was so ingrained in you that when you got older, when you probably weren't required to say it, you still said to people who were like 10 years older than
Absolutely,
you. And you
I
didn't
do.
realize you were that close to them.
I
They're
still-
looking at you
I
like,
still
well,
do
it today.
I still do it. Yeah.
I'm 55 and I'm calling somebody sir.
And I understand this too. People that would refer to me as Mr. Bussy, which I'm just now kind of getting to that age anyway. But you a lot of times you didn't want to be called that, and I'd say you don't have to call me that.
Yeah, and you remember I've talked about that before, and I think that's a mistake on our part when we do that.
Well, I understand, but and we've done it too to people, and you'd call them like Mr. Burgess, and they'd say, "No, that was my dad. Just call me Rick or whatever."
But that's usually
And-
somebody
yeah.
around your age.
Right.
Yeah, but what I started realizing when a 20-year-old intern is talking to a 57-year-old man, he should say sir.
Yeah. Well, that,
and he should call me Mr. Burgess.
Yeah, in most cases.
Yeah. So I mean, just to help them in life, I don't care whether they, I mean, I'm not. I don't. They don't have to do that to me. I'm just saying I think that's the proper
Good
training
habit to be in.
Yeah.
Does the yes sir, no sir, yes ma'am, no ma'am, is that a Southern thing, or is it, and I still teach my kids that, correct?
Sure.
2 of them yesterday on this very front.
But is that something that we have just held on to in the South and it goes on nowhere else? Or is it still prominent around our country?
Well, I understand what you're saying, but somebody needs to have a version of it because I don't care where you are. When a snotty little kid says to an adult, yeah, huh,
I get that.
No,
Yeah.
I don't know what you need to say if you don't like ma'am or sir.
Yeah.
You don't. That's not appropriate.
Yeah.
I cannot stand to see a kid
And I
do
don't
that.
think it's.
I hate when a kid does it.
I don't think it's when they're saying ma'am or sir. I don't think that bothers them. I think it's just our culture that we're doing it. Am I wrong in that?
Somebody, when I was a kid, one of our friends had been up north, they had family up there, and came back and told a story. I may imagine this, that he said yes, ma'am, to a woman, and she was offended by it.
See, I think that is a thing that we do. I think it's a good thing we do. Don't get me wrong. I don't want it to go away. I'm just saying I think some people, and when we have these folks coming from the north and coming from California, these things are not taught because they're not.
Right.
They don't do it.
Yeah.
I think they're still teaching some of their kids to be respectful. I just don't think that's part of their customs.
Yeah. Well, tell me what the other way to do it is.
Yeah, I'd like to know
as long
too.
as you're teaching them how to be respectful, I'm fine. You don't have to do ma'am and sir is not your thing, but do something.
That's
don't let
minimal.
Them
That's minimal respect.
Don't let them talk to me like they're equal to me.
Rick and Bubba.
Thank you, Roy, for your constructive
hear
marriage
me?
advice.
All right,
Wait,
would
you quit screening in there? Yeah, hey, don't screen. Don't screen. Don't screen the calls. Okay, all right, here we go.
Let's try it.
You talking about ACT
There's nothing worse, and I think it's a penalty of double screen. All right, here we
It
go.
is, Rick. You
Here we
can't
go.
double screen.
You can't move and screen.
Time will
Are you
stand
ready?
still.
Rick and Bubba, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, it's William.
William, where are you from, bud?
Wildwater Well.
Okay, William. All right, William. That's not what we're doing right now, buddy. That's not what we're doing right now.
Let's try it again.
All right, let's try it
you're
again.
rude. All right, here we
No
go.
wonder I'm rude, right?
All right, go.
Here we go. Rick and Bubba, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Jamie, I'm just here for my
Jamie.
rough talking.
Jamie, where are you from, bud?
Fort Payne.
And what's your comment for the show? Go. What's your comment for the
Say that
show?
again?
Go. What's your comment for the show? Go.
I want to be rough talk. I want to be rough talk.
Well, that's what I'm doing right now, pal.
Wow, it's a proud moment for me.
It is, Greg. Look at you.
It's finally evolved.
All right, you ready? Here we go.
All right, here we go. Rick and Bubba, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, could you?
What's your name? Where are you calling from? What's your name? What is your name? Where are you calling from?
Adler. I need a DJ.
That's good, too.
I don't DJ anymore.
Oh man, come
My
on.
DJ days are done, buddy. That's the old me
right,
when I had joy.
Yeah, you had to book him in advance before you retired, right?
All right, and go.
Rick and Bubba, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Man, this is Curtis. I'm on my way down there to open up a can of whoop. You know what? I'm gonna be on you like stink on a dog turd.
Okay.
He
Where
thought
are
the
you?
guy's name was Curtis too.
Muffled Roy is what it sounded
I
like.
think it was Muffled Roy. Look, if the amount of time this show's on the air and the amount of times Roy calls, Roy is retired.
He is. He
gotta
absolutely.
be.
You hear me? Roy has no.
And he's got a demon dollar.
He does.
You hear me?
You hear me? He probably
Bought
wins,
it from
he
Brad
probably
Law.
wins multiple times on the Wheel of Meat as well.
Right.
All right, go ahead.
Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name and where are you calling from?
I see. That boy is as sharp as a basketball.
Okay. That was terrible.
No wonder.
That was terrible, man.
By the way, I realize these callers do create monsters.
They do. You know, spend a little time with them.
Look, I've tried to name interns.
Oh,
God. And
Rick and Bubba, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Brandon and from Detroit.
Brandon, Detroit. What's your comment for the show? Go.
Huh? None. I just wanted to say Brandon from Detroit.
They're not just doing shout-outs right now.
buddy.
Thanks for calling,
all right,
buddy.
see, we pulled the curtain back there. You see why people become so hardened when they leave. So he tells them, "What's your comment? Go."
What's your comment? Go. A little bit. Well, the other day I was watching Fox News. I'm like, I don't care about what you were doing. Just tell me what is the stinking topic. This is like Twitter. You got 140 characters. Go. Go.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And transforming the Manhattan skyline, and those plans have been revealed, described as the longest building in the world. The concept drawings reveal a skyscraper reaching an apex, then curving back down, featuring an elevator system that can travel in curves.
How about that?
Horizontally and in loops. Have you seen this thing?
Yeah, I saw the picture of it, Rick. They call it the Big Bend.
Yeah.
And it looks like it would be on the edge of Central Park. But for those of you who have not seen the picture, imagine a paper clip sticking in the ground.
Yeah.
And you have the big loop without the middle piece in it. And it's like a big upside down elongated U stuck in the ground.
Yeah, it looks like
pretty cool looking, isn't it?
It is, but I'm thinking, all right, I can see how the buildings work on each side. How do those windows and buildings? They're in the curve. What am I? Am I just looking like right as it's curving? Am I?
Well, the windows are below your feet and above your head at some point.
Yeah,
there, I'm sure they wouldn't. They can do wonders inside those things. And the thing is, the elevator would have to go up, go over, and then go back down, which would be kind of cool. I mean, it'd be an engineering feat, but I'm sure they know how to do it.
4,000 feet long.
Yeah, from one bottom to the other bottom.
Can you imagine? And the way that they think the bend will now help them with some of the zoning laws, trying to, I guess they're trying to dictate how they want the buildings to be designed and how they're looking, and they think this kind of works its way.
Now,
Rick,
Rick,
no pun intended.
Now think
it curves
about,
around it.
Yeah, this thing is as tall or a little bit taller, it looked like, than the Freedom Tower.
It's
so
big.
It would be the tallest thing in New York.
I mean, it's
one of the
by
tallest in the
far.
world.
Yeah. "35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. As we make our way back, and we thank you for being with us. Relief Factor in the Rick and Bubba Show. Man, we've been partnering for a long time, and you know why? It's a great product. I take it every day. I've already taken my first dose today. Nancy, who lives in Springfield, Illinois, agrees. She listens to us on a TuneIn app. She said, I've been having discomfort for some time with arthritis in my hip, as well as both hands. I was searching for something to help stop the pain. I tried, ibuprofen, all the over-the-counter stuff, but didn't do any good. I tried the creams, didn't do any good. But I heard you guys talking about this Relief Factor and something about a 3-week deal, so I checked into it, and she's talking about the 3-week quick start pack. And I've been using Relief Factor now since early January, and I felt a huge difference in the pain level. I walk without any pain whatsoever now. My fingers and both wrists move without this pain going up my arms. Thank you, guys. The product really works, just like you said it would. Thank you for pointing me to it. You're welcome, Nancy. Would you like to get some? It's all natural, meaning some of the over-the-counter stuff, they were never, the people who put this stuff together, they didn't ever want that to be your lifestyle where you're taking those things every day, because that's not what they're designed for, because you can overuse them. Then, of course, we know some of the opioids and the addictive properties there. That can be dangerous. Plus, sometimes you don't like the way that makes you feel. So what about something natural? That would be the best of all worlds, and it works for most people that try the Quick Start Pack. So I hope it's going to work for you. So go to ReliefFactor.com and find out, or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, I think we move on.
One more point on that.
Yeah,
okay?
I saw one more that you sent me this morning too. I was wondering if you were going to make that point too.
Well, this one just came in, and I didn't know this either. I wanted to share it. Said, I'm a podcast listener, just now listening to yesterday's show. Said, our local community college is offering free classes for anyone in the 5-county area that they serve. Said, my husband owns a landscape business and recently had a full-time worker go back to school. While they're in school, they get further monetary assistance and don't have to keep a job. I'm choked up just thinking about it.
I don't blame you.
Some of the younger workers that they're also seeing in the school are going to college for free instead of working. So that's where some of the folks are going to.
Yeah, and then I saw one you sent today where, on similar note, but not trying to get a free ride or anything, one dad said that his kids were in the service industry, and when they shut it all down and they had no place to work, they went and developed skills and got a degree and found better jobs.
Yeah. Which is very, very wise.
Yeah,
very wise.
So that's what you were trying to do anyway. They just were given more time to do it because they you're thinking, well, I'd like to go take some more classes, but I got to work. Well, if that work's not available to you, and they shut down your way to make a living, and you've got money set aside for college, you go ahead and start trying to work on that. So
that's kind of like giving yourself a raise. We were talking about working your way up.
Yep.
And you don't have to wait on the government to bump up the minimum wage. So
but as far as the
good for them.
rude thing, I think that goes all the way around. You got to say, first of all, we need to all understand that being decent to people doesn't require anything other than just being willing to do it. If you're a server, you will find that probably people sometimes there's exceptions, but let it be on them, not on you. Usually if you come over there with a good attitude and you're bright and happy and you're ready to get after it and say, and I always appreciate this, if you're in a bind, I like being told about it. Hey, I just want y'all to know I am so sorry. There's only 3 of us today.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to prepare you.
Know what you're up against.
I'm just going to prepare you. It's going to take a little longer than it normally does, and I apologize for that ahead of time. Mm-hmm. That usually helps. Mm-hmm. And then you also just generally got to toughen up a little bit. Just because somebody treats you poorly, that's on them. Don't let that keep you from doing what you need to do to make a living and to make some money and to move on. And usually, I'm this way, so I know how it is. If I have people come up to me throughout our day and send me emails, if I get 20 emails of people being encouraging and I get 2 emails of people being critical, which ones do you think I hang on?
The
critical ones. Yeah. And see, I'm ignoring the 20 where everybody treated me really well. So don't do that either. To realize that you're probably going to have a hodgepodge of people. I do agree overall people don't have basic social skills. I think that's true, but I also believe it's a combination. We're not as tough as we used to be either. So let's all try to improve in those areas, and I think you'll see some improvement there.
Yeah, hopefully so. Rick, also we covered the gas pump yesterday that my card stopped apparently on exactly $100.
We're going to see that a lot.
Which is not a problem I've had in the past. But it turns out, as I researched this a little bit, sometimes that limit is set by the store.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's set by the card. So it could be either one, and it varies place to place. I had truckers emailing me saying some of them are 80, some of them are this or that, but I think given the current price setup, whoever it is, we're going to have to bump it up a little bit because I don't want to have to stand out there and use 3 cards to fill up.
No, really. I mean, the gas of I do think they thought at one time how many people are going to need to put more than $100 worth of fuel in their vehicle, but we're all going to get to $100 pretty quick. I told you Sherry drives just a little small car, and she said I could not believe she filled up the other day. A full tank for her was $80. And I'm telling you, this is a small car.
If you drive a Suburban and live in California, you're paying $150 to fill your vehicle.
Well, you had that ready to go today, didn't you?
I did. I heard it this morning.
Did you? Okay.
Sure did.
That way to go.
Mm-hmm. Caught me off guard when I heard it.
Like how your hair's filling in, too.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I knew it'd take 4 or 5 days.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it's you've
very smooth.
Yeah, you've left prisoner of war. And
sun's helping, too.
Yeah,
the sun I got this weekend helps it really come together.
Straggly beard. It looks more full the whole
You know what you look like now? You left prisoner of war, and now you look like just aggressive coach.
Yes.
Yeah. You know who served our country, and he's proud of it.
Yes.
And if you say thank you,
years in the Navy.
Nothing to thank me for. You know that guy?
Right, yeah.
That's him. So, but on that note, and video 6, Adler, so on that note, and we've been talking about this, okay? Now, Bubba, I'll have to ask you because you follow this a little on technology more than I do. Pete Buttigieg is going to somehow convince me that if I don't like the price of gasoline, I just need to go get me an electric car. Now, I don't know if I haven't been paying attention, but I don't think, especially since Elon Musk doesn't agree with him, that we're ready for everybody to transition to electric cars. I don't think we're there yet. Are there 18-wheelers that are electric? I mean, have we got that?
The airplanes are not electric yet.
Right.
Big vehicles. We're edging that way, but we got a long way to go.
And we may
even
get there.
Elon mentioned that. So let's listen to Pete here.
There he is.
Mm-hmm. Clean transportation can bring significant cost savings for the American people as well. Last month, we announced a $5 billion investment to build out a nationwide electric vehicle charging network so that people from rural to suburban to urban communities can all benefit from the gas savings of driving an EV.
One
of the questions.
That's our plan on fuel costs is to get everybody an electric car, but we're not there yet.
Maybe
who's
what
paying
about people
for
who
that?
don't want to go buy a new car? You know, how about I have a car? It's not old. Why would I go buy one?
You priced
I
your
got to go
electric car?
buy one now.
Have you priced one?
Yeah, they're very expensive.
They're extremely
but we got to go buy one.
and they won't be over time.
Right, it'll get better. It'll get better. You know, we do have these charging stations. I know the Tesla ones were free at one point. I don't know if they still are or not. Are all of these going to be free, and who's footing the bill for that?
Yeah.
Is 7 the same
Yes.
thing? Is this?
Well-
but I can't understand what she's saying. Is Vice President Kamala Harris going to weigh on this too? But it doesn't make any sense.
She is. She's going to weigh in on an electric future.
Okay, let's hear this.
Imagine a future. The freight trucks that deliver bread and milk to our grocery store shelves, and the buses that take children to school and parents to work. Imagine all the heavy-duty vehicles that keep our supply lines strong and allow our economy to grow. Imagine that they produced 0 emissions. Well, you all imagined it. That's why we're here today.
Good night.
Because we have the ability to see what can be, unburdened by what has been, and then to make the possible actually happen.
When she's talking, do y'all ever feel like she's talking to like a kindergarten
Yeah.
class?
Well, I started to say,
Absolutely.
Like she's sitting in a little chair in the classroom.
I get the feeling that maybe she's only qualified to do Read Across America. You know
You're
what I
right.
mean? That may be all she could really pull off.
Imagine. And
Just her delivery just is.
I hate to bring this up because nobody will ever hear it the same again. It's because she thinks you're all a bunch of idiots.
Yeah.
She thinks you're all too stupid, so she has to talk to you like you're a 4-year-old. That's a good point. Yeah. But anyway.
Maybe you ought to notch it up just a little bit.
But here's the logic
At
behind
least
it.
junior high.
So they say let's fix the gas problem and our dependence on fossil fuels by going electric, okay? And then instead of continuing the Keystone pipeline and getting that back to where it needs to be, let's talk to Venezuela, Iran, Saudi Arabia,
Heavy crude.
and start
Yep.
making new deals with them. So we'd rather do that than just continue what we had. Now, Psaki also is trying to push this narrative where there's things we're not using and all this. Her and Doocy got into it yesterday. But,
Yeah, we have that too.
But it's a mess.
So
here's the thing, and we've talked about this. That may be the future. I'm not anti-electric car. I'd love to have one. As Greg pointed out, it's a little expensive right now, but we can't make that. Look, we're dealing with a global emergency right now.
Oh yeah,
we're funding the Russian war effort.
Yep.
Okay,
by the billions.
We have the ability to bring the Russians to their knees financially. We got to cut their oil off. And we can't replace that with cars because we don't have enough of them. There's not enough of them to buy. It's going to take time.
Right.
We need a short-term fix. You're talking long-term.
Right.
You're
There's
pie
also-
in the sky right now.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah. So
That's kind of cool looking.
the
though, don't
world's
you think?
longest building. You know, notice they're not saying tallest, longest.
Huh?
Right.
Yeah, I'm like, because
Yeah, from one end to the other because you count the whole loop.
They count the whole
it's
loop.
a loop.
Yeah, instead of have you seen this thing, Greg?
No, I have not.
Yeah, I know you were.
Looks
in
like
the-
a paper clip.
I know you're hanging out with your new buddy Adler, but the
No, that's bizarre.
that is.
I mean, what's going to happen up there in that arch?
Well, that's what we were wondering. There's got to be some kind of.
They said they
weird.
have an elevator design that will actually go up and then go over. I guess the
Picture it.
the elevator would be hung from the top, have a hinge on it, so that as it went over the track,
ain't
it
so
would
sure
always
about
stay
that.
vertical.
Look, I hate to go back. I'm not talking about an
Well,
attack.
that'd be a sight. wouldn't
I'm
it?
not talking about an attack or anything like that. But you know these thrill seekers.
Oh yeah.
How long till somebody tries to fly through it with some sort of small aircraft?
Yeah, oh boy.
Oh, I know. Oh, that's
you-
going to happen a
You
lot.
got them a giant target right
Oh,
there.
yeah,
don't you?
trying to get through that.
Ring
loop.
it.
Yeah. So anyway, but they're saying they're going to.
That's pretty neat looking. I'll give it that.
Would that fire you up to say that on the skyline?
It would. It actually would.
Speaking of designs, did you see in Egypt that they are working
Hmm.
on a rage room to let Egyptians take a swing at their aggravations?
Oh, we talked
I
about
can't
that
say the
earlier.
word.
Yeah, and it's they
Frustration.
claim it's
You don't know how to say frustration.
Well, y'all make fun of me saying it, so I can't
But,
say
I mean,
it.
you
now.
realize sometimes we just give in. Like we just named something a spatula because
I know.
you just got tired of.
Yeah.
By the way, people are loving
Is
that.
it? I add an L to it. Is that
Yeah, you're adding
frustrated.
It's not frustrated.
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 Now, if you're really aggravated, it's frustrated.
No,
so that's when you elevate.
Because you're flustered.
Yes.
So you're frustrated.
Right.
That's
See,
not.
that makes sense to me.
Well, I know it does, but I mean, but I will assure you, you're making up a word that doesn't exist.
Well,
Bubba,
you know what? Every year they add them to the dictionary.
They
Why
do.
not?
You're
you
right.
got another one too. I noticed the other day. What do you call when someone's signing up to win something? What are they trying to do?
Registering.
Registering.
Yeah.
Register.
Got a D dropped in there somewhere.
got a D.
Registering.
Right.
Is it just registering?
Register.
Register.
He'll mess you up before you can't talk.
Register.
Red. Just her.
Right.
Register.
There you go.
Okay.
Did I say it?
Yeah.
Register.
All right, now let's go for broke. How about Chihuahua?
No, I can't say it.
Really? No way.
You defeated Toyota. Remember?
Well, it took a while.
Right.
Remember that
Toyota.
day we were cutting the
Toyota.
commercial for the Toyota
Oh,
forklifts.
Oh my goodness. That was
Yeah,
bad.
I was ready to have Adler talk to me.
Say-
It was so bad.
Deuteronomy.
Yeah, that's a toughie.
That's
That's
a tough one. Over.
Deuteronomy.
There you go. Because I thought you mastered that.
Did you see his mouth?
Well, you got to say the Ron. That's the key.
Right.
And I was trying to remember how I said it. Deuteronomy.
How about spatula? How about spatula?
Spatula.
No. Spatula. Spatula.
I can't do the.
What about
luff.
Chihuahua?
Register.
Remember how we learned it?
Chihuahua.
No, it's not Chihuahua.
I have mastered some of them though.
Yeah.
You
Yes,
have.
absolutely.
You got Deuteronomy,
Deuteronomy.
architectural review,
Architectural review. I've got it.
Well, see, he's repeating our sound.
register.
Register.
There you go. He can malk.
Register.
Right.
Yeah.
He can
Don't say,
malk.
don't put it. I have to mimic.
You're a little.
I call it mimicking.
Right.
You
Yeah.
have to
That's
mimic.
it.
You're a little parrot.
Right.
Yeah. What was that other one I used to? You can't say reward.
No, I really struggle with that.
And see, Toyota was hard
What's
for me
that?
for a while.
You went back. No.
Toyota.
There you
There
go.
it is.
I have to say it quick. Toyota.
Toyota.
Akmuda Demajad.
What's that?
Akmuda Demajad. He's out of the news now. You don't have to say that.
you don't have to say
Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. That's it.
Mahmoud Ahmadinejad.
Yeah,
That's what I said. Mahmoud Ahmadinejad.
There it is.
There we go. You did it.
Rock me. I'm gonna do the job.
Rock me, Amadeus.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. All right, so let's finish this discussion because, again, and Bubba said it going to break, we said it before, and it's right. Look, I'm all about us, continuing to improve, and if the free market electric cars, they're starting, people are starting to use them. They're starting to like them better. They're really expensive, which, Bubba, you know, as we've learned over the years, new technology will start out being really expensive, and then the prices will go down if there develops a market for it, which I think there is a market for electric cars just because people like them, not because, we're trying to save the world. But
well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
That's the way you have to market this. And Elon has done more than anybody. And, the White House keeps freezing him out anytime they have a big electric car summit because he's not part of the unionized branch, so he doesn't get to participate.
But even the guy who's leading the charge and is producing some outstanding electric vehicles is saying we are not there yet. And I think him saying it's pretty important to listen to that. And he desires that we get there, you know? So,
but we're talking about a short-term situation here. We've got to combat, and they're talking about a long-term vision.
And we don't need. That's the bizarre part. You're going to get in this conversation with Doocy. We don't need to depend on Saudi Arabia. We don't need to depend on Venezuela. We don't need to depend on Russia. We were energy independent. And we left that over because we let this green movement take their religion, which is what it is,
and they're wacko,
and destroy our independence as far as energy is concerned. And we keep saying, as you heard the vice president and Buttigieg, whatever his secretary of something, transportation, is that what he does?
Yeah, I think so.
So anyway, so they're trying to say that one day we'll have these magical electric vehicles that'll do everything, and we'll have no emissions, but it's not here yet. It's that same thing the Democrats always do. They tell you that one day something's going to happen and we'll magically be in charge of it and we'll have zero emissions and we'll create new jobs because no one else will do it. We'll provide this thing that's not even here yet. We don't even know what it's called. But she's got school buses electric. She's got, these heavy duty equipment all electric.
Rick,
and none of that's here.
No, it's nowhere close to being here.
And maybe one day it will, but we're not there. So here is Doocy talking to Psaki about this, saying, depending on these other countries, I just don't see that this is reducing our dependence and our problem, and Psaki doesn't like it. So here it is.
And this comes in a couple different clips.
Okay.
In this one, Doocy is gonna point out that Biden's executive orders, his first week of office, shut down a lot of stuff.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
An executive order. His
Peter,
first week that halted new oil and gas.
Let me give you the facts here, and I know that can be inconvenient, but I think they're important in this moment. To the contrary, we have been clear that in the short term, supply must keep up with the demand. We are, and here and around the world, will we make the shift to a secure, clean energy future. We are one of the largest producers with a strong domestic oil and gas industry. We have actually produced more oil. It is at record numbers, and we will continue to produce more oil.
Here. So what? Yeah. So she's reading off the card they gave her, and then it's going. This continues. Is that right, Adler? Yeah. Okay.
Right, and you guys think that asking Saudi Arabia or Venezuela or Iran is reducing our dependence on foreign oil?
That's actually, I just outlined each of those specific scenarios and the range of discussions that we're having, which each of those countries.
Yeah.
You know what's strange about some of this? Right. It's almost like they acknowledge we need more heavy crude, and that's the key there.
Yep.
But they had rather go to these countries and ask for it than they had to ask our domestic oil producing ability to do it.
And now she says something bizarre. Are you ready for this one? Because she realizes that what she's saying, you just said it, Doocy just said, doesn't really make any sense. So now she just goes wild, and when all else fails, what do? You dog Trump. So here we go.
I don't think anybody is advocating for Iran to continue acquiring a nuclear weapon, perhaps except for the former president who pulled us out of the deal.
I don't know.
So wait a minute. This is that thing where, Greg, we used to talk about this, where you just declare that the truth is not the truth. Yeah, just like Trump, he was trying to give Iran a nuclear weapon by pulling out of the deal. No, it was the deal that was giving them the opportunity to produce a nuclear weapon.
They had a path to it,
right?
And we knew good and well they wasn't following the agreement. So why have the agreement?
Yeah.
That's what that was.
Yeah. Well, you know what that is? We don't
Miss Jen Psaki.
Well, when we get cornered, what do we say?
Blame Trump.
Yeah, that's our default.
I know that you have made some inroads by blaming Trump, but I feel like that approach, if that is your platform, you're gonna come up a little short this time.
Mm-hmm. Well, with all that's going on, because there's a lot of people.
It's just hard to blame everything on Trump now.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are having a hard time sleeping at night, going, you know what? Maybe mean tweets weren't so bad. At least I didn't feel like World War III was coming on top of me, and we were, looking like we are not willing to defend ourselves anymore. So anyway, when all else fails, go to Trump. We had some other. The View did something similar too. We got that coming up maybe a little later. Where they're.
If you guys want it, here's Doocy asking how high would prices have to go for Biden to do anything?
Yeah.
So gas prices are approaching an all-time high per gallon. How high would they have to get before President Biden would say, I'm going to set aside my ambitious climate goals and just increase domestic oil production, get the producers to drill more here, and we can address the fossil fuel future later?
Well, again, Peter,
Good question.
the U.S. produced more oil this past year than in President Trump's first year. Next year, according to the Department of Energy, we will produce more oil than ever before. Those are the facts in terms of oil production. And again, right now there are 9,000 unused approved permits to drill onshore. So I think you're misidentifying what the actual issue is. But if we're looking to the future and what we can do to prevent this from being a challenge in future crises, the best thing we can do is reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and foreign oil, because that will help us have a reliable source of energy so that we're not worried about gas prices going up.
So she's claiming that we do have domestic oil, and we're just not using it.
And I have heard this too, and I need some explanation because there are evidently permits out there for people to be doing this, and we're not for some reason.
I saw an interview with
I'd
the
like to know that.
CEO of American Petroleum Institute.
Well, let's talk about that when we come back.
He broke it down, and we have the story on that about what they're saying is not. Some of the policies they put in place, it's not lining up.
Okay. It's one of those things like we're saying you have a permit, but we've made it impossible for you to use it.
Yeah.
And the price at the pump, that's a fact.
Yep, it is. Well, once again, discussing on the program the state of things in our country and the state of the world has us all a little nervous about the value of our currency. It's this inflation is out of control, and it looks like paying 47% more for fuel than a year ago. We just talked about that on the show. Also, 41% for the same used vehicle you buy. Instead of last year, and I experienced that. I tried to go out and get a used car, help one of my kids get one, and I could not believe the outrageous prices on used cars. So it looks like paying almost 10% more to feed your family every time I go get groceries. I can't believe that number keeps going up. So every dollar in your savings is worth less than it was a year ago, and that's just a fact. So you might want to hedge against the U.S. dollar by investing in something with real value, gold and silver, and we suggest Birch Gold. Precious metals have historically been a safe haven in times of inflation, and Birch Gold is the leader in converting IRAs and 401ks into a tax-sheltered IRA that now will be backed by gold and silver. Thousands of satisfied customers, A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. Birch Gold can help you protect your savings. So let's text Rick Bubba to 989-898 to get a free info kit on gold. And now there's no obligation to buy any gold or silver, but at least you can educate yourself, and it doesn't cost you anything. Text Rick Bubba, put that together, no spaces, to 989-898. Again, text Rick Bubba to 989-898. Get this free kit from Birch Gold and make your decision. April 1. Wow. Yes, you know how we all do. We do weird things, and as we're getting older, our minds are getting more and more difficult. Is this mine?
It was printed out. I'm not sure.
Did I print this out?
Yeah, it was in the prep.
Really?
Yeah. So
I wonder
if
this looks like it may have been a long time ago.
Really?
Yeah.
It was on the printer.
Really? I don't remember. But how about this? I've already had this conversation.
Okay.
I think that's old.
All right.
All right. So,
see if you can make it behind your back with that.
How about the fact that something would print out that's probably been hung in the printer system for?
Yeah, and that is. Oh.
It's gonna be a good day, baby.
It's gonna be a good day.
I mean, the arch on that was.
I'll talk to y'all later.
Boom! Rick threw a piece of paper over his shoulder across the room into a garbage can.
That apparently was printed out some time ago.
Yeah. How about this? And it was nothing but plastic. Nothing but plastic in the old garbage can. All right. I am not really familiar with what's been going on. I'm looking through stories. We'll try to work it out. It was one of those days yesterday that never stopped, and today's not going to stop. And then the thing when you leave the country, and I'll be leaving a little bit early on the show today, and Bubba also be going off next week. Is that when you really and I kind of look forward to it. And that is that life is about to become a lot less complicated. Once I arrive where I'm going, life's going to get real simple for about 7 days, and then so I won't. I'm thinking, do I want to jump in to all the complicated things of the world, or do I want to go ahead and just ease into that and I'll worry about it back on April 3rd? I mean,
I'd say push it back.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Push it way back.
I'm sure there's some heavy things to talk about today, and we'll get into it if it's necessary and if it's brought up.
What are you talking about? Declaring a fun zone?
Well, I'm just saying I don't know how much I want to unpack today. I mean, I'm gonna have to unpack some, or we're gonna have a very dull show. But I mean, we're gonna have to actually do that. But we were just laughing about how weird the times are that we're living in, because there was a time. And we even talked about this from a faith standpoint, and it was really, I think it's in John 14 in the Bible where Jesus is telling the disciples that as this thing goes forward, those of you that I'm now handing this off to, you're going to be able to do more than even I've done, works greater than I've done. And you're just like, I remember looking at that thinking, what?
Yeah.
Now, of course, we're not talking about.
How's that play out?
But the point that Jesus was making when God came to earth as a man was, I covered about 500 miles in 3 years. The things you're going to be able to do to advance this kingdom and to take what I've done and advance it is going to boggle your mind.
Yeah.
And of course, like today, as I sit here, I will sleep in Managua, Nicaragua tonight.
Mm.
Now, there was a time that if somebody said, we need to go over and check on Nicaragua, you'd be like, well, too bad, so sad.
Yeah, we'll get there next month.
Right,
yeah.
And it'll
modern transportation is just unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, it's like a time machine.
Well,
it really is.
You know how we do that, and that's not that far away because it's just Central America, and of course we've done some that were even further than that. But the point being that it's so strange. Like when I got out of my bed today, I said, now tonight I will not return to this bed this very day when I'm. It is 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show, brand new hour. Let's go.
Don't worry about a thing. Open up and shout it out and never try to sing. Wondering if I have been wrong.
All right, so coming up later in the program, Derek Carr will visit with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. All right, so it's important for us to stay educated because the politicians, they all play games. So, they throw out their little soundbite. We look at the gas price. We can't believe how high it is. People are telling us we're depending on foreign oil again. We've cut off the Keystone Pipeline. Why are we not drilling at home? And, of course, then the press secretary says, well, I don't know what y'all talking about. I mean, we've done more domestic oil than Trump did in his first year, in our first year, and we got 9,000 permits out there, and I mean, nobody's drilling. I mean, we can't help that, and so we got to go get it from somewhere, and I just don't know what y'all are saying. We're trying to say it's kind of, we could solve the problem by simply being energy independent again. I don't know why our industry's not taking advantage of all these permits we've thrown out there.
Well, Rick, of course it comes down to government doublespeak. We know that.
Of course it does.
And you just have to filter through. We have a gentleman here. We have a story today. He's CEO of the American Petroleum Institute, and he addresses this so-called 9,000 unused lease permits, okay? He says what you're not told, that royalty fees have gone up on these drilling sites. In other words, the government makes money when Exxon and all of them are out there drilling, okay?
Right.
And the fees have got so high, it is discouraging investment.
Right.
That's his words.
Right.
And I can tell you, too, I don't even have to read this to know that these permits can be granted to people. They bid on them. They don't know if there's oil there or not.
Correct.
They have to do their own research into that, and a lot of them may not be areas that they can drill in, or what oil they could get to is so deep they're not.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to spend the money to get that.
And then
deep.
the one you're saying,
so they're kind of rolling the dice when they get there. It's kind of like buying, these storage buildings.
Right.
You don't know what's in it.
Right.
If you get it on auction, and sometimes you get a good one, sometimes you don't. But I can tell you, too, there's no doubt, just like the president ended the Keystone Pipeline first day in office with a stroke of a pen, which is being litigated, by the way. Some people said he didn't have the authority to do that because Congress let that deal to begin with.
Yeah.
That I could bid on property that the government is put up for lease. I could go out and do my due diligence, decide there's oil there, bring my drilling equipment in, my pumping equipment, my storage equipment, set up, get going, and then on any given day, the president, with a stroke of a pen, could shut me down. And that's just not good investment. It's crazy. People are not going to do that if they don't know they have some protection once this is done. And I don't know the details of that, but I guarantee you that is part of it.
Well, of course.
too.
Well, and you go back to the storage building analogy. He goes, just because there's a permit on it doesn't mean there's anything there.
Yeah.
And then so here's the bottom line for the Rick Burgesses out there that need this put in a nutshell. And Bubba's got an email that'll tell you that too. They go on one hand and say, I don't know why our oil industry, because they have to be demonized, isn't giving us more domestic oil. They've got the permits, and there's certainly no reason they can't. But on the other hand, that same government that believes that in climate change is being the ultimate, and we must save the world from evil oil production. On the other hand, they've put an obstacle course up that makes it practically impossible for the domestic drilling to take place now. They cut the pipeline off, as Bubba said, and then the permits, the royalties are higher. The permits are they may not even be a permit to land that has any oil. And then when you try to get out there, the government once again starts throwing barrels under like you're the Donkey Kong, trying to knock you down. And so they get up there in press conferences and say, well, I don't know what's going on. And then behind the scenes, they're making it impossible for the domestic oil companies to drill here.
Yeah, and I'll give you another example, and I know this firsthand. If you want to build a lake or a pond on your property, and there's a creek that feeds that, it was very common in the old days to dam those up, and you'd get a pond, and, then the water goes on out of the pond on the other side. It was good for livestock and fishing and all that kind of stuff. Well, you try to do that now, and the EPA and your local state version of the EPA, whatever that is, will say, well, sure, we allow that. But then you look into it, and it's hundreds of thousands of dollars of permits. And you go, well, I can't do that. Yeah. And they go, well, yeah, we're allowing people to do that. We're not stopping
I don't know what's
people.
holding you back.
I mean, it's the old, left-hand, right-hand game.
We've made it impossible for you to do it. But.
Yeah, here's the thing. Got an email, and he says, we live in Opp, Alabama. Said we have plenty of oil field workers that live here. More than a couple of them last year said all of our Gulf drilling operations had been ordered to stop. Ordered to stop. They were told to cap off the wells, and they're being sent to other places in the world like Africa, and all of this took place the same way back during the Obama administration. So he said it really doesn't matter what the White House is saying. We know what's happening because we know people that work on the rigs.
Well, like Adler said going to the break, we do know what the price of gasoline is. And then we have people who actually are in the oil business saying, look, she may say whatever she's saying, but, saying one thing, but the actual application of what she's saying, she's leaving that part out, that the government has made it impossible for us to do this. But they want to say that it's our fault we're not doing it, not that they won't allow it.
Right. And we mentioned this last week, I guess. The average American, you can have all the talking points you want and whatever. They care about what's gas cost, and how does the grocery store shelves look, and what's the cost of those goods. That's what they care about. And so you can say whatever you want.
Mm-hmm. Peter Doocy needs to follow up on this the next few days because I've heard her saying this trash for about 5 days now.
Right. That's their talking
and
point.
So today, that's what he needs. I know she's not going to like the question, but he's the only one evidently willing to ask it.
Yeah.
So Peter, I'd like to see you ask this follow-up.
You know what? I wish Peter Doocy would invite Jen Psaki to go to the drilling wells with him and find out what's going on.
Yeah.
Don't just read your. And you could see her reading it. She's looking down. She glances up, but she's trying to read the company line. Just quit playing the game with us, okay? You know, Rick has a great analogy for rain, but I'm going to try to avoid that. I mean, we know what rain is, and we know what something else is on our leg, okay?
Right. Well,
and quit feeding us bull. Just be honest, okay?
Yeah, we're out here, you know, the American people, and we're trying to make all this work. And you look up there, and the people who hold our very lives in their hands are playing a bunch of games with each other like it's a college football rivalry, you know, and out here we're going, hey guys, we got real problems out here. I mean, you guys are
killing us.
Of course, we've given you too much power, and that's on us. We were told not to do that, but we've let you develop all these government agencies, and of course, as we've said 1,000 times, as our founding fathers tried to warn us, any power you give to the government, they will abuse it. So make sure you don't give them much. There's some that you don't really have a choice,
right?
But don't give them much. Because anything you give them, they can use it against you.
Yeah.
And,
you know, we really need to go back and read a lot of our forefathers' speeches when they were trying to hammer out this country. And, you know, they were really wise beyond their years in many, many things.
You know,
missed a few.
They missed a few, yeah. That's moral stuff. But as far as the way government works, the sad part is I'm not sure any of them could be nominated by either party today. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
My normal go-to-work day, but this very night I will be sleeping in Nicaragua.
And think about it. That really has changed in the fairly recent history of mankind.
You talk about history.
I mean, when did we have the airplane actually start being usable?
Kitty Hawk weigh in. What?
So World War I, we had a few we threw hand grenades out of. What was that, around 1912, something like that? So a little over 100 years that it's become what it is today.
Yeah.
Really, in the 50s and 60s is when the travel really took off with the modern jetliners.
Right. And
isn't that wild?
The boys and I, because the two boys that are still at home are going too, we check the forecast, and the good news is this time that we're going back, it's going to be a little cooler. It's only 96.
Right.
So
you got a cold front that came through.
So it'll be a little it'll be a little cooler this time. I'm gonna tell you what.
I'm gonna see what the temperature is.
The few rooms that do have a window unit air conditioning are very sought after.
I bet they
You
are.
two are you talking about opposite worlds? He's going to luxury.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've done that too, and I like that.
Yeah.
ain't nothing wrong with that.
Those people need a good example too.
They do.
You're about to go to a small hut. I'm just saying when you lay down tonight.
Oh yeah.
The two worlds. Will be,
well, we've done it. Yeah, we've done both.
Man, yeah, you have. But I'm just saying tonight.
Yeah, it's a different experience.
Are you going to the Jordan Suite?
High today is 80 in
Nassau, Bahamas. It was a little milder there, but it's always wonderful.
Yeah. Bubba have his bed clothes turned down with the men on the pillow.
Yep. Headed to the Atlantis, which is great. But you know what's interesting about that is there's also two worlds of packing. See, Bubba and his family and our family, when we do it, when you're going on like we're going to rest, we're going to whatever, we're going to go have some fun, spend some time together, which is great. The packing is very important. Every little thing. The boys and I are in that mode of, it doesn't matter. I mean, even if we get over and can't find our clothes, would somebody throw us a T-shirt, some shorts?
Right.
I mean, put scrubs on. So I mean,
we're
literally throwing in old T-shirts.
Yeah.
Take those shoes you don't care about.
Now, is that because of where you're going, or the fact females are not involved?
Well, where we're going. yeah. And because I'm gonna tell you, anything that you want to not get anything on, or you want it to be clean, it's gonna be hot and dirty for 7 days. We'll be back. With it. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We will continue to kind of see what stories are out there. I know that I saw, as far as the old Trumpster, is concerned and healthcare, and his personality, which can be a good thing, and at times you wonder. I know that they're talking about, well, this is the normal way we do things, and we're going to keep debating the healthcare bill, and he's trying to find enough votes. Then you call and you do that, and then I believe it was even last night when we were warming up for the game, I saw something come across, one of these things that sends headlines across your phone. Trump said, "That's it. We voting on Friday."
Yeah, I saw that.
That's it.
I got to laughing
because that's what it.
That's enough. No more debate.
It looked like he was saying, "I'm tired of talking about this. We're gonna vote."
Yep.
So,
well, the problem is he don't have enough votes.
No, he doesn't.
So
he doesn't.
Yeah, they're.
Is this his way to come back? So I tried.
I don't know.
Well, he's told the ones that voted against him he's going to find somebody to fill their seat if they're not with the plan.
Well, because he's in a tough spot because
right.
You go through and you promise something, and
right.
then if it doesn't go through now, they're saying it probably won't get back to on the table till after the midterms, and so then the Democrats are going to run against the Republicans saying they didn't do what they said they'd do. And he's in a quandary because if he tries to push through what he wants, there's no way he'll get 60 votes.
Yeah,
no way.
If he can't get it now, he won't get it after the midterm.
And so it's he's a tough situation.
Well, look, and he said vote for this or keep Obamacare if that's what you want.
Well,
go on the record.
I think once again the problem you're finding here, and I'm not trying to defend Trump. As a matter of fact, I don't do that as often as probably some people would even like, but because I'm going to be principled, I'm not going to pretend one thing and then act another way if it has an R by the name versus a D. But it is, as far as it's going, I think these establishment Republicans are killing him again because they're the ones that are in there and the way they're putting him in situations that are not good. And the thing I think the people, sometimes I think some of us are forgetting the people in this too. These representatives and these senators, if the truth was known, and this is a general statement, but I would say it was the majority of them, but not all of them. They love this gig. Okay, yeah. Think about I heard I forgot who it was yesterday unpacking this, and he was 100% right. He said they went from having to buy tickets to the games to having the best seats. All right, here we go. 20 minutes past the hour. Let's talk to the people. Whatever you want to talk about, whatever's on your mind. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and you have time to join us. We are enjoying breakfast. The real Greg Burgess is settled in there, and he'll get you lined up, ready to go at 866-WE-BE-BIG. But don't bog down talking to Greg. Let's get on hold. Comments, questions, bringing information to the table. 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30, you'll get a buzzer. We'll move on. If you do a meaningless shout-out, shameless plug, that also will get instant buzzers because we want to get as many of you in as we possibly can. Birmingham, Alabama, while you're getting lined up tonight, Man Church. If you'd like to go and see Andy Blanks from Team Man Church, he'll be at Lakeside Baptist Church tonight for Man Church, and you're certainly welcome to join them if you'd like to go see that tonight. Also, Helmsy will be speaking at a Man Church coming up Friday, Mexie Baptist Church in Mexie, Alabama, down Frisco City Way and Monroeville, Alabama, where, of course, we know that To Kill a Mockingbird. That is where that Harper Lee is from. So go down that way and spend time with Helmsy coming up on Friday. They'll be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy, looking ahead some other Man churches coming up. Our events you can be part of. I'll be speaking the 25th of March at Roopville Baptist Church. It's actually Roopville Road Baptist Church. They're going to have their Low Country Boil where you hear us on 100.9 The River. Coming up on the 17th of March, Mark Garnett, Man Church at Columbus, Mississippi's First Baptist Church. And then I'll be speaking at Bethel Baptist Church in Dora on March 19th. But I'll be doing that via video. They've got the kickoff package. So there's you some opportunities. You can find those at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. If it involves any member of the show, if it's just some of the guys from Team Man Church, go to themanchurch.com, click on events, and go find a Man Church near you and plug into that discipleship strategy. Josh is in Mississippi.
Yeah, Josh.
Hey, Josh.
How about you, Dad, Josh?
Josh has got 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
All right. Good morning, Bacon.
Hey, buddy.
All these people who have been crying for years, no war for oil, no blood for oil. How can they justify our government going to Venezuela, where it's literally the government getting rich on the oil while the people starve because they don't have any food?
Well, we made that point when we became energy independent under Trump. That really was a step to stay out of the old blood for oil that little flag that the Democrats like to wave. But to your point, and we've made it, they've now put us back in these situations. And what they're going to say is, and you hear Psaki, and that's why we had to clarify it. No, it's the oil companies that put us back in that situation. We got 9,000 permits out there.
Yeah. I guess she thinks every time you stick a shovel in the ground, oil's going to pop out of it.
Bridges.
And you know the sad part of that is, too, Venezuela, since you brought that up, as he correctly said, now that they are a socialist, communist government again, it does go to the few in the ruling class. The people don't get it.
Mm.
But back when they were a full democratic society, they had one of the highest standard of livings in that part of the world.
Absolutely.
But Hugo Chavez went in there and convinced everybody they were getting the heave-ho and got everybody's guns and got his government in, and now they are getting the heave-ho.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So typical.
Can we put that
Did we
over?
ever learn anything?
Can we put socialism over at their win-loss record? I think we can put another L there, Venezuela.
That's about minus 12.
Bridget in Alabama. Bridget, 30 seconds. Go.
Yeah, my dad, talking about the way you pronounce words, my dad's from Sand Mountain, his family is. And so we were at the beach a couple years back when my kids were little, and they start crying. Me and my dad and the kids are in the water. What's wrong? What was that? I said, okay, Dad, what did you say to them? He said, no, I didn't say anything. I said, no, what statement did you make? He said, oh, I told them to stay out of that seaweed, it eats you.
Stay out.
The seaweed was going to eat them.
Well, look, that's stay out of that seaweed. It'll eat you.
Well,
yeah,
keeps you out of trouble.
He's saying itch, not eat. Dalton in Alabama, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Dalton.
Yes, sir. Hey, how's it going, man?
We're good, brother. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah. Hey, my name is, we own a security company here in Huntsville, Alabama called Southern Jen Security, and it's just, through this whole COVID thing, it's just been insane how not finding labor, even though they've cut off, the stimulus checks, we just cannot find labor anywhere. I don't know where they've gone.
Yeah, you've got the same problem a lot of folks have, is finding people to work. We tried to address some of that today, but it still seems like that there should be a ton of people still looking for something to get income.
Well, we've covered a lot of it. A lot of them have left that part of the workforce and have taken higher paying jobs where they can work from home, better hours. Some of them have gone back to school, and a lot of people are fed up with the customers they have to deal with.
Do you think security guards are fed up with customers?
Yeah, right.
Well, I mean, I'm sure they have people that don't like to be told, no, you can't go in there.
Or it's some of the other problems and not that on that particular field. Yeah. Right. Dennis in Birmingham. Dennis, 30 seconds. Oh, excuse me.
Oh,
sorry,
wow, Dennis, that was a quick 30.
Dennis. Sorry about that. By the way, Buzzer, you need to have that looked at. Dennis, go ahead.
Hey, first-time caller.
Thank you for the call,
sir.
buddy. Appreciate that.
Hey, Joe Biden said he wants to shut down the Russian pipeline to hurt their economy for sanctions. I have a question. Why did he shut down the Keystone pipeline in our country?
Well, because, again, the climate change agenda is the most important thing to the Democratic Party right now, and that's why. And he's now we wouldn't be having to send all this to Russia if we just not turned ours off.
Again, Joe Biden is being led by some of the environmental wackos in their party, and wrongly so, I think. And it's just, I mean, it's crazy. Long term, I understand what they're saying. I see how they're trying to get there. Don't agree with it totally. Short term, it makes no sense. It's kind of like Peter Doocy said. We're going to have, whatever your plan is, your green plan, we're going to have to set that aside until we get this done. Rick, there are people out there right now would tell you they think that global warming is a bigger threat to our way of life, our everyday way of life, than Putin and the Russians.
I would just have to kindly disagree on that.
Well,
because I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings.
Yeah, well, I have to say, well, you're nuts. Yeah. Did you hit your head? What's the problem here?
Sunny 105, that's like saying Bigfoot's a bigger issue than Putin. John, Orange Beach, Sunny 105. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I hear them talking about putting these electric cars out to be our magical solution, and we got places that lose power right now just trying to keep the lights on. So then we're going to add power in all these cars to the grid that can't even keep the lights on now. They haven't even thought about the upgrade that's going to take to our power company to be able to charge these cars. Nobody's saying anything about that.
Well, Greg did. He works Southern Company. He said one thing nobody's talking about is the grid gets a rest when everybody gets in the driveway and gets inside and goes to bed at night or spends time inside. Now the grid's going to take a hit because that's when people are going to plug in.
Yeah, we have, we've looked at this and looked at the numbers. We have some leeway on that because here is an amazing fact. We're using less electricity in this country right now than we've ever used, just because most people have changed light bulbs, which I know sounds weird, but it's true. And I didn't do it to save the planet. I just got tired of changing light bulbs all the time.
It's a better light bulb.
So we got a little headway there. But, yeah, we're talking about a massive redistribution, if you will, of how we use electricity. And that's going to require big changes in the way our power companies supply.
Yep. So now we're going to use the lights and stuff all day long, and then when we don't need as much from our house, then we're going to plug our car in. So, and this is not going to be the magic bullet. If it's a better vehicle and it puts us less dependent on oil one day, great, but we're just not there yet. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, they're sitting courtside. They're up in suites. They people call them congressman. People call them senator.
Oh, they love
and he said they love all that. He goes, let me tell you the one thing they're scared to death of is that you're going to fire them. And he said, but their job is to go in and represent the people that can either take that job from them or continue to give them all these things they love. And he said, now, I know you'd like to think that they're in there trying to serve the country, but they're really in there trying to serve their job. Now, that's not everybody.
Right.
That's a general statement. But in general, he's saying, he goes, but the good news is you, the people, that's how you scare them. Is you say to them, if you don't do what we sent you there to do, we're going to fire you.
Mm-hmm.
So some of these people that are saying, I cannot compromise, I told my people, we were going to go to free market insurance. We were going to take the government out of insurance, and you're putting me in a bind. So they're getting themselves in a lose-lose situation. What I don't understand is why they didn't go in and simply do what the bulldozer people said they wanted done. They're trying to have we wanted them to go click from the left to the right, and they've clicked it about midway.
Yeah, because they won't.
Now, it's not the left, but it ain't the right.
If they go to the right, there's no way they'll get 60 votes. It won't ever pass anyway.
Well, they ain't gonna get it anyway.
Well, but he's trying to come up with something.
Clicking in the middle ain't getting it.
This isn't Speedy talking. This is just what I'm hearing.
Yeah. Well,
he is trying to come up with something that will pass and replace what's happening, what we have now. And he's like, if you do the click, then it ain't gonna pass.
Well, what
anyway.
you're saying is somebody's that you're asking people to say, well, I need somebody to compromise who you are. And to me,
he's a negotiator, Rick. You know that.
Well,
he's trying to meet in the middle so something will be better than what we have.
But when you meet in the middle, though, the guys who said, I thought we weren't going to the middle, I'm not a moderate.
Yeah.
I mean,
they're in a tough spot.
They're trying to pass a moderate health care plan.
They're trying to reform Obamacare and not repeal it.
That's it.
And the American people voted to repeal it.
Absolutely.
Get away with it.
100%.
But yet he's tweeting like yesterday, we're taking action to repeal and replace Obamacare.
But
he's using the word repeal.
I know he is, but Paul Ryan messed up in his earlier speeches when he would say he would use the word reform.
Right.
He used the word reform.
You did.
Right.
He never said repeal. Repeal is you remove it completely.
Yeah.
Take it out. Get rid of it.
Right. Go back to what we had, and then let's work on that.
Absolutely.
And that's what the people
repeal.
wanted. That's what the people voted for.
Right. So
and you got some of these establishment Republicans in there, and let me be clear, and Trump had some of this in him too. I tell you, we watched the old videos. Trump was not a full free market.
No, he wasn't.
Healthcare guy.
No,
he never has been.
Well, I don't think that is the case here. I think it's kind of what Speedy's saying. He does not have the votes to do a replace. Doesn't have them. So he's trying to move everything in that direction, and you just can't do it all at one time. There's some of them that are not, and the problem is because the private industry was destroyed by Obamacare. If you repeal it today, those things don't exist anymore. So I
don't think it's possible.
So many of them have said we will not completely do away with Obamacare till we have a working replacement. Trump sees this as a path to that, trying to move back in that other direction. But if you're a hardline purist on it, you're already dead on the vote.
Yep.
So what do you do? Well, the liberals, the way they got this is they move it in increments that way. So I don't know that moving it incrementally is not better than leaving what we got.
Well,
if you get something going.
Look, I say what I did a minute ago, and I'll say this: you can't repeal it. We're too far down that road. There has to be reform. The problem is the American people really don't understand that.
Well, you know why?
It's not,
can I tell you why?
That's not reasonable to do.
Can I tell you why the American people don't understand that? It's being communicated to them poorly.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you're right.
I agree.
You're
terrible.
Right. You're right.
Terrible job.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. If you sit down and say what you guys are saying, you start thinking, okay, but what they're not doing that. And so what the problem is, they're having the bulldozer people that were all in on this saying, look, my people were jumping up and down, and now I've got to go back and tell them that we didn't do what we said we were going to do. And if they had communicated from the very beginning exactly, not use words like reform,
right?
And they really put him in a bind. These establishment Republicans have just communicated this terribly.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. How
about it?
Bubba, let's just say happy birthday to you today.
Well, it's not my birthday, though, Rick.
Yeah, I know. Well, your birthday's going to happen while we're gone. I mean, your birthday is happening next week, so we're not going to get to have our normal Bill Bubba Bussy birthday bash.
But the birthday week, I thought we might have it when we get back.
So Edgar's Grocery, Edgar's Bakery, I should say. I don't know where Edgar's Grocery is located. Edgar's
But you know what they do?
Minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us today. SimplySafeBubba.com is been teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show for a while now, and man, I'm telling you, the response from you, the audience, and why, it's kind of like what we're talking about. Look, there comes a time, when things change, when the market works, and people say, I like this better. And the way that SimplySafeBubba.com put together security systems, they took an industry and kind of tried to bring it to, to modern times and took away some of these. I was laughing pretty hard. I saw I guess it's, how they now on Instagram, you get all these things that people say you might like that. Like we found those dad jokes that we like. And I didn't go looking for that, but it starts putting on my stream things you might like. I saw one of those type deals. It wasn't a dad deal, but it was something like that. And it said that you could say the same thing about sitting around waiting on the installation teams in the past. The person said, someone for the cable company asked me what time it was, and I said it was between 8 and 1 o'clock.
That's good.
That is a good one. Bubba got locked into an email.
Yeah,
didn't hear
just
it, but
totally
it was,
just didn't even listen to you.
Let me tell you, I know you didn't hear it, but it was a pretty good one.
What makes it worse is you were looking at him.
No, as a matter of fact, I was addressing him with the joke.
Right.
But anyway, so you can't compete with that laptop. So anyway, if you why don't you right now make the move to SimplySafeBubba.com. You'll order it. You'll customize it however you want it. You'll install it yourself in about a half hour. They're there if you need help for people like me. SimplySafeBubba.com. They give you a 60-day risk-free trial to see if you like it. They've got outdoor cameras, indoor cameras. They got sensors of every kind, 24/7 professional monitoring, and of course they'll help you with whatever you need. And I hope you don't need to have the fire department called or police or EMTs. You hope that doesn't happen. But if it does, somebody's always there. So you get 20% off right now by going to SimplySafeBubba.com with interactive monitoring. And the monitoring is about $15 a month. SimplySafeBubba.com. Also a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, today, a happy birthday to another Rick and Bubba kid. How about Blake Boomer Burgess, 31 years old today.
Little Cotton Top.
Cotton Top is 31. Can you believe that? 31 years old.
I cannot.
Well, it reminds me of a conversation that I had with Dad over the weekend. My dad,
Who is this, Rick?
That is Blake, and now he's been his girlfriend, but now his fiance.
Well, congratulations.
They got engaged over the weekend. So
how about that?
Big celebration, and excited for them. So there it is. That was him this past weekend. I sent him a text this morning. I said, "Happy birthday!" Though it's going to be kind of hard for me to come up with anything that tops getting engaged. This weekend. But so excited about that. Great young lady, and have enjoyed.
Where's she from?
She is actually from Atlanta, but they met each other in New York. Both them working up there. So that's where Blake lives now. Is NYC. So anyway, and he just he because the COVID thing, and really. He ended up having to go find a day job other than being a full-time actor, and found a good job, which is great, but he's starting to get some opportunities again. It's taking forever because, like I said, he said, if you're like me, you're still up and coming. A lot of times these actors and actresses that wouldn't even try out for the kind of stuff he was trying out for, they were coming in there auditioning for anything they could find too. Yeah. He said, so it really was difficult, but he just did something, and now I can't think of the name of it. But I Googled it, and it's supposed. There's a lot of critical anticipation. The new thing is now who comes out with the next series that everybody's going to be fired up about. So you can go binge it and all that. So he just did one episode, but it was some show that FX has got coming out in the fall that everybody's fired up about. It's a new series they're going to have, and now I can't think of the name of it. But anyway, so he did get.
What does she do? She in the acting world too?
Yes, but she is like if you go see a big production and they have the professional dancer. She is one of those.
Really?
Yeah, and teaches
professional dancer.
Yeah, she teaches that, and it was so funny to hear her talk about
Can she lock and pop?
Well, I bet she can. She can do a little bit all of it. But what was funny is to hear.
That's the kind of
what's funny is to hear them talk.
How's a robot?
I bet she does a good robot.
I bet she does.
But anyway, can I tell you what's funny is to hear them talk about one time I was talking about did she ever desire to be a rockette. And she was like, well, now look, that rockette thing, that's a lot of times, you do that if you don't have anything, but that's a hard gig. And I said, really? She goes, oh, yeah, I've talked to my friends of mine that have been rockettes, and it looks good on paper, but it's a lot. It's
a lot of work.
It's a lot of work. So anyway,
a lot of stretching.
Yeah. So the cool thing is they both kind of understand what the entertainment world is like. So it's not like one is not in it and the other one is, and then some of the difficulties of that. But so just remember them in your prayers. We don't have any final plans, but that was a big thing over the weekend and today.
Boy, Boomer.
How about Boomer? 31 years old today, grown man. Okay. And it's
birthday, bud.
And I was telling you, so this weekend, Dad I was hanging out with him. We did some fishing Sunday afternoon, and of course the competition, all that broke out. But he was he looked at me and he said, "Now how old are you?" And I said, "How old do you think I am?" Like that, and he goes, "Well, I mean, you got gray on you and everything. You're getting pretty old." And I said, "Yes, sir, I am. Thank you." He said, "What are you 50 something?" I said, "How about 57?" He said, 57? Good Lord, how old am I? He said, "Man, I said, well, you're 81." He said, 81, good night. I've been going on the other side now of 80. So anyway, so I thought about that. If you've got a child that's 31, it's impossible for you to be too young.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah. And so that is it's kind of shocking for us to,
Yeah, I know. I got one coming up in about 2 weeks.
What you got?
Birthday.
What time? How old?
Well, one more than you.
I know.
I move ahead.
We're trying to see if you remember.
Oh, yeah, I know.
That was a test right there, by the way.
Oh, yeah, I knew what it was.
By the way, the joke that you missed was the guy said, somebody with the cable company said, "Hey, can you tell me what time it is?" He said, "Sometime between 8 and 1.
I know. Let me tell you what's funny. I read that yesterday, and I laughed pretty hard.
Yeah.
Sorry, Rick. Good.
Right. I've never seen you turn away from me so brutally that time. It was, you didn't even look at me with the glaze look.
I was still trying to finish an email right there as I came back. So I didn't quite get done.
I really wish you would remember what series he's going to be in. Now I'm all into FX series 2022.
All right, wait a minute.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, wait a minute. I think I can find it because I'll just go back to past text with
Oh, okay. Good.
It's one of those things where you go look and they go, "Hey, everybody's fired up about this coming out." No, there's me sending him a picture with me with Chandler Cox. All right, so
most anticipated new TV shows of 2022. I got that. Let's see there.
Let's see. Booked a TV show. He tells me that it's about this team of FBI agents before and after their training. I play a bank robber in a hostage training situation, so I got that.
Okay.
Does he never tell me what it's called?
But it's something FBI?
Mm-hmm.
On FX.
Yeah, coming up this fall. It's not on yet. It's a new series that's coming. And they even told who the people are starring in it and all that.
Is it the old man? No,
it's not the old man.
I don't know. I'm just doing a Ron Burgundy here. I'm just reading stuff.
I know. I must have asked him what the name of it was because I started looking for it. It's about this team of FBI agents before and after their training.
Okay.
I'm not sure I'm supposed to be talking
chairman.
about this. But I saw people talking about it, so it's out. Sometimes he's told me not to say things, and I've said them.
Okay.
Are you supposed to say this?
I don't think so. Sorry.
Is it called Impeachment, American Crime Zone? Crime Story?
No.
Either one will work.
Rick, I know this is crazy. He's on Eastern time. Won't you text him?
I could.
Yeah.
I could.
That would help.
And then
may
also
say don't
yeah,
say
that's
anything
what
about
also
it.
ask him if it's okay if we can talk about it.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one, too.
Start there.
I got it. It's called Class of 09.
Class of 09.
Mm-hmm.
FX, Class of 09. I'm going to it.
Mm-hmm. Coming this fall. Mm-hmm.
Of 09.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here it is.
That, by the way, that's one of the funny things that gets me is like, because he's got some stuff that's out there, but like I say, it's all, he may appear anywhere. That the number of people now that go, hey, I just started watching the first season of Ozark. Is that Blake? And I'm like, yeah, it is. Blake is the Missouri football fan that gets hit in the head in the
with a beer bottle.
Yeah.
Is it a mini series?
Might be. I don't know what it is, but it's just Class of 09.
Is it about FBI agents who graduated from Quantico in 2009?
That is correct.
And they reunite following the death of a mutual friend.
There you go.
Oh, they're coming back together to find them.
There it is.
Well, so do we know what Blake does in it?
Yeah, I just told you.
He's a bank robber.
Yeah, but
that
I know.
laptop's undefeated, Rick.
I know that. But
I was looking for the Blake thing.
Undefeated.
Huh?
He said, there's no
no losses in that laptop.
Yeah. I'd like to apologize to the audience because I'm going to have to tell you again. But, but he said.
Wait, close it.
Yeah.
But close it.
I'm looking at some other stars who are in that. I was going
He
to
said,
comment on.
I play a bank robber in a hostage training situation. So I guess it's.
Now, what situation is he in when he's a bank robber?
Kate Mara.
Found it right here.
Kate Mara is in that series. I don't know if she'll be in the future ones, but she's a real big star right now.
Yeah, I don't know. What's the name?
Kate Mara, M-A-R-A.
Yeah. I don't know who that is.
Bottom of the article right here. Blake Burgess.
You know who she is.
Yeah, but I don't
seen
know.
her.
Yeah.
She was in House of Cards. She was the reporter.
Oh, yeah. Okay. 15 minutes to the time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Great job if they had one.
I bet they have one somewhere. Edgar's Bakery has put together another birthday cake, and this is for you. Yeah, so because today is what, the 25th, and yours is what, the 27th? Is that right?
Today is the 24th, and mine is the 27th.
Yeah, okay, there it is. Bubba, look at this. What they have
what
on.
I hear. That's the. So I heard.
Oh, that is it. That's your birthday candles there. So Bubba's birthday is the 20th. And if you look on the cake, they have put Bubba's poem on the cake with a sad hunter that had a full moon at night, and now it's a hunter's fright. And
that is fun. Look at the camo on that side.
Camo
of the cake.
on the side of the cake. It's got it all. Yeah. So here we go. Happy birthday to you, Bubba. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Bubba. Happy birthday to you. There it is. Blow them out, Bubba. There they go. Sort of, kind of. Oh, boy. Not those. Not the relight. No, not those. Not the relight ones.
Look, still firing.
There it is. Speedy's dropping them in a bottle of water now, so there we go. So there it is.
See, I knew I heard something. I told Rick a minute ago, I said, I just heard a strange noise.
Yeah, I
Did you
remember
hear
you saying.
that?
Well,
Well, thank you, Eggers, and thank you guys.
So Bubba's poem right there on there.
Eggers does a great job.
That may be one of my favorite ones.
Yeah, it is.
is.
That really
That's
looks
good.
good. That turned out really well. So happy birthday, Bubba. So what will you be, 53?
Something like that.
55. It's fine.
Is it 53? How old are we now?
Yes.
This was the closest show we were doing live to your birthday.
I know, and I appreciate it. Y'all didn't have to do
Yeah,
that.
by the time we get back on April 3rd, nobody wants to look back at March.
By then you can be 60.
But see, by then, when we come back, you got to have something to look forward to. So maybe we should just do it then too. I mean, have them both.
Well,
right?
we could. Yeah, I mean, if that's the way you want it.
Wow.
There it is.
We got some dancing
beagle showing up.
Look at him. Look.
I thought Braden was in the room.
Well, he's so excited. Oh, yeah. Well, full moon at night.
Full moon at night.
I like that the hunter looks. Undoubtedly, he's had a full moon.
Yeah.
He's not happy. Is he?
I know that is.
Yeah. There you go.
The only one that was better than that was that they did for Adler.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Greg, I got a challenge for you, Greg. Greg, before you walk off, I got a challenge for you. I dare you to stick this up your nose.
No, I'm not sticking it up.
Why would he stick it up his nose?
It's right there. Just stick it all.
Terrible
Just stick
dare
it
that
on your
is.
nose.
My goodness.
That's the challenge.
Why
The challenges aren't easy.
I know, but I don't. No, I mean
If
nobody.
it was
Wants,
easy, I wouldn't call it a challenge.
nobody wants to see that. I mean, nobody wants to see that. You know what I mean?
I guess he won't do it then.
If we can't stomach health care, we can't stomach that.
All right.
So
You never know here on the show. We solve the country's health care problems and we stick candles up our nose.
Right. Well,
So,
look. Let's face it.
That's what I love about it.
Well, then I want to ask you this too, and I know there's nothing we can do about phone trolls, and that's fine. Do you even want to talk about it anymore? I mean, should you want to just? I mean, haven't we talked all we need to?
No,
About it?
I wouldn't say mark it off the table because
troll only.
No. I mean, if somebody wants to talk about it, if that's their thing today, if they want to talk about March Madness, that's fine.
Yeah, I want to talk about little Billy Bussey's birthday. That's what I want to talk about.
Yeah.
I want to talk about a full moon.
I really
tonight.
hadn't thought about it a lot because, like I said, our world's a little different in what we're preparing to leave for as far as everything going on. And man, I tell you, I need a break from because I just ain't ready. I've tried to get ready all week.
Why would it sneak up on you?
What? No, it's just I've been trying to do it incrementally, and I'm just not.
Right.
I still got a today to go. I wish I was one more day ahead.
Why don't you go and leave by 8?
Yeah.
And you can get
It's your
started.
birthday, for Pete's sake.
Yeah.
That's it.
I'd rather
It'll give
be
us
here.
time to have some cake.
Yeah. Get that all done.
Yeah.
So we haven't been to the Atlantis since we did a Rick and Bubba cruise.
I know.
Right? I went one time after that. Sherry and I took the kids one time after that. I mean,
Yeah,
when the
you've
kids were-
been,
when
and
they were little.
I think that's what fired our family to go after hearing you talk about
That's
it.
been a long time ago.
I was there in 2009, maybe.
Yeah.
Good slides.
Yeah,
by the
and
way.
like
They
I
got
didn't.
some good slides.
Yeah, we stayed in one of their little garden thing, whatever.
Mhm.
We didn't go to the big time then. I mean, it just wasn't possible. But it was nice. I loved it. It's nicer now than it was then.
I know
did the
several
cruise.
folks that like going there. They've sing the praises of it. So we'll see.
We didn't stay there. We did a cruise, and
Yeah, we did too.
and then just went over there and spent the day there.
Yeah,
and hung
I've
out.
done both, but I can't remember staying there what it was really like, other than the slides and all that stuff. And the beach was nice. Like I say, the kids were so small then. It was, how those vacations are. You can't even hardly remember. I mean, you're trying to get through it.
I doubt they did either.
There's just so much going on. But I look back and saw the picture, so I know it was.
Yeah.
Right.
And then that jogs you memory, and you go, yeah.
But I'm anxious to hear what the experience is in the full blown deal, because like I said, it's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. Yep. He's always on a handle. As we make our way back. All right, so some other fun, and we like this. Clarity is what we need. So the propaganda, which was at one time called media, but we all love how Ron DeSantis continues to not let them get away with anything, and I believe he's just one of those breath of fresh air people out there. So he has, he has the audacity to think that maybe there needs to be an education reform bill that's getting some national attention. And of course, it's being cast as some kind of anti-LGBTQ. And then some people are now calling it the "Don't Say Gay" bill, which is about to infuriate DeSantis. And what all it's trying to do is, for some reason, the agendas out there, even if you feel a certain way, there's still some things that are just not appropriate. And I would say that when it comes to intimacy, period, between adults and things of that nature. I mean, kids can be a little young for that. And so he says that class instruction by school personnel or third parties on sexual orientation or gender identity may not occur in kindergarten through grade 3 or in a manner that is not age appropriate or developmentally appropriate to students in accordance with the state standards. And what he's trying to say is, I don't like this deal where there could be a really, really young child and they're there to learn to read and write, and all of a sudden somebody comes in and starts this agenda that they shouldn't declare their gender identity, or have you? We're going to talk about gender confusion. We're going to talk about homosexuality, and he says I'm going to protect a certain age student from not being exposed to that.
Right.
All right, and that's really what it is.
Yeah.
There's nothing in there that says don't say gay.
Right.
And so a reporter, of course, wants to use this propaganda phrase, and DeSantis is not going to let him get away with it.
No, he's not.
Yeah, so here's the interaction.
Asking about 7 parental rights and education, what critics call the Don't Say Gay bill, is on the Senate floor.
Does it say that in the bill?
I know that you support.
Does it say that in the bill? I'm asking you to tell me what's in the bill, because you are pushing false narratives. It doesn't matter what critics say.
Hold on, it says it bans classroom instruction on sexual identity and gender orientation.
For who? For grades pre-K through 3. So 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds, and the idea that you wouldn't be honest about that and tell people what it actually says, it's why people don't trust people like you, because you peddle false narratives. And so we disabuse you of those narratives. And we're going to make sure that parents are able to send their kid to kindergarten without having some of this stuff injected into their school curriculum.
What does that not just doesn't that seem level-headed? I mean,
we can't do reading, writing, and arithmetic for anything. There's just too many other things in the way.
Well, and you can and look at the result.
Yeah, it's worked well for us.
He's
a rock star, man. I love the way he handles it.
Well, and you see the critics now. They got to give it some little cute name. He's like, there's nothing like this says that you can't say that in the bill. It says we're not going to inject it into the curriculum for kids that are 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 years old.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Doesn't that kind of just seem kind of logical?
A lot of it too, Rick. You can see there's an orchestrated effort to take him down. They're not challenging governors in other states like they challenge him because they fear that he is a potential presidential candidate at some point, and they would like to knock him out now.
Well, and he's doing the only thing that you can do. Now, he's much better spoken than Trump and handles himself a little bit better in these situations because he doesn't let them pull him into getting angry and lose his control, unless he says that people in masks are stupid. But what I'm talking about,
he speaks direct. I don't think
he can communicate his point.
Right.
Is what I'm saying, and he doesn't let them take him off focus, and on something like this, I'm like you. I think he's speaking in that tone and in that common sense way that hopefully reporters will take note and say, this guy, if you try to throw something out there, he's just not going to let it go, and that's when it goes back to one thing that you and I have disagreed with some people in the past, and I'm not saying that you pick a fight with everybody who's critical of you.
No.
When there's bigger fights. I'm not talking about that. But there comes a time that when people come after you, instead of I'm not going to honor that with a comment, all right, no, sometimes you need to comment and you need to defend your point of view and you need to be able to communicate it. And if you do that enough, a lot of times people who attack you will stop. And let me tell you why they stop. Because every time they try to corner you publicly, you just use that platform to tell people why you believe what you believe.
Right.
And why
they're not making any ground.
They don't get any ground from it. And so if they can make you shut up because you're afraid of them, then they've done their job. But if every time they come after you, you just communicate your point and why you believe what you believe, they'll stop doing it because they're giving you the platform.
Yeah. So, that's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Rick, also some breaking news today. There's several reports out that President Biden is set to announce a total ban on imports of Russian oil, natural gas, and coal due to the relentless pressure coming from the public and both Democrat and Republican lawmakers. So we could see an all-out ban on the Russian energy sector today that has been carved out of the sanctions so far.
And we will replace that with.
No word on that yet, Rick.
And we will replace that with.
Wah, wah,
And we'll replace that with.
crickets.
So your fuel price
There's
is
plenty of leases, Rick.
Get
Get out there and drill.
We got leases out there.
Oh no!
Saw those eyes cross. Watch out.
Hey,
9,000 of them.
They are releasing.
One and drill.
They are releasing some strategic oil reserves, but it won't. I mean, it won't be nearly enough. But hey, it's a good time to sell it. We're getting good prices for it right now. So
Wait a minute.
we'll make a little money on it.
Wait just a minute. You mean if I've got a permit on land ain't got no oil, it ain't gonna make no difference?
I can't see you directly over here now.
Scream, where's the oil, please?
Hey, where's all the oil going? I got a permit. Ain't nothing in here.
Dry as a chip.
Yeah.
Speedy, okay.
I'm good.
Hey, you mean to tell me if there's not enough oil and I need some, the price is going to go up?
I'm here to tell
Does
you. It's
anybody
gonna go
understand
up.
supply and demand? Anybody anymore?
Rick, I'm amazed. Did everybody sleep through 8th grade civics? I don't understand how some of this works.
Right.
So we'll see how all that plays out.
Right.
But I had a gentleman was sharing some information with me, and I don't know if these numbers are right or not, but I thought it was pretty interesting. You may share it when we come back. I feel like it may be time to break, and we'll come back and talk about that.
Felt like Phil Henry. Now, how do you know it's time to go to break?
I looked at the clock.
Top of the hour. We'll come back and we'll discuss that and other things when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They have these. They might not even have them anymore. They have these little.
No, I think they do.
Yeah.
They got all kind of
Little
places
villa,
you can
little
stay
villa
there.
kind of thing.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, they kind of sit them over in like a little garden area. I mean, they're not. I mean, it's not any 5-star thing or anything like that. It's probably that's where they put the folks that are struggling. You know, I mean. You want to be at the Atlantis, but you can't quite afford to get in that big building.
You can look at it.
You know, so they pull you up a little hut next to it.
You know, the celebrity thing that's between the buildings.
That little arch.
Yeah, that's where they put the celebrities.
Is that where Bubba's going to be?
Yeah. I forget how much it is.
I just hope he gets that break before he gets there.
Yeah.
Gets the what?
That break.
That break. Yeah.
That break you need.
Yeah.
He needs a break to go on vacation.
That's what he said.
What?
Yeah. I'm give out from getting ready to go on vacation.
Never mind life.
And you ever talk about, he said, I need something to look forward to when I come back from work from my vacation.
You know, a birthday cake. You're always, yeah.
It's always waiting
I
on you.
need to.
The
fact that I've been off a week.
You could look forward to seeing us again.
Right. Yeah, I don't know how to tell you this. The Atlantis is what's supposed to get you ready if you go back to work.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
That's the whole reason you're going.
Rick, I know that would be ideal. But
well, thankfully
we'll
your
see.
kids are older though, so it won't be all that. Because I remember when the kids were little, like we used to talk about all the time. I can't wait to get back to work so I can rest.
Yeah.
I mean, when you go on vacation wear you out. But when they're older, it's not so bad. You actually get to relax a little bit.
Yeah, maybe so. We'll see.
No,
You know, just hassle airports and all that.
That's
You
a
know.
hassle. I wouldn't even go. I'd just stay home.
Yeah. I wouldn't do anything.
I'd go to Chinnaby.
There's a lot to be said for the staycation.
oh
yeah, I'm all about it.
Oh, we love them. We do. Of course, I've got to be in a group of about 45 to get them to Nicaragua.
Sure. Yeah,
Buses
that
and all
won't be
that.
a hassle.
Yeah.
And then go sleep on a wooden box or something.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Greg, look at your favorite band, Men at Work. What do you think about Men at Work?
Adler told me in the break.
Do we have video of that we can replay?
Must be Adler told me in the break that he actually interviewed the singer of Men at Work and that he gave him nothing. That he was rude to him.
Really?
So what do you think of Men at Work?
But I like you. So tell me.
Give him a baton.
Well, I would now because obviously I've upset somebody. Let me tell you, y'all going to see a lot nicer Rick starting April 3rd. I don't think I can pull it off today. I got too much on the plate. But let me tell you, when I come back April 3rd, y'all going to see a new deal.
You need to think about it while you're off on your.
Well, I am.
You ponder about it, my friend.
I got some things to ponder.
With that haircut Adler has, I think I might because his hair bounces when he talks. He got a haircut yesterday.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that
he
is.
literally when he talks, his hair bounces.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Was that on purpose?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm looking in there now.
Looking his strap for.
I think he wanted a little more off the top than they took off, but I like it. I think it looks good.
Right, I do too. Okay, that's fine. Look,
I do.
When
I
the
really
whole
do.
time he's
By the
talking,
way,
focus on his
kidding.
hair.
I actually think.
I wish I had your hair.
At least I have hair, Speedy. At least I have hair.
Look at it moving. Oh my gosh, it's like watching a rooster.
And my hair does not bounce.
Hey, William,
you're a rooster.
Adler, turn around and show you your William in the back.
Look. You can't put somebody's real name, Greg. You're making fun of a real person
Yeah, but he don't know who
with
it
some
is.
real challenges.
Adler.
Look at the back, the strap he's got now. He shaved part of his hair where the strap's at.
Oh my gosh.
Pull it back
Adler.
up, Will.
New glasses soon.
Adler, you didn't get in the line where they were giving free haircuts, did you?
I did not. No. This was an expensive haircut.
Watch his hair the whole time he's talking. Go, keep talking.
Once again. At least I have hair, man.
I
really do wish I had you.
Looks like he was on The Bachelor.
Look at you, man. I mean,
it's not going to work, buddy.
You can use mine.
Yeah.
I'm very out of my element without headphones on.
Yeah, are you okay, buddy? I mean, you happy with it?
Can we talk about? I like this haircut. I liked it until I got here today.
Well, how many times have we all said that?
Right.
Yeah.
Watch his hair.
I got shirts that I when I got them, I was excited.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
I thought it looked good.
And I wore them one time here, and I've never worn them again.
Yeah.
Can we just go? Let's make fun of like my past instead of my present. Let's do that. Okay. So I did interview the guy from Men at Work. This is when I was straight out of college. I was a hot rockin' DJ. I was doing
hair like you liked it.
I was doing afternoons on an alternative station.
Yeah, Chris Eagle.
It was awesome. It was. I definitely peaked.
Chris
then.
Eagle in the afternoon, trying to get you home today.
I was definitely. I was making not very much money, but I had a lot more like happiness and peace and joy in my life. So, it's a trade-off.
A lot of chicks.
Sure. And so I'm interviewing this guy. I'm like 22, something like that. And he's from the 80s. He's a legend.
Yeah.
Hasn't had a hit in a very, very long time.
Yeah,
but
he
really
wasn't
is
in a
legend.
position to
Wait a
be.
minute. Did you say the 80s?
Yeah.
The greatest decade
Right.
mankind has ever seen?
Right.
So it's maybe that got me. It got me.
You're right.
So I'm
I
interviewing.
weep that everybody didn't get to grow up in the 80s.
I know it.
We know.
Really?
I'm interviewing. I'm interviewing Colin Hay and from Men at Work.
Hey, is he as cross-eyed in person as he is on TV?
It's tough.
Greg, please.
He is, Greg. He is.
Okay.
It's
well,
tough.
he's cross-eyed.
You don't know which one to look at.
And I don't know if I just
Bing it. All right, go ahead.
No, he's technically not cross-eyed. He's got
It's-
one that kicks back
Wonders.
outside.
Do that to me.
It's
Rick.
out. It's
He's
out.
got
not
an
in.
idea.
Who can it be knocking on my door?
Rick,
And the
that's
reason why he wrote
terrible.
that is he really doesn't know. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But anyway, go ahead.
Okay.
All right,
It's
go.
bad. It is. It's out there. Like one's at 3 o'clock and the other's at
Bubba.
6 o'clock.
You come from a It is 6 minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio, another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here and ready to go for another hour. Welcome back in. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us in this little party we have every day called Rick and Bubba.
And you're invited. You know what? We're totally inclusive here. Come
Pull
on
up
in.
a chair and
Come
stay a while.
on in. Now you're gonna have to tolerate us.
Yep.
Now you were doing something going to the top of the hour,
Rick. I
and somehow
forgot. Ain't no way he remembers it.
I was sent information.
And instead of prepping for the next segment, we actually discussed whether we'd rather have to take on a silverback gorilla or a grizzly bear.
Right. For some reason, in the hallway here.
As you round the corner, it's standing there
by the break room.
Yeah.
So
and by the time I was done with my case, Speedy actually said, "You know what? I didn't think about that."
Yeah. We all took gorilla for some
Rick,
reason.
I haven't verified these numbers,
still
but
trying.
a guy had sent me an email talking about Russia's financial situation, and he said the best reports we have, the Russian central bank has about $640 billion in reserve, but about $350 to $400 billion of that, the majority of it, is in Western or European banks. So now that their assets have been froze, they're down to a few $100 billion.
Having their banks
to run a big country, that's not a lot of money,
especially when you got a war going on.
Yeah,
but now haven't they looked to the Chinese to fund them though?
Well,
give them money.
I think China was much more into this before it became so ugly to be into this, and they're kind of backing up a little bit now on some of this, but. We had the story. It looks like that the president is going to ban Russian oil and coal immediately, and the latest polling on that said that 71% of Americans wanted that done, even if it meant higher gas prices, which it will.
It will.
I don't
have any.
want
There ain't no
done.
left where I live because the Wilburn's got all of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Speedy's screaming, "Don't do it!"
We're going to be that. That
prices are going
that $100 limit on the card's only going to get you about a quarter of a tank.
No, the cards, like you said earlier in the show, the cards are going to have to give us some relief. $100 ain't going to be enough anymore.
No,
we got to have a bigger ceiling.
Yep, we got to have a little more room. So
that'd be a higher ceiling, Rick. You don't need a bigger one.
The financial pressure is going to be enormous on the Soviet Union or Russia. What the Soviet Union, what Putin's trying to build again. So it'll be interesting to see what comes of this, because I saw a report yesterday that all of the military sources are in Ukraine now that they had on the border. Not
really? Okay.
None of them are in staging areas anymore, and that they were even trying to recruit Syria to help bring soldiers in. Is Russia out of soldiers? What's their deal?
I don't know. I guess there's a limit to how much.
There's a limit to what anybody can do.
Look, you don't know what reporting is accurate. Now, I will say this. In Ukraine, at least there's reporters there giving you scenes of what it is like in these cities. And we have a story today where it was another bad night for Putin's army. And the soldiers.
I saw that, yeah.
Got another
still
general,
pretty
by the
slow.
way.
Yeah.
So I'm ready for this now. I've been putting it off.
They call that the George Washington move.
So how's this going to end? I'm ready for that now. How do y'all think this is? Because there's the I'm a crazy tyrannical dictator.
Do you want the best way this could end?
Yeah, because I can
give you a lot of bad scenarios, but the way I think we want it to end.
And I want you to include a timeline.
Somebody in the Russian government needs to take over and take Putin out of his position and go, our guy has lost it. We don't know what he's doing. We didn't support this. And we're taking him out and removing him. However that happens, I'll let the Russians decide how they want to do that. And at that point, stop the shelling, pull the troops back to the border, let the sanctions go, and try to get back to normal. And that would be the best case scenario.
Is that the point where, like, you've left somebody's place, you've totally torn it up, you've killed a bunch of people, you just go, sorry about that?
Yeah, my bad.
Well, look, let's face it, the war crimes that is being committed, and it's not in doubt, by the way. You see these apartment buildings that have been destroyed. They're gonna, if Putin makes this out, they're gonna have to hand him over for war crimes to The Hague.
So let's say that Putin says nobody can overthrow me. I'm in charge. I'll stay in charge. The only way I will not be in charge is whenever my natural death occurs. When I'm finally, where do you think? Where does that one end?
What do you want to go militarily? Will Russia eventually win this fight? Probably so, just because of the longevity of it. But I'm gonna tell you, I wouldn't bet against the Ukrainians right now. They've been surprising how good they've been. And if they're getting airplanes from Poland, which were told that they were, and they're getting Stinger and Javelin missiles from the United States, they could probably hold them off for quite a while.
And Poland, the planes from Poland thing, that's still being negotiated. That's not finalized. I heard that story yesterday too. It seemed to grow legs and like it was happening. That has not happened yet.
Well, I have a feeling the things we're hearing about, is only part of the story.
For sure.
We're 12 days in.
Mm-hmm.
Are we sitting here talking about this very same thing this time next year?
Next year?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. Not this. May have new problems, but I don't think this. I don't think this will go on that long because,
you think 6 months? You think 3 months?
What we're seeing right now is how long.
We're in overtime right now.
The problem you have is that the Russian leader right now, Putin, is not going to say we have been defeated, we have to leave now. He can't take that kind of embarrassment, unfortunately. So that means he's willing to kill as many of his people as he has to. He doesn't care about that either.
Yeah, when do the generals go south and go, we're not going to follow this order because it's ridiculous?
What timeline he had on his mind, what he would consider success, how quick they thought.
I think it'd already be over in his mind. Yeah. I thought they would. I think he thought they would give up.
Well, and is this the only step he's going to take, or is there more to come?
Well, it's all about.
Let's say 6 days from now he fully takes Ukraine. Is it over?
Yeah.
Or is he going to move on to something else?
The sanctions won't be over, and to be honest, I don't know if he'll have the money to be able to finance anything.
And he'll have a lot of physical loss.
Yeah.
So this battle's going on and losing more than they thought.
Yep.
But by the time you bow up and try to run into another one, and you don't have quite the force you did.
Yeah, if you play out a lot of your cards here, are you going to turn around and go against a NATO country, which is going to bring the whole world against you?
Well.
It wouldn't be wise, but he may be
either.
crazy.
Yeah, to your point. Do you think anybody else will step up to him and take him out?
Well,
his own world.
One of the journalists that was
Inside.
one of these radio TV
Valkyrie.
stations that resigned and quit. She was interviewed and she says she's very concerned. Because I've been there. I've been in Russia. I see what's going on. I see his state of mind. Everyone should be very concerned about this.
And that's more what I'm talking about a year from now. Are we still worried about other countries, NATO or otherwose, that he's trying to take over?
I don't think they can survive that long.
Yeah, okay. I don't. He may have those dreams, those delusions.
Yeah,
but I don't think he has. He's not. This is not the Soviet Union. He may pretend it is.
Yeah,
but it's not. And they're certainly a formidable opponent to someone. And they got the nukes is what you got to worry about.
Yeah.
But as far as them winning it without a nuclear option, I don't know that they have the financing that they need, especially if everybody keeps cutting them off. Like Bubba said, I didn't know that a lot of their money they can't get to now because it's been frozen. And so you got a maniacal guy, though, and you wonder if at some point, does somebody that he thinks he can trust says this has got to end.
Yeah.
And because most people who are going along with him right now, they're only going along with him because they're terrified of it.
They're fearful.
Yeah. And at some point you go, well, somebody's got to do something.
So what is his out? If let's say he gets in a corner, we're playing armchair quarterback. Let's say that his generals turned against him and all this, and he knows he's about to completely lose control of this. What is his play to get out of it? Does he say, okay, we've done it, we've done our goal, we're coming home. We got rid of the Nazis running Ukraine, we're going back home, we were victorious.
That's one option.
And just act like they won, and they got rid of this mysterious Nazi problem that was there that nobody can seem to find.
Well, his right-hand man was interviewed, what was it, about a week ago, and what should concern us all is he said if the world doesn't need Russia, then the world will end.
Well, he was a broadcast guy.
Right, but what I'm saying is I think some really close to him feel that way.
That's his mindset.
That in his mindset, if he's losing and he's backed in a corner, what will he do?
Well, here's the thing.
If you study it, the Russian command structure for a nuclear launch is much like the U.S. As a matter of fact, they agreed on a similar plan back some time ago. You can read about this. Putin cannot launch an attack on his own. Neither can Trump. Neither could Putin. Neither could Biden. There is a big chain of command has to happen for that to happen. And I don't think all of them are crazy. I hope they're not.
Well, let's just talk about what's not going to happen. So that's an easy one. He is not going to say, hey, I went in there, I shouldn't have gone in there, and we got beat. Yeah. That's not going to happen.
Yeah. No, he's going to declare he accomplished his goal, let's go home, even though they never surrendered.
Or, people like him, you never know. They may, if they think there's no way out and the shame is so much, they've been known to eat a revolver sandwich.
Yeah.
So
they favored all of us.
Rick and Bubba.
There you go.
So that's 3 times now, Rick.
Yeah.
We're still laughing, but I'm okay. And I guess he could kind of tell I wasn't like. I mean, I knew his hits, but I didn't really care about his catalog or whatever. And so I'm interviewing him, and I'm just like, yeah. So you're Australian, He's like,
that was your first question.
You're Australian.
Yeah, I wonder why he was rude to you.
He's like, yes. I'm like, okay, cool. This is gonna be a tough interview.
What a terrible beginning question.
It was a rough time.
Adler,
it was a rough time.
How would you feel if you sat down and said, so, you're a white guy? Yes.
I would have ran with it.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I like brunch, Outcast, typical white stuff.
Right.
You guys get that?
Right. I bet somebody hit y'all later.
Listen, knowing your line of thinking, you asked him about a Vegemite sandwich. I guarantee you did during the interview.
I don't think I don't know. I might have.
That would have been when
so, Colin, I know no one's ever asked you this. What's a Vegemite sandwich? Yuck.
He
by the way, it doesn't sound very good.
He gave me very short answers. He was not happy with who
Can't
I
imagine
was.
that.
Yeah. And then he performed a song live in studio.
That's cool.
And y'all, this is really bad.
Are y'all
but
still
it
watching
was-
his hair?
It was one of his B-sides, which I wasn't even really familiar with. But evidently, it's a song that people like a lot or whatever. He didn't even perform the whole thing, and I didn't even know it.
What?
Yeah, we do the thing, do the interview, do the song. I'm like, thanks, man. See you at Workplay tonight or whatever it was. It was Workplay, actually, I think. And that's just a venue here in Birmingham. And I finish it up. I'm like, cool, man, thanks. We're both ready to really wrap this thing up. He leaves, and then I check all of our social media stuff, and they're like, he didn't sing the last verse of the song and all this stuff. I'm like, wow, so he really didn't like me.
He cut his
kind of
song.
thought he didn't like me. Now I know
It's official now.
Yeah, so, it's okay. You win some, and you lose some.
All right. Well, nice haircut, little Benny Rooster.
Whatever, man.
Shut up. The Johnny Manziel update led to the discussion of Men at Work, which led to Adler's hair, which led to that. That's how it works here on the program, the stream of consciousness. If you're a New Orleans Saints fan, Saints are looking at Manziel.
They are.
They're looking at him for what?
To play quarterback.
Not a good
Back
place
up.
for Johnny.
Look, of all teams. What's next? Vegas going to have a team?
Yeah.
The Raiders going to go to Vegas and get Johnny?
Johnny needs the NFL to have a team in Utah.
Yeah.
He can start there.
Yeah, they're saying that they are looking at him, kind of kicking the tires as a backup to Drew Brees.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a different approach than I took in the kickoff hour and then y'all just took. What if this is the right move for him? Now, I know I'm pie in the sky
Here he goes.
guy, but I've really been thinking about this since we started kicking it around in the kickoff hour. I can't think of another quarterback in the NFL that he needs to be around than Drew Brees. Can y'all?
No,
If you're anywhere, take it New Orleans or Vestavia Hills, you can find trouble. Okay?
Yeah, but New Orleans makes it easier, though.
Well, maybe so. But
they promote it.
Does the benefit of being around Drew Brees all that time trump all that? Because if he's in Utah
Johnny?
or Vestavia, yeah, absolutely.
Well,
I don't know. I'm asking the question.
I do think
Is
that
Johnny
Brees,
going in the seminary down there and going to get a doctor?
No, but you're around. Is there anybody else in the NFL that plays that position that you would rather him be around that is looking for a backup quarterback?
Brees would be a good mentor for him, I think, because of I think they have some similarities.
I think Phillip Rivers would be another one, but they're not looking for a backup. I can't think of anybody else that has the stand for Christ that Drew Brees has and will be around him probably more than anybody else. He'll be around him more than Sean Payton will. Again, I know I'm the pie in the sky
Yeah, you
guy.
are.
I love a good comeback.
I love you because you're hopeful. I do.
Well, Rick,
I love that hopeful side of you.
The agent that fired Johnny
when he was in all that mess. Right. Johnny has rehired. And Sean Payton had breakfast with him during Super Bowl week, and again another lunch, and says they're pretty serious.
Well, I mean, if he gets a new beginning, he makes the best of it. And like
he won't have that big contract he had the first
no,
time.
No, that's not going to happen.
That makes it a little more workable.
Or a guaranteed roster spot either. He's got to make the team, which may not be easy.
I was guilty of like getting caught up in saying I'm trying to make Helmsley's day. But you can't even have that.
Where I stand. We talked in the break.
You can't have a thing.
Hey, simplysafebubba.com. You know, there was a time when security systems were a nightmare. You know, and I'm old enough to remember that. I mean, people come over, big installation, real expensive, big handle, locking
wires
everywhere. I got wires and this and that.
I got wires.
Holes in the wall. I remember the first time they knocked a big hole in the wall. I'm like, what are you going to do? Oh, we'll cover it up with a sensor. Wow. It is 23 minutes past the hour. All right, so we've got a clip. We're trying to talk about all the different scenarios involving Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And so here is Fareed Zakaria from CNN. Don Lemon's going to have that look on his face like somebody broke wind next to him. He's going to push back on the idea that the media is hyper-focused on Russia's invasion of Ukraine simply because Ukrainians are white. Fareed is going to say, I think that's a false narrative, and watch Don Lemon's little frowny frown. He's not going to like it. So I think there may be someone with a clear head on CNN saying, I think this is a ridiculous narrative, but here we go.
A skirmish that takes place between two small countries in Africa, the Middle East, and Latin America, they don't threaten to upend the international system. When you have a nuclear power, the largest nuclear power in the world, Russia has more nuclear weapons than the United States, a great power with a veto in the Security Council. When it threatens its neighbor, what you are reverting to is a pattern of great power politics that is more reminiscent of the age of Hitler and Mussolini, more reminiscent of 19th century Europe, where the strong do what they can and the weak suffer what they must. That is a very different world than we've lived in for the last 70 years, and certainly ever since the end of the Cold War. So it's not, I mean, to put it directly to people who think about this and they say, why are Ukrainians being why do we pay so much attention? Is it just because they're white? No, it is not because Ukrainians are white or European. It's because their aggressor, their invader, is a nuclear-armed superpower. That's the danger, that if Russia can get away with this, it can get away with invading Poland. It can get away with invading the Baltic states. China can get away with invading Taiwan.
Yeah, you can see Don Lemon. He it's almost like somebody came in and said, I need to talk to you about something that as a child you've always believed. Yeah. And
that guy's dead on.
I mean, that hasn't. But that's such common sense. I mean, how would anybody? I promise you, if Russia happened to be people of color, and Ukrainians happen to be people of color, and one was a superpower with more nuclear capability than even we have, and was invading the other, the same coverage would be going on. The skin color is irrelevant here. Like he said, it's the size of the country and what role that country plays currently in the world. That's what this is about.
That's it.
It has nothing to do with
looking at what color anybody is.
No, it has nothing to do with ethnicity. Like he said, if there's a Latin American, a couple of small countries that are a skirmish or whatever, or in Africa, that's not as big a story as this, no matter what.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with what color they are. It's what role does that country play in the world.
Yeah.
And that to me seems to be pretty straightforward. And to come up with these other narratives, it's like that I don't know what it is with the left, and it's like they're stuck in infancy and they won't grow up. It's weird.
I know.
It's like the 35-year-old still on his mama's couch playing video games. Are y'all going to grow up? I mean, it's what are we doing here?
It's unbelievable.
So anyway, we will see.
I like that guy. Who was that guy he was interviewing? I've seen him on before.
It is Fareed Zachariah. We think Zachariah.
What does he do?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I've seen him on there before.
Yeah,
it makes a lot of sense.
Don't watch a lot of CNN.
No, I've just seen him interviewed in different places. He must be something.
So I don't know what his role is. I don't know. Anybody
He's
Google?
an Indian American journalist, political commentator, and author.
Okay, there we go. So he's just kind of a commentator.
I think he writes for the Washington Post.
He does. He has a weekly column.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go. So the point he makes is a good one, but this thing of because now Russia can, anytime you want to do something, they can threaten and say, well, don't make us start throwing nuclear weapons out there.
Yeah.
Well, that's why you have them, so you can use them for leverage. That's and because really, when you think about if you ever use them, well, you just decide you're going to end your time here as well. I mean, that's kind of
you're going to be erased from the planet, so not very wise.
But I think
how long do you? I mean, how high do gas prices have to be for Americans to stomach what's going on? I mean, they're already at 4, and then other places we see it's 5. You know, do you really think they get to 7 and 8?
It never has in the past. This has been warned several times in the past. I've heard this as long as I've been alive, that they're going to exceed $5. And in my lifetime, every time I was told that, it never does.
Well, and one reason you have that, Rick, is as one great American
but that doesn't mean he won't.
Quoted not too long ago, the best cure for high prices is high prices.
Right.
Because people quit buying it.
Right.
And they'll go, instead of driving across country, we're going to stay at home.
Right.
Well, then as demand goes down,
right,
you know, you can't move the product, they'll drop the price again. So there is a tipping point out there that it won't go any higher, but I don't know what that is. If it's $5, if it's $7, I don't know, but we'll see. I feel like we're going to have the unique opportunity to explore that this summer.
Yeah, like I said, it may be no way around it, but in my lifetime, I've been through this so many times. I'll tell you one thing: gas prices they're about to eclipse $5 a gallon, and they never do. So
are y'all a fill up?
So that
person?
looks like that's our ceiling. I don't know.
Are y'all a fill up person, or are y'all
person.
a $20-$30 at a time?
Fill her up. Fill up every time.
I'm gonna stop.
I mean, of course,
run the tank
if you've got it, I know budgets for some go. I got to put 20 in to get to my next paycheck, and then I'll fill up. But I'm just saying, on average, are y'all a little at a time, or y'all go all the way?
I fill every time. I run it till it's bone dry, and I fill it back up.
Fill her up.
Fill her up.
Fill her up.
Fill her up.
When I was younger, I probably never had more than $5 in the tank.
No, that was much different.
I think my tank was rusty above that limit.
Quarter of a tank.
My car did not know what it was like to be full. We'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So I've got a hole in the wall with a sensor over it. But anyway, and then you get into like this long contract, and you're paying out money every month, can't get out. Well, simplysafebubba.com, you can install this yourself. These are wireless systems. They can be installed in 30 to 45 minutes. And then they give you all the sensors and all the bells and whistles. The monitoring 24/7 is $15 a month, and you're not even locked into a contract. You can get out of that anytime you want to. And how about this? You can have now an HD quality camera that comes with your Simply Safe Bubba system, that the minute something's going on in your house, it will now shoot that video to you, and you see it right there on your phone or your iPad, and you so not only know what's going on and authorities are alerted, you now have evidence on what was taking place. If you'd like to find out more about your simplysafebubba.com system, save 10% by going to the website I just gave you, simplysafebubba.com. All right, a lot of you, everybody's asking now, what did I do to Gary?
What did you do to Gary, Rick?
You left everybody hanging, Rick.
Well, I didn't. We were getting up against the break there, and I'll be leaving after this segment. So thanks to all of you here in the Golden Ticket seats today and all that, and whatever. And I'll see you guys on the 3rd after this is over. Enjoy the best ofs next week. But what happened was Gary is absolutely petrified of my wife. He's scared to death of her, and because she's had to get him in line a few times on projects, and stuff like that at the farm. And then there was a horrible incident involving, a 300 or 400-year-old tree that I won't get into. But anyway, and that was that time he got in so much trouble because he decided to cut the limbs off so he could mow underneath it. And it was like a tree from the Civil War. But anyway, so
is that all?
To which he said to me, he said, "Hey," he said, "she's small, but she's mean." He said, "I had to go get me a new pair of britches. She didn't eat the hind end out of these." And so he's been afraid of her ever since. And one day he and I both got in trouble together about something we'd done involving hunting that had got over in her area, and he left me. I mean, it's like he walked off. And I said, "Gary, why did you go off and leave me?" "Hey, there wasn't nothing I could do for you." I mean, yeah, you using that on your own. I done been through that once. I wasn't gonna face that again. So he's afraid to. He always wants me to let him know when my wife is actually at the farm, so he doesn't go over there trying to do work and get in trouble again. Right. You know what I mean? So Sherry is, the Women of Joy tour starts week after next. Well, no, let's say when we come back from vacation, she'll be headed out that weekend. So she's getting all that ready. And I think Myrtle Beach is the only one that still has some seats available or whatever. If you ladies want to take a trip to Myrtle Beach and see that tour, and it's a great lineup. You can see that at Women of Joy. So anyway, when she starts to prepare, a lot of times she'll go down the farm and be down there getting everything together and what she's going to do and all that. Well, he didn't know she was down there, and I didn't tell him. So he's all fired up. And he says, "Hey, I'm going to go down and get that gobbler. I've been seeing that picture, that big gobbler." And I'm like, "Yeah, man, go put him down." And so he goes up down there, all fired up, and he's just about to open the gate, and he looks, and there she is. And she's out there walking by the pond. And he just starts to panic, and he says, "Hey, she's coming after me on the dead sprint." And I said, "Gary," what are you doing? "Well, man, you didn't tell me she's down there." And I said, "Well, Gary, look, you don't need to get back. Tell me you're not down there trying to do something, making a bunch of noise and all that." And, "Well, you didn't tell me." I said, "Well, Gary, I didn't know you were going to be down there. I didn't know I had to put out Sherry's calendar to you." "Oh, man, I got to let you go. Here she comes." and so anyway, so all of a sudden after that, he calls me and I hear noise. "I'm heading out here." I said, "What happened?" He said, "Well, she told me she's down there doing something. And I need not to come there and make a bunch of racket." And I said, "Well, Gary, did you not just say you were going to go over and just hunt?" "No, I didn't say nothing. I was too scared. I didn't know what to say. I just left." "You can't have nothing. You can't even hunt." and I said, "Well, Gary, I mean, I think it would have been fine if you just." "No, it's just best. I'm just going to go. I just think, I get nervous when she's down there." And I'm like, "Well, that I understand. I don't want to get on her bad side."
So wait, let me be sure I understand this. Gary has this amazing radar to know whenever you or I, either one, were in town.
Yes.
I could drive by the exit, and Gary would call me and go, "Hey, what you doing?"
Yeah.
Hey. And so, but he doesn't have Sherry radar?
No. You know how some people don't have gifts, but it doesn't apply to certain people?
Right.
You know how we have people that we throw by, and there's people who have the gift, they can catch it?
Yeah.
So we try to...
like Kreskin can read people's minds, but there's some people's minds he just can't get inside.
Do you think he's so afraid?
Like Greg.
Do you think he's afraid his sensor doesn't go off?
I don't know. He's spooked, and he doesn't have all... He's not functioning properly.
But to your point, he has no discernment on when Sherry's there or not. But all I got to do is go by the exit. "Hey, man, what you doing?" I said, "Gary, I just passed the exit. I'm not even going over there. I just want you doing over the farm." I said, "Well, Gary, how do you know when I'm here?" It is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. And we thank you for being with us. 30 seconds a pop. Lines are available for you. MyPillow.com/Bubba is a URL that is ready for savings. Go there to MyPillow.com/Bubba. All the different items that are on sale can be found immediately. My Pillow slippers, Bubba and I love them, 50% off. Also, the Giza Dream bed sheets, flannel sheets, 60% off. Women's sleepwear, loungewear, 50% off. The hotel quality, I'm talking about your high-end luxury hotel quality towels, $39.99, $70 savings. Check out my store for these American entrepreneurs, kind of the anti-Amazon setup. You can buy from some of our entrepreneurs, American-made products that are trying to get to you, the market, fairly. You can do that. There's a link at rickandbubba.com, too, to get you there. But mypillow.com/Bubba, and let the savings begin. Cameron in Columbia is calling us. Cameron, 30 seconds. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing this morning?
We're good. How's everything with you?
Good. I'm just worried about the high prices. Y'all said that the best way to get rid of it is, the high prices is high prices.
Yep.
I was at Home Depot this weekend getting some wood, and those prices have skyrocketed. And one of the guys that works there said, I don't think you'll ever see them go back down. He said people just continue to pay the high prices.
Well, that won't do it. If you have willing buyer and willing seller, whatever the buyer is willing to pay, that is the price.
Yeah, well, eventually, the point of that example is it will get to a price that people will not buy it.
Yeah, wherever it gets. Yeah.
And, there's certainly houses being built, but I know a lot of people who have property that was going to build a house has put that on hold.
Yes.
So that's wood that won't be bought.
So
eventually it will get to a peak, and it will slow up. So that's just how free markets work.
Yeah, if you're sitting there now and they say, man, the price of wood's too high, and the guy selling wood says apparently not, people are still buying it.
Yep.
But there will be a price that people stop buying it, and you know what he'll say? Well, too high.
Yeah. Because at some point the houses are going to cost so much, you won't see them appreciate.
Right.
And the only other way to go is down, so it's really not a good investment at that point. And at that point, you'll see people quit building houses.
Yeah, it's just like what we do for a living. You know what determines the price of spots in the local markets or nationally? Well, if we're completely sold out, then the price is not too high. If we can't sell it out, then the price is too high, and you got to come. The rate is dictated by what people are willing to pay.
Yeah.
Let's go to JC, and what they're willing to pay is on how bad they need the product and whether it meets their expectations. JC, Cincinnati. JC, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Well, this is going to fall right into the category of what y'all talking about. I'm a truck driver, and I haul built food products back and forth from Ohio to Alabama.
Yep.
When I filled my truck up yesterday, it was $660. That's $200 more than what I normally fill it up. It's 124 gallons. The price of freight has started creeping up already. The load I got on my back right now, which going to a local grocery down there in Birmingham, I ain't going to call the name of it, but it's going to a local grocery store, has went up another $200 on the freight I get paid on this thing. So y'all are going to start feeling it more at the grocery store
Absolutely.
now from what y'all realize.
Absolutely.
I mean, when the price of milk goes up to $14 a gallon, what are y'all going to do? What are we all going to do? That's what I'm saying.
Well, I'm lactose intolerant, so
I can't drink milk anyway.
Yeah, my family will be thankful I'm not drinking it anymore. But no, I understand what
they're talking about.
But that goes back to what Bubba just said. If you got a bunch of milk sitting on the shelf and nobody will buy it, and it all keeps ruining, then the dairy farmer, he starts to get hit. Everybody gets hit. Then the prices will be forced to change, and that might mean that you're going to take less profit on it. Or whatever the case may be, everybody has to make adjustments if the price ever gets so high that no one's willing to pay it.
Yeah, a free market will eventually fix itself. It can be painful while it's doing that, but if you keep intervention by the government, sometimes they actually make it worse out of it. It will eventually equalize and fix itself. But this is not going to be an easy spring and summer, just based on the Russians' ill-advised invasion of a neighboring country.
Did you say ill-advised?
Ill-advised. Well, that's what I meant.
Ill-advised?
It was ill-advised.
Yeah, right.
Ill-advised. I know there's
kind of the same thing.
There may have been one syllable missing, but y'all know what I mean.
Can I tell you something?
Ill-advised.
Because we've created.
I know the word ill-advised.
We've created words anyway.
Right.
Maybe ill-advised is just a hipper, cooler way to say ill-advised.
Well, that's me. I like to hip it up.
Yeah, I know.
I like to hip it a little bit.
Because I was told somebody the other day that was ill-advised.
Ill-advised.
Dun-dun-dun.
Giddy up, boom, ba, boom, ba, bow, wow. To Anonymous out of Birmingham. Anonymous, 30 seconds, only one timeout left, boys. Go ahead.
Hi, I am a mother of 3 children at Oak Mountain Elementary School, and I need to know what we need to do to get Kay Ivey to pass a bill like DeSantis. I've got 3 children there. They get a weekly guidance, and the school refuses to tell us as parents what is being discussed with our children. These are kids from pre-K to third grade. I don't know why they won't share that with us.
You have no idea what they're discussing with your children from pre-K to third grade?
No, and they meet with guidance counselors on a weekly basis.
What's the kid say?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Have you asked your kid what they're saying? Yeah.
I would get involved. I would go to all the meetings. I would ask a lot of questions.
Let's go to Gary Prattville. Gary, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Well, good morning and great show as always.
Thank you.
I was wondering, Bubba, I see that you follow Donald Trump again on Twitter. Do you think that's truly him? Or because I saw where he posted where the courts ruled he's back, but then I see that says there's another Trump that says parody. But I was just wanting to know what you think. Did you think that's really actually Donald Trump back on Twitter?
And I follow it.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Know.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't pay that close attention to it. I may have followed him at one time. I don't know if he's been activated again or not. I haven't heard anything about that.
Yeah, what's happening with the thing he created, the truth thing?
I don't know. Have you ever got on there yet? I don't think I've ever been allowed on it.
Yeah, like somebody told me that they've been on there for months and finally they got officially accepted.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'll be honest with you. I've tried to cut back social media time.
Yeah.
I realized that I was going down the foxhole a little too far, and I've tried to cut back on some of it and just do with what I got to do.
Yeah, that's me. All I do is I do messages going out. I don't really pay much attention to what's coming
listen, you can burn up. I mean, I'll get to looking at Instagram and boy, an hour's flown by. It just gets away from you.
Oh, it's set up to be very addictive. Yeah. Let's go to Mike. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
And chocolate.
Yes, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I like it better.
Mike, hey buddy, you're on the Rick and Bubba show. Go ahead,
Mike.
Okay, yeah, hey, how y'all doing this morning?
Good, buddy. Good.
Just wanted to point something out a minute ago when Jen Psaki was saying, or they was comparing what Biden was doing to Trump's first year. Why do we care about Trump's first year? Because that was basically Obama's last year. Why didn't they compare it to when Trump left office?
Well, because you compare to the year that you've got the best story to tell.
Yeah. I need to notice that she said in the first year. He had more oil production in the front than he did in the first year.
Well, I would just think, look, ill-advised.
There it is again.
What?
You jumped on ill-advised again. Look at you. You did it right that time. It's just you're going to that phrase again.
Who the president is. Yeah. I would think that our oil consumption probably goes up every year no matter who the president is, don't you? And our production goes up.
I would hope, but not. Remember, she said first year.
Yeah. She did say first year.
Yeah. I don't even know that Trump had anything going the first year. I bet we ain't up to where he was in the last year.
Yeah. Trust me, they're at that level.
When the price was real low, where were we at? That's what I want.
How about this? We were energy independent, and I promise you, they are not cranking out as much oil now as when we were energy independent. That's just not. There's no way. Or we'd be energy independent.
Yeah, it doesn't appear that way.
Anonymous, Bubba, we've taken this question on many times. Yeah. Anonymous, go ahead.
Good morning. I was just going to say I think people are quick to jump to communism or socialism because some people just like being told what to do. They don't want to fool with getting the facts. They're just they want to live their lives, and then when they wake up, boom, it's gone.
Yeah, that's it. I thought you were going to ask us why, but you're saying why. You're right. Like Bubba said it 1,000 times. He's right. I agree. It's an easy sell, socialism. If you sell it, like you do a lot of products, but you don't read the fine print.
Yeah, to the uninformed masses, It sounds like Santa Claus. So why wouldn't you be for it?
But at the end, you need to listen to the guys going. There's a terrible disclaimer that comes with it, and people who love socialism have never really lived in it.
Yeah, I mean, true socialism, right. I don't mean a democracy that has some social programs, but true socialism that steps into the communist world, we just don't have any examples of it working, Rick. That's the problem. Yeah. I mean, it's never worked anywhere it's been tried other than where people are held prisoner.
Yep. Yeah.
And if you don't think they're held prisoner, try leaving North Korea.
Right. Well, we gave the Venezuela example today. That's probably the closest, the nearest, the newest example of what it eventually turns into. It's just a disaster. All right, we'll be back. 14 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
think Gary's got Life 360 on you and me. Do you? Do you think that?
Ooh.
You know,
well, who's charging it up every night?
You know, but he's so that's what he's getting on me about, that I didn't let him know that, because he didn't want to disrupt her time because it gets him back on her bad list. You know what I mean? He's like, hey,
what do you think, running from her help?
Well, I don't. You know, and then I had to deal with that. We're going to the game last night. She was like, why was Gary running from me? I don't know, honey. I think he just didn't want to bother you.
Yeah, he's probably busy.
right.
He's probably got to call about a fire or something. Yeah.
Yeah, and he said, you don't think she's mad at me, do you? And of course, what do?
No.
I said, oh, she came home. I saw what she talked about.
I'll tell you what.
Furious.
I said, once again, I've had to go to bat for you. So Gary, the good thing is Gary will be afraid he won't go anywhere near there for a while. So a gobbler is protected.
Yeah.
All right, if you leave us, have a great week. It's Best Of shows all next week. If you got more Rick and Bubba, top of the hour, I'll be headed off to Nicaragua. And I'll talk to you on the 3rd. The rest of the guys will be here, whatever the case may be. Thanks for being with the show, and enjoy yourself.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For the Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being a part of it. Rick has stepped out as he is catching his plane to Nicaragua. He'll be in Nicaragua tonight.
And where?
Nicaragua. That's when I went halfway and didn't roll it. You got to commit in Spanish. That's the problem. You got to really commit to it. You can't halfway do it. That's the whole.
Yeah.
That's the whole deal with it.
And I'm not willing to do that.
No. We'll be headed out tomorrow, so we'll be a little bit behind. But anyway,
are you excited about that?
I am excited.
What all y'all got planned? Just relaxing? Y'all got any?
You look tickled pink.
My plan is to do as little as possible.
You got your Speedo ready to go snorkeling?
You know, it's just one of those things. There's been so much going on. You can't really get your mindset to be ready to go on it, and you're not really ready to go. I mean, I hadn't got my suitcase packed totally yet. I got it kind of packed.
Will you wear that ribbon the rest of the day?
Yeah, absolutely.
I hope you do.
You couldn't get it off of me with a fist fight.
Bubba's going to the Bahamas, if you don't know.
I would like a picture of you on that water slide, the one that goes through the shark tank.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, I'm not a big water slide
Oh,
guy.
what?
Yeah, I'm not.
Those are good. They got some good ones.
Oh, they're
there.
fun.
I know that's shocking, but
There's one when you just jump in a hole.
Mhm.
You can't even see it. And you end up in it's weird.
What do you do? Yeah, I like it too.
So they have a water slide that goes through a shark tank, and it's a glass tube, so it looks like you're sliding.
Do that like you're.
Yes.
Awesome. You got to do that. Take a picture of it if you do it.
We'll see.
Then there's one, and you say you go on top of this. It's built like the Mayan temple or whatever.
Yeah.
And you're on top of it, and you just basically there's a hole with the water, and you just jump in that hole, and you come out in one of the rooms inside of it. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and I think it actually is set up to take a picture of you, and you can like purchase them.
Oh,
and
I'm
so
sure.
I need you in nothing but a
I'm
pair
sure
of
they
shorts.
have several things you can purchase.
And
there.
don't think they ain't got the lazy river, because they do.
No, that's a nice.
Oh, hey.
I mean, that thing goes on forever and a day. doesn't
Yeah,
it?
you don't think this going to get him a chocolate monkey and get on the lazy
You
river?
dang right.
Wow.
Pink Newcastle left and right.
Let me tell you, I was
Double fist in a pink Newcastle.
Oh, man.
I don't know if it still exists or not, but I was
funny.
at the wharf down in Gulf Shores, Alabama, and they have a lazy river.
They got a little deal over there.
And hey, I
that's
said
nice.
that
The
son of a
Oasis.
gun, and before I knew it, an hour had gone by.
You know what I
was
like
just
over
floating
there?
along.
Them old hammocks they had right there
Ooh, yeah.
at the wharf.
So you've been the same one?
Yeah.
Oh, look at
Buddy, I go a lot of places.
you.
I'm just kidding. I don't go anywhere.
Do you like lazy rivers?
Yes,
as a
yeah.
whole?
I like lazy.
Heck yeah. How y'all on wave pools?
Love them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
They're
got
a lot
to be
of
in the right
work.
kind of mood.
They're
They
a lot of
are a
work.
lot of work.
Yeah.
You know, you got to be in the mood. Ham's is right. Now,
But
people-
you want the waves to be big enough that you feel like you're in one.
Right.
I wish they would do one for adults and then one for kids. There's too many kids out there.
Right, exactly.
So,
You
Speedy,
don't hurt anybody.
that's why it's so warm.
in kind of a strange segment here, we had tried to get in touch with Gary Palmer when we were talking about the Trump bill today, and I think we've got Gary now. Let's see if we can
Okay.
grab him.
You
here.
think
Speedy,
he's
so-
ever been to the Atlantis?
Congressman? Is that you?
Hey, Bubba, how are you?
I'm good, Gary. You doing all right?
Well, yes, so far for being sleep deprived and food deprived.
You know, I texted you back. I said, "Hey, you remember when you had all the time in the world and everything was nice? You remember that? Everything was calm."
Well, I kind of joke up here when they trying to get you to do something. They call you into a meeting that you need to carry your own towel because you're going to get waterboarded. But
So, Gary, listen, and we don't have a lot of time, but this thing has got very confusing. There's so much misinformation. I don't think anybody that I know that has good walking around sense goes, "Hey, I love Obamacare. Let's stay with it." But we've got this. We've got a potential alternative here, and there's a lot of objections to it from the Republicans. So where are we at? Are we gonna have a vote or what?
Brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without
It is
a
9
brother.
minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Thanks for being with us. Still to come on the program, Derek Carr will be with us. We'll talk to quarterback Derek Carr about a lot of things, but he's got a big event coming up in Las Vegas that we'll tell you about, and we'll talk to him next hour on the show. Bubba, now you said you had a project, a product that you've been seeing, and is this an issue you're having?
No, Rick, this goes back, and I've told you, once upon a time in TV sales, I was involved in the advertising of these products that they sell, the infomercials.
Oh, yeah.
Or as
Is that when you got the juicer?
As we called it, direct marketing. And,
how'd you like that pocket fisherman?
Well, let me tell you, I love the pocket fisherman.
Did you actually?
And I wish I had another one right now because for what they were, they actually worked. They used to send me products, and I'd get to test them, which, that was...
Is that what got you started on the juicer?
Well, Rick, you always hang up on the juicer.
Well, I remember
you
and
Ronco. You need to move beyond the
No. You opened the door to that. You were saying I used to do infomercials. I used to see that guy doing an infomercial. Now he was
Rick,
his skin color was the color of Trump. He looked like a carrot.
Now, no, seriously, if you drink a lot of carrots that you have juiced, you will start having an orange tint.
Look, that old man looked like
I know
like
other people.
Go watch him, Hounds. You're too young to remember.
You'll start turning orange. I don't know what it is.
Go find the juicer guy. The guy.
That really happens.
Go find the juicer guy.
He's
Go
been
look at
corporate,
look at the old videos of the juicer guy. He's orange.
Right.
So
we'll
look that up. That's another segment.
How do I Google this?
This is another segment.
Juicer guy.
Did you mention the aluminum wallet that you bought? What was that called?
I didn't buy it. They sent it to me to test out, and I got to keep them.
How was it?
But are you still using it today?
I think I did until I accidentally sit on it and crushed it. I broke the. I broke the wedge on it.
It would match the aluminum briefcase you brought in. You should have both of them.
That's another segment too.
Oil additives. Listen, I was all over those.
All right, so University of California, Santa Barbara did a research project, and your skin can actually turn an orange yellowish color if you eat a lot of carrots.
Look, Adler turned orange.
Yes,
Really?
no, Brady did for real. My little brother Brady, he was eating so many canned or sweet potatoes in a jar.
Oh my God.
He loved them. That's what he would eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Just sweet potatoes and
That's kinda gross.
as a baby. We didn't understand why he looked like Donald Trump. We take the baby to the doctor, and the doctor's like, "Does he eat a lot of carrots?" We're like, "He eats a lot of sweet potatoes." Yeah. For real, his pigment turned him. He turned orange. He turned orange.
Hams, you need to believe me on these things.
Yeah.
I got more on that.
I'm starting to think I need to.
That's a fact.
Eat more carrots.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt you. I wouldn't. Don't eat too many. You want to.
Have y'all seen this thing that they're pushing on TV that removes earwax?
Is that the one that shows a big chunk of wax come out of you?
Well, it's a thing you put in there. It's got like a corkscrew.
Oh, it's got an auger on it.
Yeah, and it actually, if you use a Q-tip, you pack it in there. We've all been probably guilty of that at some point.
I need one of those.
But that right there pulls it out, and I thought that's a great invention.
But how does
it really
not
works.
push it in too?
Well, it's got a corkscrew.
Yeah, but when it first goes in.
No, but it's tapered.
turns and
it's
grabs
tapered, and then as you turn it, it pulls it back out, which I think looks like a great invention.
Oh gosh, please don't show me.
Lord.
But has anybody tried that?
That made me sick.
No, look.
I hate it.
You missed that one. You didn't turn around and see that last one.
Well, I'm not big on earwax, but
who would be?
That's why I'm interested. Does this actually work? Because I know people that.
What's that run? Just like it said.
If it's on TV, it's $19.99.
Have you seen that guy wants you to wash it out and flush it out? We got earwax battles out there.
And if you order today, you're going to get a free nose hair trimmer.
Yeah, you get 2 of them
and free shipping.
Greg, right now, just this long, but no, there's more.
Y'all's ears itching. My ears are itching right now.
But let me go back to this.
In the world?
I'm glad you brought this up. And
What's it called?
Is anybody using the auger?
Oh, we're going to throw in another one.
But
I don't. What's it called? Adler, what's the name?
Ear
of it?
auger.
It should be.
Twiddler or something. Tvidler or something. What did you say? TVILDER.
That's clearly a little gimmick.
Are you saying twiddler?
So how you gonna know if it got
Easy.
it
I
all?
will not
I
get
think it's
waxed.
foreign. I think it's foreign.
See, that's too complicated. They ought to call it the ear auger. Don't you think?
Yeah, I
Greg?
like
I
that.
know
That's an
exactly
ear
what
auger.
that
I
is.
love ear auger.
I do too.
All right, so
I
we need to
get
try
one if
one
it's
of them.
called
Are they
ear
ringing?
auger.
Are they ringing?
See, don't you think that's a good idea?
Yeah, I do.
There you go.
Yeah.
TVI. Yeah.
Tvidler?
That's terrible marketing. Ear auger would sell like
What's
there's no
Tvidler
tomorrow.
mean?
Bubba, let me bring this up.
Greg, I wouldn't keep saying that name. I
What about
feel
just
like
the-
it's probably not wise to scream in
What about
public.
just the ear screw?
No.
No.
Ear auger flow.
No,
That's
Speedy.
good,
No,
Speedy. That's
no.
good.
No.
I mean, that's what it's doing.
No, that happens on April
Oh,
15th.
look, that is disgusting.
The
No, that's a whole nother thing.
that's a different.
Don't go to that
Gross.
website.
No, you break a
No.
deal, face the wheel.
No.
Oh, I can't
Gross.
watch
Look
this
at that.
anymore.
Disgusting.
That's not gross.
That is gross.
It's like somebody's got mud in their ears.
We all got earwax.
I know, but I don't want to see it. I got some other things I do too. You probably don't want to watch.
You'd rather see that than some of that other.
But Greg,
Oh, look, you get about 4 augers with it.
here's what I don't understand.
So the whole family can og together.
How did the Q-tip survive them 100% figuring out that you were just packing your ears full of wax?
What else do you do with the Q-tip?
Are there other things you do with them that don't you put on like
Makeup or something?
like alcohol and on stuff?
You
and whatever?
can still wipe the out
Yeah, but its
part of
main
your
thing
ear
is
with
your
it.
ear.
Yeah, but look, they were
Get your belly button.
They were revealed, Greg. They were nothing but like you do with a cannon. They're just packing the wad in there. I mean,
Well, you gotta do it just right. You
I
can't be
use it
too
just around the
aggressive.
edges.
all right, bad news,
Yeah.
Bubba. Run out of time. Bad news. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey guys, how are you?
How'd the ear auger do?
I tried it about a year ago, and either I don't have an earwax problem, or it just did not. It did not do anything. It literally pulled up nothing. And I tried it for several weeks, and like I say, either I don't have an issue or it doesn't work.
Bubba.
Oh, congratulations.
Bubba, you get that Navage to go with it, and you can clean out everything in
No,
your
I've
head.
never used that.
Where it runs in one nostril, comes out the other.
I do. I have to do
It's a
the
souped up neti pot.
sinus irrigation, but I don't. I do it more like you get waterboarded than that.
Kyle, Alabama,
that
the
one's
neti
got it
pot.
going and coming.
The
doesn't
great
it?
neti pot.
Hey, Kyle, go ahead.
You seen there, Kyle?
Hey, I was just wondering if the wallet that Bubba sat on, was that the same one that we tested out running over with the car?
I do keep one in the truck now just to keep business cards in.
Well, they sent one to Speedy. They don't know whether it works or not.
Right.
He's never had any
never
use.
seen it.
Yeah.
It's never been out of the truck.
Like riding in the truck in the console doesn't hurt him.
100% safe.
Yeah.
The ear auger didn't get a good review.
Well, we had one guy. Surely there's other ear augers out there.
I wouldn't waste my money on ear auger.
I don't know. It looks. I kind of want to try it.
Don't even talk about the rump auger. You don't even want that.
Greg, do you
Greg. Greg. How old are you?
What? People
How old are
people
you?
get clogged up on that end.
Do you still have the juicer, Bubba?
Are you 50? No. Heck no.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, I honestly don't know. I know we're going to have the procedural votes in about 20 minutes.
All right, now speak to us so we can understand. Does that mean a vote to have the vote?
Yeah, that's a vote to have the vote.
So that'll give us an idea of who's going to vote for it and who's not, right?
Yeah, I think so. But probably not, because most people won't vote against that. It's called voting for or against the rule, and most people will vote for the rule and allow the vote to proceed. So that really doesn't tell you what the final tally will be. But what I know a lot of people, I mean, the calls about this are overwhelmingly against it to my office. And one of the things, you guys have known me a long time, I think the most important thing that a member of Congress can do is be a person of integrity.
Right.
And last Friday, I was in the Oval Office with the president. And I ran a think tank for 25 years.
Yep.
I've worked on these issues for 20 years, trying to get a solution to the Medicaid problem. Medicaid's destroying state budgets. It's about to destroy the Alabama General Fund. And I told the president what we needed to do on Medicaid, that we need to give the states an option to either take it as a block grant so they can manage it and get the federal government mandates out of it and allow the states to run it, or to take the per capita caps and then give the states the ability to impose work requirements on working age, able-bodied adults.
In other words, make it do what it's supposed to do.
That's right. So, and plus, we sent out almost $37 billion. I want to repeat, $1 billion in improper payments on Medicaid last year, and that's without all of the Medicaid operations reporting their improper payments. That's money that could have gone to help kids in wheelchairs, children in low-income families, the elderly, the disabled. And this is a chance to fix it. And I told the president what we need to do. He said, Gary, I support that 100%. And I told him I'd support the bill. The other thing that people need to know is if we don't do something, premiums are going to keep going up. I met with the president again yesterday and talked to him about a model that Maine has created that brought premiums for 20-year-olds down by almost $5,000. And for people in their 60s, their premiums came down almost $7,000. The infrastructure for doing that is already in this bill. I talked to the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Tom Price, twice yesterday. And guys, if this passes, and I'm not saying this is a great bill. It's not. I get all of the opposition to it. But if this passes, we at least have a chance to start bringing premiums down. And that's what's hurting so many families.
So, Gary, there's a line of thinking, and we've had it discussed on the show earlier today. Some people feel like that they sent the majority of all the houses and the president up there to repeal Obamacare, and they don't see it as a repeal. They see this as a watered-down version of Obamacare because the government's still in it, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. I'm kind of from the school of it's bad. Anything is better than what we've got, so do whatever you can. So is that where you are now? Is that what I'm understanding? You're going to support the bill as it sits?
Well, if you recall, in my last campaign, I said all along this should be phased out.
Right.
That one repeal was not going to do it. That we needed to phase this out, and that way we don't throw millions of people off of their insurance. By doing what I'm talking about with setting up these risk-sharing pools and backing it up with the federal government, people can afford their insurance. And it doesn't matter if you got a pre-existing condition. It's not the whole issue of guaranteed issue, which makes so many people upset, goes away because you can afford your insurance. And it's working. I mean, Maine has an older population, and their premiums, even with the risk-sharing option, are lower than non-smoking adults in New Hampshire with the same insurance company. I gave that chart to the president yesterday. So that's what we've got to do is bring the premiums down, and it's incremental. And like I said, there's a lot about this bill I don't like.
Right.
But if your house is on fire, are you going to tell the guy who shows up in the old fire truck you don't want him because the bigger, newer truck's not there?
I wouldn't.
Put out the fire.
Right. And so do the Republicans, does the president have the votes to get it through today?
I have no idea. And I think we'll know. I'm supposed to be in a meeting right now, and that I probably get a little more information on that than I've got right now. But I want to say something else about the Republican majority, and this is what everybody's got to understand, like it or not, is that the Republicans from California, the Republicans from Pennsylvania and New York don't think like we do.
Right.
We don't think like they do. But if we don't have them, we don't have a majority. And if we don't have a majority, we don't have this discussion. So this is a tough environment to work in when you're trying to work with people. 1/3 of all Medicaid recipients in the country live in California. 1/3. So people got to understand that defines how those people are going to vote. And some of those guys are going to vote for this bill, even though it probably costs them the next election.
Now, didn't California want to succeed at one point? Wasn't they talking about that? Maybe we should let them go.
Well, I'm not going to comment on that.
Hey, Gary, listen.
I'd rather come back and spin the wheel with me.
Yeah. Congressman, I know you're busy. You got to run. Thanks for taking time to call us and shedding a little light on it. We'll be watching the news today to see how it falls.
Well, I really appreciate you guys, and I appreciate your prayers. We really need God's guidance in everything we're doing.
Well, Gary, we appreciate your leadership. I know you're hard. I know you're a good man, and nobody knows the issues better than you. I will give you that for sure.
Well, thanks for having me on.
Thank you, brother. Good luck. Keep up the good work. Congressman Gary Palmer from the state of Alabama. He was one of the original holdouts on the bill, met with the president, expressed his concerns. The president agreed, inserted the changes. He is now supporting the bill. We'll see how it all falls out today.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wanna buy 5 copies for my mother? Yeah. Wanna see my smiling face?
What you got, birthday boy?
This almost sounds impossible. Okay, so bear with me. Casey Anthony and O.J. Simpson may star in a joint reality show.
It is 7 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG's the number. This hour, we'll get more of your phone calls in. We'll get more topics in, and we'll talk to Raiders quarterback Derek Carr. All happening this hour. So looking forward to spending time together. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler are all here for a brand new hour. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey. Hey, Bubba.
Rick, glad to be here, and we appreciate all of you letting us do what we do now. 28 years.
Oh, yeah. 28 big ones.
Goodness.
28 big ones.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah. So, Bubba, a couple things.
That's a lot of alarm clocks going on.
First of all, I will tell you that we checked on the ear auger, or whatever it's called, in the break, and I do not believe that we found one person that has used it successfully. Now, it has led to a lot of other people talking about other things on how to remove earwax. I don't think that's what you were looking for. I think what you were looking for is, does this particular thing work?
Was the ear auger worth it?
Yeah. So did Evie have something to say to it out of Jacksonville?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
well, I think they have, her friends have their own little device they use. She says it works.
Oh, so it's not ear auger call.
No.
But we can't get any ear auger calls.
Well, yeah, well,
may not have the hype it needs.
We had one that said it didn't work, but she claims this tool does. Whatever.
Do you want to hear other people?
Yeah, we'll just hear them right quick.
Because I got a few things I do want to kick around the room. But I mean, do you want to hear a couple of these?
Yeah, go ahead.
Earwax, not the best topic in the world, but ear auger was.
It's necessary.
Yeah, it is. So Evie, what say you to Bubba?
All right, hey guys. I have a friend, and I was just over at the a couple of weeks ago, and the girl that's my friend was like, "Hey babe, where's the crochet hook?" And I was really confused. She goes and finds the crochet hook and sticks it right in her ear. That's their ear. They use a crochet hook.
Wow.
No, you don't have to cuss about
it.
Well, here's what I was going to ask.
She must have a big face.
Do you have it stuck in your ear right now? Keeps hitting the buds on the phone. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like it.
We're not going to
Every time she smiled, it
Hey, we ain't sticking that in our ear.
If a Q-tip is bad for your ear, a crocheting needle is worse.
Listen, don't forget about the rednecks with the car keys. Have you seen people that take their car keys?
I've done it.
By the way,
I've done it to get to an itch.
I've seen you.
I love doing that.
I have, I think.
I got something I'll tell you in the break that works, but I can't say it. Well, because everybody, hey man, that's nice. You can watch it.
Yeah.
That's irresponsible. All right, so.
Oh, y'all ever scared to go in too deep because you're like,
you know what I say, Greg? Lighten up, Francis.
Lighten up, Francis. It works.
Right. Back it off, Karen. Let's go to.
Yeah, I'm scared to go a little deep.
Let's go to Oklahoma.
Oh my
Joseph,
God.
go ahead.
Y'all hear it?
Golly.
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing today?
Good. Hope you're okay, buddy.
So we're doing great. So I have a little home remedy that y'all may know about, y'all may not. But I use hydrogen peroxide in my ear.
No.
And man, you just turn your head over the sink, pour some hydrogen peroxide in that ear canal, and that stuff will bubble out of there like a volcano. I'm telling you.
Yeah, you got like like when you get water in your ear.
Yeah,
what if it won't come out?
I don't know if that's.
It comes out.
Yo, that's what the doctors tell you to
peroxide ain't
do.
no big
Well,
deal. You should put peroxide in there every time you go swimming.
The doctors tell you to get rid of earwax
don't
that
tell
way.
you that. Yeah.
Yes, they do.
Witch
Well, how can
doctors
y'all
and
have
stuff.
mentioned it?
What'd you say, witch doctor?
Yeah.
No,
that's what we want to eye nuke.
They tell you that's how to get rid of earwax.
Nuke. Anonymous.
Greg, was I right on carrots? Don't cross me.
He's on a roll right now. Looking a little orange over there.
There it is, right there.
Yeah. Anonymous in Mobile, Alabama. Anonymous, go ahead.
Hey, it's a different commercial, and it's a late-night commercial, but I wondered if y'all had seen it. It's called bentcarrot.com.
Say it again.
If you can get the graphic, bentcarrot.com.
What is she saying?
Bent carrot.
Bent?
Bentcarrot.com. It's a late-night commercial on regular TV.
She's not saying bent carrot.
Yeah,
I think I have earwax in my ear. I can't understand what she's saying.
Are you saying a carrot like a vegetable bent? Like it's bent?
BNT. Yes, bentcarrot.com. See if that'll look and find the commercial.
Oh, Lord. I'm going there myself. This is going to be a setup.
I feel like that website could be dangerous.
I ain't going to one of these things called bent carrot.
There's no way I'm punching that.
Because I think there's going to be leaks to a men's clinic. I ain't going to that.
Again, they're going to mention Peyronie's disease.
Everybody's waving over there. What does that mean?
Yeah, that's it.
Everybody's waving.
That's it.
Greg,
it.
why do you know? Why do you know about
Have
this?
you not heard the commercials?
I'm not.
There's a radio commercial that goes into in depth.
Okay.
Rick, look behind you. That's what it is.
I know what that is.
Look at that. Hey, if you stream anything that has commercials, that's going to run. I mean, you get on Paramount Plus. That'll run 100 times.
Who was Peroni?
Yeah, really. Wouldn't you hate to know they named the disease?
Poor guy.
Are you able to use a GoPro and say around the corner?
Yeah,
all right,
she's
so
right.
Hey,
all week.
You've got Louis
vacations
Pasteur
next week.
Louis Pasteur came up with pasteurization, and then we got Peroni.
Okay, right. You're like, why'd you use your last name? I don't know. I wasn't thinking.
You know,
Louise,
that looks like a logo.
Doesn't
it, Greg?
Gene in Louisiana. Gene, go ahead.
Good morning, y'all. How you doing?
Hey, Gene. How are you?
I'm good. I am an audiologist by profession.
What'd
now
you say?
Retired.
No, I'm just kidding.
I'm an audiologist.
I'm just kidding.
That's no joke. Come on.
I'm sorry.
And leave your ear canals alone. Your ears are actually supposed to be self-cleansing.
Yeah, but gross.
Sometimes, you know, for whatever reason, they do become occluded with earwax. But leave that to a professional. Let your doctor see about that. And I don't think it's a good idea at all. I can't believe the FDA allowed all this stuff. Now it's become a craze. But I have removed Q-tips from people's ears.
Oh,
Leave your ears alone. Don't dig around in there because you can cause some damage.
So you're not a big fan of the ear auger?
Yeah. Oh my goodness! It looks like you're about to drill a post hole with it. Yeah. So, Gene, you're saying your ear now. If you get where it hardens in there and you can't hear it,
and you look at somebody's ear,
and you're miserable, you go see a professional. I did that one time, by the way.
You know how long it takes to get an appointment?
I know, but you talking about feeling good when they actually take it out.
Oh yeah.
That's
Medically.
right.
Oh, I could hear paper rustling.
Well,
I mean, I could hear so good.
What if you've seen those people that let it get out of hand? Looks like a rat's nest in there.
No,
Something about it.
You don't want that. Gene's not talking.
I have seen some really nasty stuff.
That's what I'm talking about.
But I've also, a lot of times you can tell sometimes when you look in that ear canal, you can tell that the person has been fooling with it, and that the wax has plunged further down in there toward the eardrum, and you have a real big mess.
So you're saying leave it alone unless you get an issue that needs medical help,
or you have an ear auger.
No.
let your doctor be the one. Go to your doctor, or you could go to an audiologist. It's within the scope of practice of audiologists to remove it to an extent. I mean, they can decide whether or not they can or
They
not.
might look in there and go, well, this
if
is
I
not
go to
good.
the ear doctor and he breaks out an ear auger, I'm going to be mad.
That's not going to
No,
happen.
but he knows what he's doing. He also does surgery on ear canals. He is a trained medical.
Oh,
Now, Gene, don't get all mad at us. We're just kidding around.
I know. I wish we could just get an appointment that wasn't 6 months away.
Well, we can, but if people come back to work. Thank you, Gene. Thanks for what you do. Gene's representing the man.
Yeah. She was sent in to Cole, the ear auger.
I will tell you, though, you do need to stop putting those.
What it is, the ear auger is going to clean everybody's ears, and they're going out of business.
You know, I burst my dad's eardrum. He had a Q-tip in his ear, and I tackled him.
Yeah, you did.
But now he brought that on himself.
You flanked him.
Walking into the room, you know, shirtless. I thought that meant Dad was going to see if we could move him.
Yeah, a little wrestling match.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
That reveals how they live with the crimes they were acquitted of.
Even though they're probably guilty.
Right.
Well, I think that's
more
what they're
than
saying.
probably,
Living with the crimes they were acquitted of.
Yeah, what their life is like now. OJ,
Of course.
now when's he getting out of jail?
Well, it's coming up. It's coming up. Casey Anthony was acquitted in 2011 of murdering her 2-year-old daughter, and Simpson was acquitted of the double homicide in 1995, but is now doing time for a kidnapping ordeal where he tried to get some of his sports memorabilia back.
Yeah.
Now,
Strong-armed him.
Yeah. The insiders say the pair will team up for a documentary about their lives. And in a strange move, Casey Anthony is now listed on OJ's list of people who can visit him in jail.
Are you serious?
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Goodness gracious.
Anthony also hinted at a TV show and said that she was fascinated by Simpson. TMZ is reporting a number of TV stations and agents are interested in the possible show. Now, y'all know what's going to happen with this, don't you? OJ and Anthony are going to, Casey Anthony are going to end up hooking up and falling in love.
What?
And the TV show will be called Murders in Love.
That's got a ring to it.
Y'all, how sick and weird is this mix?
Now,
okay,
look,
does this not just turn your stomach, even if you just had birthday cake?
You know,
you're right.
As funny as it sounds, TMZ notes, all right, that the money, if awarded a show, might be something like a pay-per-view, okay? And that Simpson is in the hole for like $33.5 million wrongful death judgment against him. If you remember, the family of his wife and Goldman sued him. So
Ron,
he's in
Ron's
major
dad,
debt.
yeah.
So when he gets out of jail, he's going to be looking for some way to make some money, okay? And so before we make fun of this, you just never know where his mind's going to be. Now, I doubt very seriously.
Is anybody? I know initially a lot of people want to watch.
Everybody's so fascinated with O.J. Simpson.
Yes,
though.
we had the
Greg, let's just say
this past.
Let's just say tonight at 7:00, you hear that O.J. and Anthony's coming on, and there's already leaks out that they're dating. Do you tune in?
Do you choose that or March Madness?
Ooh,
because that's on tonight.
If there's a possible triangle and you throw Mama June in there, maybe.
How about you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Time to go back to work. It's school.
Light the fuse and run now, brother, 'cause you ain't. With the lightning, get us all.
There it is.
Yeah.
On Blackberry Smoke. Getting you
about it?
started. Well, you know, I'm trying to get back to the point where I say the word yes, not see.
See,
you get in a habit of that. I did it all the way. I come on, Sherry said, "Why do you keep saying C to us?" I said, "I got to get back into saying yes again." And you know, you have your various C's. You have your C, and you have your C.
See,
that's when you're really fired up about something. C. We're all fired up. So we do have a lot to do as we come back. I have been away. You've been away, and the boys, some of them got a few days off, and And we'll kind of unpack that today as we walk through today's program. And as I said, Greg hopefully will be back with us tomorrow.
And I want to tell Speedy and Helms and Greg, if he's listening, I appreciate them covering everything this week and allowing us a little time off. And we had a great trip. We went down to the Bahamas, to the Atlantis. And I know you went to Nicaragua. And traveling is always fun, isn't it?
Nicaragua. Oh, yes. It's always a blast. it is. And then also, anytime you're in a third world country, just trying to watch every move you make. I saw some students, because the school where our kids go to school have been going to Nicaragua for about 11 years.
Right.
I have gone 3 times. Big Love's gone 4 times. The Tasmo has gone 3 times. And so, we've been involved in that, but we've been there now. We've made the mistakes. We've done the things. And then you also have new students that are going for the first time. And I don't know how they're doing. I haven't had any updates. But I remember standing in the airport at Nicaragua, and I turn around, and I see students just tearing up sub sandwiches, okay? And I said, "Where'd you get that?" We went over and bought. I said, "You realize I know you're in an airport, but you are still in." 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thanks for being with us. Coming up next segment, Derek Carr will join us. We'll talk to him about what is going on in his world and introduce you to something that he has been called to and is going to be doing in Las Vegas as quarterback of the Raiders, the Altar Men's Conference in Las Vegas. And we'll tell you about that, talk to him about that and other things coming up in the final 2 segments of this hour. So our thanks to him for joining us today. All right, so a couple of things going on in just regular life in the world going on. A couple of things I want to know. Okay, 2 items I want to ask you guys is just.
Hey, talking about no carrot.
No, I'm done with talking about carrots. But I want to ask all of you a couple of things. Okay, number one. Because it's happened, Sherry and I were looking for a gift or something for somebody on Saturday. What was that about? I can't remember what it was about. Somebody's wedding or something, and or some kind of happy for somebody that was hosting something. I don't remember what it was. Women and their friends and us and our friends is 2 completely different worlds. And have I ever felt the pressure? Well, you know what? I'm going to see Bus. I need to be sure I bring something. I mean, so
I don't think so.
Yeah. So, by the way, never think that. Okay. So, so it's kind of like we all agreed not to help each other move. Let's throw that. We like to have zero pressure in our friendships.
Yeah.
So anyway, I get into one of these frilly stores, and I know that, but I don't like this in general. And my smell has slowly but surely worked its way back from COVID.
Oh, good.
It's still not right. But it's there. But I find myself, I know everybody we've talked about before, everybody in here, just wives in here like these candles. Everybody like candles? These candle things.
Well, at least
so she's like, and this is what I don't get. Rick, come over here. And this candle's not even for us. Hey, come over here, smell these. And I'm like, I said, I don't really like any of them. And she's like, so you don't like any of them? I said, I don't like any candle. No.
Not a candle.
Zero candles.
No candles.
I don't like the smell of any candle. I don't like scents in my house.
Sam, I am.
I'd rather the house just be neutral on scent.
Would you smell it with a fox?
I would not smell it with a fox.
Well, you hadn't heard hot apple toddy.
But that's the part that hit me. She goes, so you're telling me, I said, okay, just take me down the line. And they all have these weird names that don't even make any sense. Yeah. And every single one that she presented to me, I said, I don't like the smell of that.
So y'all like bad attitude.
Do y'all like the smell of any candles?
I like your attitude about this, Rick.
Do y'all like the smell of any candles?
I got spice apple toddy is all right.
Say it again.
That's just one Lisa buys at Christmas every year.
Yeah.
Rick, here's the
about
problem with scents, okay? Yeah. If you have pets, and you're out of the teenager world, okay? But if you have pets and teenagers, there's no neutral smell anymore.
I know.
You have to do something to enhance the room.
I like the smell of a clean something. I don't want there to be a scent that you know what I'm talking about? I want things to smell clean.
Got it.
But I don't want like for
you want a winter spring or something of that nature. That's
is there one that
neutral.
says is there a candle that says it doesn't stink in here?
Yeah.
I mean, and so
fresh scent.
I just stopped stink. Something like
fresh
that.
Scent.
Like I kept going down through all these things. Of course, I got in trouble.
They have
hey,
those.
Greg, you would have loved this one. You know how you do? You need, and this I can't. I'm telling you this.
Oh boy.
You know how you need to scan the area. So she throws it up her. I said, "Oh, that's big girl perfume there."
Yeah.
And she looks at me and gives me this look, and she just stares at me going,
That's a truth.
And I look around and I realize now why I was.
It's
getting
extremely flowery.
Greg, I realize why I got the look.
Yeah.
She goes, you don't just shout unannounced big girl perfume.
Right.
And she goes,
That's a real thing.
You know,
You were probably real
Greg,
loud,
Greg,
too.
Greg, did you get that from your brother? I did.
Yeah.
Right. I did. So I found myself not liking.
You were right, though.
I didn't like the smell of any candle. None. Zero. Didn't like any of them. I don't want to be able to smell it. Now, if it makes the air cleaner and fresher, and I just don't know it, fine.
I can't have.
I don't
something
want
that's
anything
strong.
that I can define. I don't want to smell. I don't like it.
What about that stuff they sprinkle on the carpet and let it sit and then vacuum up?
Potpourri
That gives me a head
stuff?
up.
No, I really
now
give me a
now
headache.
Terry's into these. I'm going to plug it in and it heats up.
Yeah,
and
the plug-ins.
It's a little.
I just don't want to smell it.
It's a block and it kind of
We've
melts.
had those too.
I don't want to smell it.
Well,
Yeah, it heats it up and it melts.
Sherry's
I got
obsessed with
those.
eucalyptics. Was it eucalyptus?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, honey, that's not the answer to everything. What's wrong with your shoulder hurting? You let me put some. I said, but that doesn't. No, that help you go to sleep. It really doesn't, because I can smell it, and that smell keeps me awake. But then the other. How many times?
Why do they like smell so strong?
I don't know. You'd think they wouldn't marry us if they did.
Yeah, I know.
So then you go back to this other one, and this one is you got your grocery store that is near the house, meaning that's the one that you go to, barring that you're somewhere else in town.
Right.
Okay. If there's ever I got to run down here and get something or we need groceries, it's the one you go to. How many times do y'all donate to what they're asking you at the checkout? Because we can't.
I've started doing the roundup.
I was going to say,
When
if
they
it's
ask
the
you about
roundup,
roundup,
we can't. Well, I can't give.
I'll do the roundup.
I've
I do
been to
too.
the store like twice in one day, and I'm like, hey, you know, I've already donated once.
I think the roundup's a good move for them.
You got to push the button that says none.
I like to be able to donate to a lot of things. I want to be a cheerful giver.
Yeah.
But I don't want to be panhandled every time I'm trying to do something.
That's
And
what I mean.
That's what you're
But the
saying.
roundup's easy.
How many?
Now, I do not give to anybody that calls me on the phone. You're immediately cut off.
if you buy,
me too.
Even Industries for the Blind.
if you buy a meal,
Don't call me on the phone.
you buy a combo meal and it's $9.85, and they say, "Do you want to round up for Children's Hospital?"
That's fine.
15 cents.
Sure.
Yeah, take care of
I'm
that.
talking about
Whatever.
grocery store. I'm scanning.
I know.
And I was just in here yesterday. Are you want to give it to the Tuckers Food Bank?
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I already
know what
gave
that
you.
is.
Well,
That's their voice.
How many times do we? I mean, so every time I come in here, and then zing, 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 and then they got funny feathers sticking out of their head.
Yeah, don't make a spectacle.
I'm
Don't
like,
make a spectacle out of it.
You know what I
It's
say?
the approach.
I've even done the far. How about going this far? If I donate to the food bank, will you not ring that bell? Will you not sling that thing?
And if I'm at the grocery store,
$5 if you'll take a break.
and I donate, don't give me that bag that I can keep bringing back. They'll give you that if you donate.
Rick, what if
Because
you donated
I'm
and
not
they
going to
gave
bring it
you
back.
a scented candle?
Oh, now, here's the thing that's in the back of my mind. I also know that grocery store is getting kickback on it.
I know.
Yeah, I think all
is
of
that
it
something
probably
we
are.
made?
No, that's 100%.
Most any
I think
Is that something we
organization
made
that
up?
collects
No,
gets a
no,
commission.
You're right about
Greg,
that.
you know why?
Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing it.
Because I've been involved in those deals.
Oh, I thought Speedy had made that up.
No.
Me,
no.
I'm just sitting here.
No,
Yeah,
because
giving.
in all fairness to the charity, they're being smart.
Yeah, they're offering
saying-
a commission
they're
for
saying-
somebody
yeah,
to collect money
Yeah,
for them.
they're saying if Publix is getting 1 penny and we're getting $1, if Publix has some skin in the game, they're probably going to push it more.
Yeah.
I'm not.
So
in there-
it's actually smart on fundraising.
You'll
but-
end up with more money.
yeah, but don't think that that's all from the goodness of the grocery store's heart, because
on
most
the-
times it's really.
I'm not
On
in
the
there much.
roundup, Speedy says if it's 50 cents or less, he'll round up.
Oh, what does James think about it? Hey, do y'all feel bad if I'm ever in like PetSmart or Petco or something like that, and I'm not in there much, when you're checking out, their thing is, would you like to donate to homeless pets or whatever? And when you hit no, do you feel bad?
No, I don't. I don't feel bad at all. I'm not remotely concerned about that.
Yeah.
Not even
Especially
remotely.
If you've seen the price of that, what I had to get.
Yeah. How about this? Knock off a little bit on the dog food and y'all give it to homeless dogs. Yeah. We'll be back. Derek Carr's next.
Rick and Bubba.
An hour. Right. So the rules of eating were still in play.
Right.
Until we leave.
Yes.
Okay. And I said, I'm sure that lettuce on there is going to be fantastic.
Uh-oh.
And their faces. And I said, and this is coming from someone that made the same mistake, in year one. I said,
now see,
they said the airport's not home free. We're not home free yet.
So you'll have to help me with this. What are the eating rules? in Nicaragua.
Nicaragua.
As far as lettuce goes.
Well, it's a Bobo no.
No, why is it?
Well, because they're gonna wash it in water that's got the bacteria. in it.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, and that's a Bobo no. If somebody's not washing it with tank water or bottled water, you better take Blackberry Smoke's advice.
And the problem,
you better run for cover.
And refresh my memory. The problem with the water there in Mexico and these other places is it has some bacteria in it that we're not used to.
Correct.
Now, it does not affect you if you grew up with it.
Correct.
But when it's new and you throw it in our system, it wrecks and creates havoc.
Let me give you a slight correction on that, because I too have. I found out that there's things we'll just say and we all think it's true, Rick included.
Right.
To assume that they don't get sick on their own water is not a good assumption. As a matter of fact, we have the pharmacy there as part of what we're doing in Nicaragua, and the number one drug was a parasite drug that was being handed out.
Mm-hmm.
So they get parasites too.
Is Imodium a big demand?
Baby.
OTC Imodium,
baby.
Huh?
But what you have to, I mean, like one time we were at one village, which that guy that I've told you for years, he has a Mississippi State shirt on again, that one pastor.
Yeah.
Oh, and I got a picture of him in these I sent Adler. I mean, he's going to have that Mississippi State shirt on when we get there, okay, because he loves that. So undoubtedly a group from Mississippi went in there one time and gave him a Mississippi State shirt, and he's going to wear it, okay?
I love it.
So anyway, so we were there, and there literally was a giant picture of big old blue plastic trash can looking thing, one of the big old plastic blue ones, and it's catching rain off a rain catcher, and we're out there, playing football Americano and everything hot, real dusty, real dirty.
Yeah.
If you don't want to be hot and dirty, this is not the trip for you.
Has it got wind? Is the wind blowing?
The wind will blow a little bit every now and then, but boy, sometimes that wind will stop and it gets real bad.
Yeah.
So real
How hot was it?
I'll tell you how hot it was. As a matter of fact, I saw one squirrel, and he was out there picking up nuts, had a pair of hand muffins on. But anyway, so
oven mitts.
I
Oven
couldn't think
mitt.
of the name.
Hand? What did you say?
Hand muffins.
What is a hand muffin?
I have no idea. Bubba, so there's a lot of transition going on here. So
a hand muffin?
I also had a new roommate this year who had some upper respiratory congestion thing and coughed on me for 7 days. But anyway, but anyway,
just move past
how about this? How about going on a mission trip while you're sick? Hey, buddy. But anyway, but great guy. But wow, how about this? Wow, horrific cough. But anyway, and he'll tell you that cough the entire week. But anyway, I'm sitting there thinking, did I take enough vitamins? but it was catching rain. Whenever they only have one rainy season, it'd catch anything. It was all dry when we were there. I mean, everything's brown and dried up and all this. And when we were watching, it was full of water, and people would just go by and get a cup, the whole community, and just get a drink out of it. And we were just watching that, going, "Wow, that they must have guts of iron." I mean, just
because of course. The water runs in, but it washes everything that's been on top of the roof.
Bubba, it was in a big old plastic.
Yeah, I got you. No telling what was in it to begin with.
Hey, look, here he is. Look at this, Speedy. Look at this pastor on RBTV.
I love it.
Yeah, I'm talking about. He's gonna have that on every year.
That's a good one too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's got a good shirt, and he loves the dogs. I tell you what I told him. I said, I'm not trying to overpromise, but I think I'm able to get you a cowbell. And he was. I mean, he didn't understand it. I had to tell him what the cowbell was about. But once he got it,
I got one. I give him.
Oh yeah, he got real fired up at that point.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then he'll point at it like you have to. You look a little bit of English. You go champions.
That's funny.
And I thought, wow, he knows about the women's Final Four, but I don't think he did. I think he just thinks they're champions no matter what.
Champions.
Which didn't take long for the Bama fans to be all over him.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. So, hey guys, you don't understand all that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, Cook's Pest Control, and the Rick and Bubba Show have been partnering for a long time. They do a great job. If you are wanting to protect your property Nobody offers better termite protection than Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, but they also handle the month-to-month, and we use them, at our homes. I usually use them down at the farm. And we, of course, use them here as well. So if you want to put them to work for you, let me tell you what they'll do. They'll come out and they'll give you a free, thorough inspection and evaluation of your home or business. And by the way, contractors, they'll do new home construction too. They'll tell you what the situation is, how they would handle it, with no obligation for you to use them, but we're going to tell you to because they'll do a great job. And so why don't you take advantage of that right now by going to cookspest.com. That's cookspest.com. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button, and you'll see them right there. Bubba, Derek Carr is joining us for the very first time. Hopefully, we're establishing a friendship that you'll be on many times in the future. Derek, thank you for taking time to be with us today.
Oh, thank y'all so much for having me. I'm fired up.
Well, we've been looking forward to this. We really have. And by the way, as far as those of you that are watching the show or listening live, thank you for getting up. I was talking with Thomas that was helping us book you. He was like, well, I don't know. He's 2 hours ahead of y'all. I said, it's Derek Carr. I think he'll be up at 7:30. Derek can handle 7:30. I mean, come on. You probably get up a lot earlier than that to get your day started, don't you?
That's exactly right. Especially during the football season, I'm up at 4 something. And so this is sleeping in for me. My 4 kids, on the other hand, they like to wake me up a little early during the offseason.
Yeah. So how old are the kids now?
So I got 8. I got one that's about to be 6 here in a couple of days, two boys, and then our third boy is 2, and then our little girl. We finally had a girl. She's 1 year old.
Oh, congratulations. Wow. Fun times.
What a crew.
A lot of action at the Carr house.
That's right.
Yeah.
So Derek, obviously, your football career speaks for itself. But as part, and this ties us together, you're very open. It's very similar to what we do here. People say, do y'all do Christian radio? And we say, no, we're Christians who do radio. Yeah. We're in secular entertainment, but we don't hide our faith in Christ. Is of course that's the call to the disciples of Jesus, and you try to be wise with that and discern how to handle that appropriately. But we were just thinking, you obviously are so open about your devotion to Christ. When you heard that you were going to be the quarterback in Las Vegas.
Yeah. Well, how is Las Vegas life?
well, the Lord, he works in mysterious ways.
Doesn't he? Oh, man. The great part about it is everyone was like, are you going to be okay? Is it? And I'm like, I'm not changing who I am just because of where I live, and I have a foundation of who I am, and it's not determined on what I do or where I live or anything like that. And what I found is there's some really, really great people here in Las Vegas. My wife and I have fallen in love with this city. Did I plan on living here? Absolutely not. But this is where the Lord took us, and my wife and I, my kids, we love their school. We love the church that we go to. We love all the pastors and the families that we've met in this area. And there's some strong Christian values and beliefs all around the city. And so it's been great. We've met some great people, have some really good connections and friendships that we've made, and didn't think I'd live here, but we have fallen in love with it.
Derek, your whole career with the Raiders has been about change. You've changed cities, you've changed coaches a couple of times, you have a new coach coming in. Tell us a little bit about Josh McDaniel and how that's shaping up.
He's been absolutely phenomenal. Him and Dave, our GM, and all the coaches that we've hired. They really have. They've been great. They've supported me and had my back since they showed up. And the relationships that we've created in just a short amount of time have been really, really powerful and really, really cool for me to be a part of. You never know. I've been through this coach and change stuff. Seems like 100 times in my 9 years in the NFL, but these guys are awesome. I just praise God, man, because whenever you get new coaches, you never know what they're going to want to do and their goals. But they have me, at the forefront of their goals and what they want to do, and it's exciting. I'm excited to continue to get to know them, and hopefully all the business stuff and all that stuff works out. But so far, it's been great. We both want to be in Las Vegas. They both parties want it to make it happen, so that's usually a good sign.
obviously with our show being based out of Alabama, there's a lot of people that we got you on. They're asking, have you talked? I mean, we go everywhere. Have you had an opportunity to talk with Henry Ruggs at all? Has there been any contact with him? I know that was a very difficult situation for everybody involved, and you were certainly saying you wanted to be there to help him spiritually with anything going on. Obviously, there's repercussions to what we do on earth, but I'm talking about his spiritual health. Have you been able to have contact with him at all?
I have. I don't do it directly because I was like, I don't want you to text me and me ask a question and they hold it against you. So there's a way that I do it, and there's a way that he answers back, and it's been really good, and he's doing well. I can't even imagine what's going on in his head, and the pain that he feels, and the heartache for what caused a very tragic situation for a young woman. I can't imagine what's going on in his head, but I just have been there because I know him and I love him, and he's one of the nicest people, one of the most gracious people I've ever been around. And so I just want to love on him and let him know that we're praying for him. I'll text him every now and then and say, man, I'm praying for you today, for peace in your heart. I'm praying for you today that whatever's going on in your head, that you're loved, and all those things. So we have been able to communicate. And again, y'all are in Alabama, so really Raider football is second to Alabama football. Yeah. I understand. There's no other football. It's just that Roll Tide. And that's about it.
Right. And so, what about Coach Gruden? Do y'all keep in touch at all?
We do. Yeah. Absolutely. His wife. Talks to my wife. I talk to him all the time. I just was on the phone with him just a few days ago, asking him some questions and things like that. He's always going to be someone that's a part of my life.
Of course.
I love him. He's family, and family doesn't give up on family, even when you disagree with them.
Yeah, Derek, we talked a little bit about the city, but just being in the sport that you're in, I imagine you run into a lot of people that didn't have the same upbringing you did, and live their life out a little bit different. How challenging is that as an outspoken Christian, just being in that type of job?
What I found is everyone in the NFL, one, a lot of guys were raised in the church. That's one. And two is, we all have just such a genuine respect for one another that, you may believe this and he may believe that. And I just come from a place of love. I love you, and I don't have to agree with you to love you. Like, I'm going to love you no matter what. And it's usually that love that I share with my teammates, and that I share with my coaches, that actually, puts a bridge there that we can, cross over and talk about certain things. And so, I've just always just been myself, and I don't hide away from what I believe and who I am. And neither do they, and nor should they. But whenever you get on a team, you guys got to come together no matter what you think or what you believe to accomplish a goal. And I think it's that love that we share with one another that then we begin to open up about things at the lunch table, or they begin to text me and ask questions and things like that.
Yeah, I think one of the things you're doing so well, and we'll jump into talking about this conference too, because we're going down that road now, is I think when they look to anyone who's outspoken, is that you are following what we're told scripturally, work as though you're working for the Lord. They see you putting in the time. They see you working hard. They see you fighting to win games. And I think that buys respect. And then when you make it clear, which you've done a great job of communicating, but I'm trying to teach this with even my kids and men that I'm discipling, and something that I've had to learn. Look, just make sure you're clear that you don't hate them if they disagree with you. You're just devoted to Christ. All you are doing is living out your faith in a genuine way, and usually people can respect that. But anytime you say, "Well, I'm sticking with Christ's standard on whatever the topic may be," and somebody says, "Well, you must hate those that disagree with you." No, we don't hate you. We're just devoted to Him, and if we're a disciple of Jesus, then we say what He says to say, and we do what He says to do out of our devotion to Him, not of our disdain for you.
No, that's so good, and you said it just right. Like, I've always tried to tell people, I've had people joke, "Well, I do this. Is that okay with you?" I'm like, dude, what you do is your business. Right. Like I just live a certain way, and if you feel bad about it because you're talking to me about it, like, that's not me. Like, I'm not going to judge you. That's not my place. I'm going to love you, and if you have a question, I'll tell you what I think. That I'm always going to be honest. But if you don't care about what I think, then we're good. Just keep it pushing. But if there's something about just being completely devoted in every area, it's not just being hearers of the word, but doing it every single day. And when you go out and you work with everything you have, and then you gain the respect of, oh man, this guy is a grinder, man. He outworks everybody. He'll do whatever it takes. He's competitive, and the environment that I'm in, that's the things that people care about. And then they ask, why do you do it that way?
You earn the right.
Yep.
You earn the right to share. All right, we're going to come back. The Altar Conference. Man, I tell you, you didn't waste any time getting on the ground in Las Vegas and trying to put something together. The Altar Men's Conference. We're going to come back and talk with Derek about this. All the details about it are at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Across the country, you want to take a group of men and get to Vegas for this event? Everything you need to plan is in show notes at rickandbubba.com. We'll talk about it when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I guess the way we went out, we did not have to encounter the Atlanta area. We came into the Atlanta airport, then caught a bus back to Birmingham. And this 85 thing did not involve us, but I know it involved many, and will involve a lot of folks today in a city as big as Atlanta. And so much travel. It's kind of it's Delta's hub and all this, and this is a main, a main road there.
Well,
a highway.
I think it collapsed on a Thursday, wasn't it? Wednesday afternoon or Thursday. Yeah. We flew back in on Friday, and it was a mess. I mean, I anticipated Atlanta being a mess on Friday and, after lunch on Friday, but it was, I thought, even worse than I expected. I mean, the traffic was so unreal. We took back roads back, and some folks that I know on the ground there had already advised me to stay off of the main because it was just going to be a parking lot. But 250,000 people a day go over that bridge that collapsed. And when you have that, Rick, you're
going to have that.
You got those cars have to go somewhere. I know they were already telling people Friday, if you were passing through Atlanta, not even to get into the town, just take country roads and go around it,
right? Which
is hard to do if you are truckers carrying a lot of load and stuff. So it not only was Atlanta messed up, the surrounding areas were messed up from everybody trying to get around Atlanta.
Well, and then the Speedy and Hams, I heard you guys talking about. So this is now being traced back to somebody smoking crack?
Yeah, at first they didn't know what started it. It went back to a couple of homeless folks that possibly started a fire and got some PVC pipes or whatever, and that started, to spread to the point where it was so large underneath the bridge that it collapsed the bridge. They now are tracing it back to one homeless man smoking crack is how it all started.
You can't even have a bridge.
No.
You can't have nothing. Come back from Bahamas trying to ease home, get back to your normal routine, you can't even.
Yeah, I thought
like Gary said last week, the worst things is to get a mindset that you can have something. It's better just know you can't.
Just know you can't,
right.
And then you don't expect anything.
Right.
But the fire that I saw on TV, and we saw this in the Bahamas before we left, that it looked like maybe a truck was on fire or something. I mean, it was a giant blaze. Hot enough, Rick, to melt the steel inside the concrete.
That's warm.
Which, we haven't really seen that phenomenon since, we had the 9/11. Which was shocking to us that fire can bring down, concrete to me, but it can if it gets hot enough.
Sure, it can.
So what did caught on fire actually? Like again, I'm a little out of the loop.
They're thinking it's somebody smoking crack. I guess they were using pipes to try to get a bigger inhale, and those plastic pipes caught on fire, and before you know it, there she goes.
All I know is
a lot of fire for crack.
There was
that's a major crack pipe right there. It gets 40-foot flames.
Again, I've been out of the loop too.
Right.
You got to understand, but what I've heard, I haven't been out of the country, so what I've heard is they had a stack of PVC piping or something that I guess the city, the transportation department, someone, that's where they kept them.
I see.
And
they caught it on fire, and it became a big plastic fire.
That's the report I heard.
You can't even store your plastic.
Let's make a note. Let's not store highly flammable, extremely hot material under overpasses where you may have a crackhead smoking.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Who would think that they would set?
Well, I know they
that on
store
fire?
stuff
That's-
under it.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen that, but apparently we need to make a note. We can't do
well,
that anymore.
I mean, what a bizarre situation that is, and hey, giving everybody a huge handle. I mean, that's not a minor handle. Right. That's a big one.
Yeah.
You know, we had a situation similar to that in our town a few years ago, but it was an accident with a truck.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
So that's why I couldn't believe when they kept saying it may have been a guy. I went, what in the world did they light on fire?
Yeah. I've also come to the conclusion in Nicaragua that everybody who drives in Nicaragua, somebody, if your NASCAR team is not getting the job done and you're disappointed in your driver, I saw several that could win in any NASCAR race.
Oh, yeah.
Because when you get on the streets of Manawa or any of these places or any of the streets, you guys, think of the place you've ever been where people drive the craziest.
Mm-hmm.
Nicaragua can stand with anybody. It literally is like at one time I expected to look over and literally see Mel Gibson on top of something. I mean, it is Death
Now,
Race
is
2000.
is the roundabout big there?
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Derek Carr, our guest on the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so Derek, thanks for being with us. Let's talk about the Altar Men's Conference coming up April 8th and 9th. It will be in the Thomas and Mack Center, Las Vegas, Nevada. We're looking for 15,000 men, and you guys already have men that have reserved that are coming from all over the country, from even outside of the lower 50, the 48, Hawaii, then up into Canada and Mexico, Switzerland. They're coming, and that's why this platform of American football means so much. You have a voice and influence that God has given you, and you're using it. So obviously, we're excited because themanchurch.com, we're going to be there as well. So we have a discipleship strategy ready to go for churches or groups of men after they've heard all these great speakers and heard this great worship music that you guys have been kind enough to allow us to be there and be part of this and partner with you. So talk a little bit about the vision. I mean, the influence that God has given men cannot be duplicated. Men and women are equal, but they're not the same. We've talked about this. And this problem of fathers not being in the home and not being in their proper place under the authority of Christ has done tremendous damage.
Yeah, I think the heart behind why the Lord began to put this on my heart, we did one in Fresno and had 15,000 people from all over join in Fresno, California, of all places,
Yeah.
and only God can do something like that,
Yeah.
and now we're coming to Las Vegas. And we're calling 15,000 men, not just from around the nation, but from around the world. You heard people coming from Switzerland and Canada and Mexico. And, if we showed you our map of where people are buying tickets from, it's literally the whole globe. And so we are calling men. We're calling men from all over on April 8th and 9th to come to Las Vegas. Join me and my team and all the wonderful guests that we have coming to call men to a certain standard, to call them into everything that God has called them to be as husbands, as fathers, in their workplace, in their communities, that we would that Sunday only Christianity would kind of be over for men in America and all over the world, that we would take our faith and we'd lead our families, we'd lead our wives, we'd lead our children. Because if we don't, the Fox News or CNN News is going to do it. If we don't do it, then Instagram or the people at school are going to do it, And so just calling men to this standard, and we're calling men from all around the world to meet us in Las Vegas on those dates. And I'm urging people at churches and pastors. We have pastors buying hundreds of tickets just to bring their men. We got business people buying multiple sets of tickets just to bring people. We got people giving from Costa Rica just to make sure they've heard the call of God on my heart and for this conference. And they're doing it just to make sure that people can experience this all around the world. So it's going to be powerful. We're going to see marriages mended. We're going to see children come back home. We're going to see people men step into everything they've finally been called to by Christ. And it's going to be powerful. I know it is because it was in Fresno. I watched things happen in Fresno. see people's bodies being healed right in front of me that I can't argue. I just witnessed it. And I'm watching marriages literally right in front of me reunite, and men uncontrolled. They couldn't even stand up on their own. They were hanging on the railing. The power of God hit them. So I think this generation, I saw it as a young boy, but this generation needs to see the power of God again. They need to see it. They need to experience it. And I know it's going to happen because it happened before.
There's no doubt, I just love the irony that God took this. Fresno was ironic enough, but now Las Vegas to be used to bring men there from all over the world to be transformed by Christ, as opposed to the other things that Vegas has been known for. I just love that, and we're excited to be able to be there with you to provide some of those equipping curriculum and resources along with it, because the challenge is going to be there. And David Platt, I'm looking, is going to be there. Maverick City Music is going to be there. We've got Matt Redman, outstanding. He'll be there. So the praise and worship music, you'll be speaking. Corey Asbury, Damon Thompson, Maddie Montgomery. I mean, the list, Corey Russell. The list just goes on and on. So it's a 2-day event, and all the information is going to be there. Or it's in show notes if you want to go to the website, or you can go directly if you want to. That's the altarconference.com to get your game plan. I'm looking at some of the stats. I've heard these before, Bubba. These are staggering. When you look at the impact of fatherless children and the impact it has when that father is gone, more than 20 million children live in a home without the physical presence of a father. 20 million in America. We've heard this stat before. 92% of parents in prison are fathers. 92%.
Father.
Yeah. So fathers in prison. So I want you to look at this. If you're what also we see, 63% of youth suicides, no father. 71% of high school dropouts, no father. 90%. Look at this number of homeless and runaway youth, no father. 85% of children with behavior disorders, no father. 71% of teenage pregnancies, no father. 78% of youth in prison, no father.
Pretty important job.
The impact is it's almost like the Bible is true.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, because you're living in a society that says, well, men and women, there's nothing distinctive about it. They're equal, no question. Co-heirs with Christ, even in the church. But a woman and a man are made distinctly different by God, and there's this influence that has been given to that father, to that husband, that can't be duplicated. Like I've said before, I learned it in a harsh way that, as my wife said, no one can replace my husband. No one can replace the children's father when the chips are down. 200% more likely to die as infants if they don't have a father. 276% more likely to do drugs. 200% more likely to suffer from obesity. And 47.6% more likely to live in poverty if the child has no daddy that's involved in their life. Wow. So, Derek, this is important.
Yes. And that's why I think the time is now. I've felt that, and I've been speaking at a lot of churches here in Las Vegas, and I'm seeing what he's doing at our church in Las Vegas and at Church LV, and it's been something's happening here. Something is happening to these men. We started a 6:30 a.m. prayer where men from our church gather and go after the Lord, and the power of God has hit that place multiple times, moving on their hearts, and these guys are starting to bring their children to men's prayer. These guys are starting to bring people that they're teaching in their youth programs to men's prayer, and you're watching the young men now see the men step into who they're supposed to be. And so awesome. It's time. I really do believe it's time.
Well, Derek, thank you for including us in it. We're honored to have the manchurch.com there as well.
Thanks for stepping up, Derek.
We share that vision. And thank you, as Bubba said, for taking your platform and just being obedient. Derek Carr, thanks for being with us. Thanks to all of you for being with us on this edition of the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you very far. Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba.